Section 36 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 19. The Fall of the House of York, 1471 to 1485, Part 2. Having both his brother's sons in his power, and having crushed his brother's faithful friends, Richard now proceeded to show his real intent. He was aiming at the crown, and had been preparing to seize it from the moment that his brother died. This was the meaning of the gifts that he had been showering around, and of the masses of armed men that he had gathered. On the 22nd of June, he laid his purpose open. His chaplain, Dr. Shaw, was set up to preach to the people at St. Paul's Cross a marvellous sermon in which he argued that Richard was the rightful king, though both Edward IV and Clarence, his two elder brothers, had left sons behind them. The Londoners were told, to their great surprise, that the late king's marriage with Elizabeth Woodville had been invalid. Not only had they been secretly and unlawfully married in an unconsecrated place, but Edward had been betrothed long before to Lady Eleanor Talbot, the daughter of the Earl of Shrewsbury. He had never been given any clerical dispensation from this bond, and therefore he was not free to wed, and his sons were bastards. As to Clarence, he had been attainted, and the blood of his heir was corrupted by his father's attainder. The Londoners were astonished at this strange argument. They kept silence, and so disappointed Gloucester, who had come to the sermon in hopes to meet an enthusiastic reception. But 2 days later, a stranger scene was enacted at the Guildhall. The Duke of Buckingham, Gloucester's chief confederate, summoned together the mayor and the Council of London, and, repeating all the arguments that Dr. Shaw had urged, bade them salute Richard as king. A few timid voices shouted approval, and then Buckingham declared that he recognized the assent and goodwill of the people. Next day there met the Parliament which should have witnessed the coronation of Edward V. They were summoned to St. Paul's, where Buckingham presented to them a long document setting forth the evil government of Edward IV, denouncing his sons as bastards, and ending with a petition to Richard of Gloucester to take upon him as his right the title and estate of king. The Lords and Commons yielded their silent assent, apparently without a word of discussion or argument, and Buckingham then led a deputation to Duke Richard, who, with much feigned reluctance, assented to the petition and declared himself king. The only excuse for this lamentable weakness shown by the House is that they were quite unprepared for the coup d'etat, and were overawed by the thousands of men-at-arms in the livery of Gloucester and Buckingham who packed every street. So Richard was crowned with great pomp, if with little rejoicing, and thought that he had attained the summit of his desires. But his position was, from the first, radically unsound. He had seized the throne so easily because his antecedents had not prepared men for such sudden and unscrupulous action, so that there had been no time to organize any opposition to him. But the pious and modest Duke had suddenly blossomed forth into a bloodthirsty tyrant. On the very day of his accession, he had the unfortunate Rivers and Grey beheaded at Pontefract, and 6 weeks later he wrought a much darker deed. After starting on a festal progress through the Midlands, he sent back a secret mandate to London, authorizing the murder of his little nephews, Edward and Richard. They were smothered at the dead of night in their prison in the Tower, and secretly buried by the assassins. Their graves were never discovered till 1674, when masons, repairing the building, came upon the bones of 2 young boys thrust away under a staircase. The murder took place between the 7th and 14th of August, 1483, but its manner and details were never certainly known. The horror which the disappearance of the harmless, unoffending young princes caused all over England was far more dangerous to Richard than their survival could possibly have been. It turned away from him the hearts of all save the most callous and ruffianly of his supporters. Within 2 months of their death, a dangerous rebellion had broken out. It was headed by Buckingham, the very man who had appeared with such shameful prominence at the time of Richard's usurpation. No one can say whether he was shocked by the murder, or whether he was merely discontented with the vast bribes that the new king had given him, and craved yet more. But we find him conspiring with the Queen's surviving kindred, the wrecks of the Lancastrian party, and some faithful adherents of Edward IV, to overturn the usurper. They proposed to call over the Earl of Richmond and to marry him to the Princess Elizabeth, the eldest sister of the murdered princes, so blending the claims of Lancaster and York. October 1483. The insurrection broke out in a dozen different districts all over England, but it was foiled by King Richard's untiring energy and great military talent. He smote down his enemies before they were able to unite, and caught Buckingham, who had been separated from the bulk of his fellow conspirators by a sudden rising of the Seven. The Duke was executed at Salisbury, with such of his party as were taken, but the majority escaped oversea and joined the Earl of Richmond. This was destined to be the last gleam of success that Richard was to see. The rest of his short reign, 1483 to 85, was a period of unrelieved gloom. No protestations of his goodwill to England, and no attempts, however honest, to introduce just and even-handed government availed him aught. He summoned a Parliament in 1484 and caused it to pass several laws of excellent intention, but he was not able to observe them himself, much less to enforce them on others. After having, with great solemnity, abolished the custom of raising benevolences, or forced loans, such as his brother Edward IV had loved, Richard was compelled by the emptiness of his treasury to have recourse to them again, in less than a 12-month after he had disavowed the practice. Personal misfortunes came upon the king in a way which seemed to mark the judgment of heaven. Less than a year after he had slain his nephews, his only son, Edward, Prince of Wales, died suddenly in the flower of his boyhood, 1484. 11 months later his wife, Queen Anne, the daughter of the kingmaker, followed his son to the grave. His enemies accused him of having poisoned her, for all charges were possible against one who had proved himself so cruel and treacherous. It is said that Richard thought for a moment, after his wife's death, of compelling his niece Elizabeth, Edward IV's eldest daughter, to marry him, in order to merge her claim to the crown in his own. But the mere rumour of the intention so shocked the people that all his own partisans urged him to disavow it, which he accordingly did. Being wifeless and childless, he nominated as his heir his nephew, John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, the son of his eldest sister. Meanwhile, the conspiracy which had failed to overthrow Richard in the autumn of 1483 was again gathering head. The Earl of Richmond had obtained loans of men and money from France, and was only waiting for the news that his friends were ready to make a second attempt on England. With him were all the enemies of King Richard who had escaped death: Dorset, the son of Queen Elizabeth, Edward Woodville, Morton, Bishop of Ely, and the few surviving Lancastrian exiles headed by the Earls of Pembroke and Oxford. They relied not on their French soldiery, but on the secret allies who were to join them in England, and especially on Lord Stanley, the Earl of Richmond's father-in-law. That noble, though he had been arrested in company with the unfortunate Hastings, had been pardoned by King Richard, and entrusted by him with much power in Lancashire and Cheshire. Richard's court was honeycombed with treason. His own Attorney General, Morgan of Kidwelly, kept Richmond informed of his plans and actions. Of all those about the king, only a very few were really faithful to him. Richard knew that treason was abroad, though he could not identify the traitors. He struck cruelly and harshly at all that he could reach. His ferocity may be gauged from the fact that he actually hung a Wiltshire gentleman named Collingbourne for no more than a copy of verses. The unfortunate rhymester had scoffed at Richard's three favourites, Lord Lovell, Sir William Catesby, and Sir Richard Ratcliffe in the lines, "The cat, the rat, and Lovell our dog, rule all England under a hog." The hog was Richard himself, whose favourite badge was a white boar. In August 1485, Henry of Richmond landed at Milford Haven, and was joined by many of the Welsh, among whom he was popular because of his own Welsh blood that came from his father, Edmund Tudor. Advancing into England, he met with aid from the Talbots of Shrewsbury and many other Midland gentry. Lord Stanley gathered a considerable army in Lancashire and Cheshire, but did not openly join the Earl because his son, Lord Strange, was in the king's hands, and would have been slain if Richard had been certain of his father's treachery. Advancing still further into the Midlands, Henry met the king at Bosworth Field, near Leicester. Richard's army was twice the size of that of the Earl. He must have conquered if his men had fought honestly for him. But when the battle was joined, the Earl of Northumberland, who led one wing of Richard's host, drew aside and would not fight, and presently Lord Stanley appeared with his contingent and charged the king in flank. The Yorkists began to disperse and fly, for they fought with little heart for their cruel master. But Richard himself would not turn back, though his attendants brought him his horse and besought him to save himself. He plunged into the thick of the fray, cut his way to Richmond's banner, and was there slain, fighting desperately to the last. With him fell his most faithful adherent, Lord John Howard, whom he had made Duke of Norfolk, and a few more of his chief captains. His favourite, Sir William Catesby, was taken prisoner and executed when the battle was over. Richard's crown, beaten off his helmet by hard blows, was found in a hawthorn bush, and placed on Richmond's head by Lord Stanley, who then saluted him as king by the name of Henry VII. The dead monarch's body was taken to Leicester and exposed naked before the people, but ultimately given honourable burial in the church of the Greyfriars. Thus ended the prince who had wrought so much evil and won his way to power by such unscrupulous cunning and cruelty. He was only 33 when he was cut off. There have been worse kings in history, and had his title been good, and his hands clean of the blood of his kinsmen, he might have filled the English throne not unworthily. But the consequences of his first fatal crime drove him deeper and deeper into wickedness, and he left a worse name behind him than any of his predecessors. The historians of the next generation drew his portrait even darker than he deserved, making him a hideous hunchback with a malignant, distorted countenance. As a matter of fact, his deformity was only that his left arm was somewhat withered, and his left shoulder consequently lower than his right. His portraits show a face not unlike that of his brother Edward, but thinner and set in a nervous and joyless look of suspicion. End of section 36. End of chapter 19.
Section 37 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 20. Henry VII, 1485 through 1509. Part 1. Henry Tudor had the good fortune to appear upon the scene as the avenger of all wrongs, those of the injured heirs of York no less than those of the long-exiled partisans of Lancaster. His victory had been won by the aid of Yorkists like Stanley, Dorset, and Edward Woodville, no less than by that of Oxford, Pembroke, the Courtenays, the Talbots, and other old Lancastrian names. It had been settled long before he started that he should blend the claims of the two rival houses by marrying the Princess Elizabeth, the eldest child of Edward IV. Thus he was able to pose as the reconciler of parties and the bringer in of peace and quiet. He proved his moderation by abstaining from bloodshed. He spared all the prisoners of Bosworth, save 3 alone, and though he caused a bill of attainder to be passed against King Richard's chief partisans, no more executions followed. Henry's wise view of the situation was set forth by a law which he caused one of his parliaments to approve at a subsequent date, to the effect that no man should ever be accused of treason for supporting the king de facto against the king de jure. Title of Henry VII to the throne. It required all of Henry's moderation and ability, however, to make firm his seat upon the throne. His title to it was very weak, only that of conquest, in fact, for the legitimacy of the Beaufort line as representatives of John of Gaunt was more than doubtful. Henry refused to rest his claim to the crown merely on his marriage to Elizabeth of York. He would be no mere king consort, and he deliberately put off the wedding until he had been crowned at Westminster and had been saluted by Parliament as king in his own right. Having thus made his position clear, he married Elizabeth 6 months after the day of Bosworth Field. Character of Henry. Henry Tudor was precisely the sovereign that England required to put an end to the general unrest and unruliness that were the legacy of the Wars of the Roses. He had not an amiable character. He was reserved and suspicious, a master of plot and intrigue, selfish in act and thought, prone to hoard money in and out of season, and ready to strike unmercifully when a stroke seemed necessary. But his brain ruled his passions, and from policy, if not from natural inclination, he was clement and slow to anger. He had some turn for art and letters, and was religious in his own self-centered way. His ministers were wisely chosen. The 2 chief of them, Bishops Morton and Fox, were prudent and blameless men. If Empson and Dudley, his 2 financial advisers, were much hated by the people for their extortions, it was because their master bade them fill his coffers, and was content that they should bear the unpopularity which must otherwise have fallen on himself. He deliberately chose to have scapegoats, lest he should have to take the responsibility for the harsher side of his policy. Lovell's Rising. Lambert Simnel. The earlier years of Henry's reign were much disturbed by petty rebellions, the last groundswell of discontent and lawlessness which lingered on after the great tempest of the Wars of the Roses had abated. Richard III had left behind him a few devoted partisans who had resolved never to submit. The chief were John de la Pole, Earl of Lincoln, who had been declared heir to the throne by the late king, and Lord Lovell, the sole survivor of the 3 favorites, who had ruled all England under the hog. They were bold, reckless men, ready to risk all for ambition and revenge. Before Henry had been a year on the throne, Lovell secretly collected a band of desperate friends, and tried to kidnap him while he was visiting York. Foiled in this scheme, Lovell fled to Flanders, where he was sheltered by Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy, the widowed sister of King Edward IV. With her and with Lincoln, he concerted a second plan of rebellion. They resolved to try to rouse the wrecks of the Yorkist party in the name of Edward, Earl of Warwick, the son of Clarence, who had been put to death in 1478, and the only male heir of the House of York. This prince was in King Henry's hands, safely kept in custody in the Tower of London. Till they could liberate him, they resolved to make an impostor assume his name and title. So they instructed a clever boy named Lambert Simnel, the son of an organ maker at Oxford, to act the part of the young Clarence, reasoning that Henry would not dare to put the real prince to death, but would keep him alive in order to make the imposture clear, and so they could free the real Clarence if they succeeded, and dismiss the false one when he was no longer needed. Battle of Stoke. Ireland had always been friendly to the House of York, and there was no one there who knew the young prince or could detect his counterfeit. So Lambert Simnel was first sent thither to try the temper of the Irish, giving out that he had just escaped from the Tower. The Earl of Kildare and other prominent Anglo-Irish barons were wholly cozened by the young impostor, and saluted him as king. 4,000 men under Lord Thomas Fitzgerald were raised to aid him. Lincoln and Lovell joined him with 2,000 veteran German mercenaries under a captain named Martin Schwartz. They crossed through England and landed in Lancashire, where a few desperate Yorkists joined them. Then, advancing inland, they met King Henry at Stoke, near Newark. But their ill-compacted army was routed. The Germans and Irish were cut to pieces, and Lincoln, Schwartz, and Fitzgerald all slain. Lovell escaped to his manor of Minster Lovell in Oxfordshire, and lurked in a secret chamber where he was starved to death in hiding. Lambert Simnel fell into the hands of the king, who treated him with contempt instead of slaying him. He lived many years after as a cook in the royal kitchen. The rebels in Ireland were pardoned on submission, for Henry was loath to stir up further troubles in that distressful country. 1488. French War. Brittany united to France. Thinking perhaps to turn the attention of the nation from domestic troubles by the old expedient of a war with France, the king, in the next year, joined in a struggle which was raging in Brittany. Charles VIII, the son of Louis XI, was trying to annex the duchy, whose heiress was a young girl, the Duchess Anne. Henry agreed to aid this ancient ally of England, and sent over troops both to Brittany and to Calais. The war went not unprosperously at first, and the garrison of Calais won a considerable victory at Dixmoin in Flanders. But after a time, the Bretons grew weary of the struggle, and the Duchess Anne surrendered herself to King Charles, and became his wife, 1491. Thus the last of the great French feudal states was united to the crown. For the future, the English could get no support from them, and as a consequence, all English invasions of France in the ensuing age met with little good fortune. There was never again any chance of dismembering a divided France, such as that with which Edward III and Henry V had to deal. The king recognized his powerlessness, and gladly made peace with Charles VIII on receiving a subsidy of 745,000 crowns, a better bargain than Edward IV had made under similar circumstances at Piquenay, 1492. Perkin Warbeck. Henry was wise to make an early and profitable peace, for new troubles were brewing for him at home. News came from Ireland that a young man was secretly harbored at Cork, who gave himself out to be Richard of York, the younger of the two princes smothered in the Tower 9 years before. When Henry ordered his arrest, he fled to Flanders and took refuge with Duchess Margaret, who at once recognized him as her true nephew and gave him a royal reception and a safe refuge for 2 years. There is no doubt, however, that he was really Perkin Warbeck, the son of a citizen of Tournai, who had plunged very young into a life of adventure and hoped to gain something by fishing in the troubled waters of English politics. By Margaret's help, Perkin engaged in secret intrigues with the few Yorkists who yet survived in England. But King Henry traced out all his plots and beheaded Lord Fitzwalter and Sir William Stanley, who had listened to his tempting. Stanley's case was a bad one. He had betrayed Richard III at Bosworth, like his brother Lord Stanley, and had been lavishly rewarded by Henry VII, yet would not keep faithful to his new master because he was refused an earldom, 1495. Though his friends had been detected, the pretender persisted in venturing an attack on England. With 2,000 men, raised with money lent him by Duchess Margaret, he tried to land in Kent, but the Kentish men rose and drove him off. He then sailed to Ireland, where, like his predecessor Lambert Simnel, he met with some support. But hearing that James IV of Scotland was on the brink of war with the English, he soon passed over to the Scottish court, where he was received with royal state. James IV married him to his cousin, Lady Catherine Gordon, and placed him at the head of an expedition with which he was to try and raise rebellion in Yorkshire, where the supporters of the House of York were still supposed to be numerous. But when Perkin crossed the border, not an Englishman would join him, and he was obliged to return ignominiously to Scotland. From thence, the restless adventurer soon set out on a new quest. Cornish Rising. The heavy taxation which King Henry raised from his subjects to pay for an army to resist the Scots had provoked much murmuring in some parts of England. Most of all, it had been resented in the remote shire of Cornwall, where the local discontent took the form of armed gatherings to resist the taxes. Flammock, a lawyer, and Michael Joseph, a farrier of Bodmin, two turbulent demagogues, put themselves at the head of the rioters, and persuaded them to march on London, there to expostulate with the king. Lord Audley, an unwise south country baron, joined their company, and led them as far as Blackheath, close to the gates of London. From thence they sent the king messages, bidding him to dismiss his extortionate ministers and remove his taxes. Henry was taken by surprise, as he had just sent off his army against the Scots, but he promptly recalled the expedition and gave battle to the Cornishmen. The fight of Blackheath ended in their complete discomfiture. Audley, Flammock, and Joseph were taken and executed, but the king let the rest go away unharmed, as mere deluded tools of their leaders. June 1497. Failure of Warbeck. Warbeck had heard of the rising of the Cornishmen, and thought that he discerned in it his best opportunity of making head against King Henry. He landed at Whitesand Bay, but found that he was too late, as the insurgents had already been defeated and scattered. But he rallied around him the wrecks of their bands, and made an attack on Exeter. Being foiled by the stout resistance of the citizens, and hearing that the king was coming against him with a great host, the pretender suddenly lost heart, left his men in the lurch, and fled away to take sanctuary in the Abbey of Beaulieu, August 1497. Warbeck and the Earl of Warwick Executed. King Henry showed extraordinary moderation in dealing with the insurgents. He fined Cornwall heavily, but ordered no executions. He promised Warbeck his life if he would leave his sanctuary, and when the impostor gave himself up, he was merely placed in an honorable custody in the Tower. He was only made to publish the confession of his fraud, and to give a full account of his real life and adventures. Perkin might have lived to an old age, like Lambert Simnel, if he had been content to keep quiet. But he made 2 attempts to escape from England, which roused the king's wrath. On the second occasion, he persuaded another state prisoner, Edward of Clarence, the true heir of York, to fly with him. But they were detected, and the king, provoked at last, executed Warbeck, and made the unfortunate Prince Edward share his fate. 1499. Perkin had merited his end, but it is impossible to pardon Henry's dealings with the unlucky heir of Clarence, who had been a prisoner ever since Richard III sent him to the Tower 16 years before. There is no doubt that Henry was glad of the excuse to lop off another branch from the stem of York. Noting this fact, the next heir of that line, Edmund de la Pole, brother of the Earl of Lincoln, who fell at Stoke, wisely fled from England, lest his royal blood should be his ruin. End of section 37. Recording by Carrie Adams, your book boys, at Mesa, Arizona. Section 38 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 20. Henry VII, 1485 through 1509. Part 2. Suppression of Livery and Maintenance. After Warbeck's failure, King Henry was for the future free from the danger of dynastic risings against the House of Tudor. He was able to develop his policy both at home and abroad without any further danger of insurrections. In domestic matters, he strove very successfully to put an end to the turbulence which had been left behind from the times of the Civil War. His chief weapon was legislation against livery and maintenance, the evil custom by which a great lord gave his badge to his neighbors and undertook to support them in their quarrels and lawsuits. This abuse of local influence was sternly suppressed, and no man, however great, was permitted to keep about him more than a limited number of liveried retainers. It is on record that Henry punished his oldest friend and supporter, the Earl of Oxford, for breaking this rule, On the occasion of a royal visit to his castle of Hedingham, Oxford received the king at the head of many hundreds of his followers, all clad in the De Vere livery, and was promptly made to pay a heavy fine for his ostentation. The Star Chamber founded. Henry established a special tribunal for dealing with the offenses of men, whose power and influence might foil and divert the ordinary course of justice. This was the new and unconstitutional Court of Star Chamber, a committee of trusted members of the Privy Council, which met in a room at Westminster, whose roof was decorated with a pattern of stars. The court was useful at the time, but grew to be a serious grievance in later days, because it stood over and above the ordinary law of the land, and was used to carry out any illegal punishment that the king might devise. Reduction of the surviving barons. By these arbitrary means, Henry Tudor succeeded in taming the survivors of the baronage, and in reducing them to such a state of subjection to the crown as England had never before seen. Their spirit had already been broken by the endless slaughters and confiscations of the War of the Roses, and the majority of them were well content to surrender the anarchical independence which they had enjoyed of late, in return for a quiet and undisturbed security for life and land. It is to be noticed that many of the oldest and most powerful houses had now disappeared. By the year 1500, there only survived of the older and greater peerages those of Northumberland, Westmoreland, Arundel, Buckingham, Devon, and Oxford, to which may be added the Duchy of Norfolk, afterwards restored to the Howards by Henry VIII. If we find other ancient titles borne by men of the Tudor time, we must remember that the holders were not the heirs of the lines whose names they bore, and did not possess the vast estates that had made those titles all-important. The Warwicks or Somersets, the Suffolks or Herefords of the 16th century are the mere creatures of Tudor caprice. Foreign policy of Henry. A few words are necessary to explain the tiresome and difficult subject of the foreign policy of Henry VII. We have seen that his venture of war with France in 1491 proved unfortunate, and he never repeated it. For the future, he preferred to hoard money at home, rather than to lavish it on continental wars. But if he never fought again, he was always threatening to fight, winning what advantage he could by the menace of joining one or other of the parties which then divided Europe. The main troubles of continental politics in his period were caused by the restless ambition of the kings of France. Freed from the lingering wars with England, which had previously been their bane, the French monarchs had turned southward and were striving to conquer Italy. Charles VIII and Louis XII, the two contemporaries of King Henry, spent all their energy in the attempt to annex the kingdom of Naples and the duchy of Milan, to which they had some shadowy claim of succession. Their schemes called into the field the sovereigns whose position would have been imperiled by the French conquest of Italy: the Emperor Maximilian of Austria, and Ferdinand and Isabella, the sovereigns of Aragon and Castile, whose marriage had created the United Kingdom of Spain. The Netherlands. If the struggle had raged in Italy alone, Henry VII might have viewed it with a philosophic indifference. But it also involved the Netherlands, the near neighbor of England, and the chief market for English trade. The Netherlands were, at this moment, in the hands of Philip of Austria, the son of the emperor, for Maximilian had married Mary of Burgundy, the heiress of the great dukes who had ruled in the Low Countries, and Philip was their only son. Henry wished to keep on good terms with his neighbors in Flanders, more especially because it was there that the Yorkist refugees found shelter. Not only had the Dowager Duchess Margaret aided them from thence, but Maximilian, while acting as regent in the Netherlands for his young son Philip, had given Perkin Warbeck much assistance. The Great Intercourse. Henry's policy was rendered difficult by the incurable perverseness of the emperor and his son, the Duke Philip, but he managed to keep out of war with them, and even obtained from them the Great Intercourse, a commercial treaty with the Low Countries, which was of much use to England, as it provided for the free entry of English goods into Flanders, and of Flemish goods into England, and stipulated that the king and the duke should join together to put down piracy in the narrow seas. Some years later, Henry was enabled to wring some further advantages out of Duke Philip in a not very honorable way. The Duke was sailing to Spain when his ship was driven into Weymouth by a storm. The king made him welcome and entertained him royally, but would not suffer him to depart till he had promised to surrender the Yorkist refugee Edmund de la Pole, who was then staying in Flanders, and to still further extend the terms of the Great Intercourse to the benefit of English merchants. 1506. Marriage of the Prince of Wales to Catherine of Aragon. With Ferdinand of Aragon, the astute and unscrupulous King of Spain, Henry was able to get on better terms than with his capricious neighbors in Flanders, since both were guided purely by self-interest. The two wily kings understood and respected each other, and resolved to ally themselves by a marriage. Accordingly, Arthur, Prince of Wales, Henry's eldest son, was wedded to Catherine, the younger daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella. They were both mere children, and the prince died before he had reached the age of 17. But Ferdinand resolved that the alliance should not drop through, and the Princess Catherine was passed on to Henry, Arthur's younger brother and successor in the title of Prince of Wales. He was some years younger than his bride, and the marriage, as we shall presently see, was a most unhappy one. With his son's wife, the English king received a large but unpunctually paid dowry. Scotland and Ireland. King Henry's long diplomatic intrigues with Spain and the emperor brought him no very great profit in the end. But it was otherwise with his dealings with his neighbors in the British Isles. After the defeat of Perkin Warbeck, he made an advantageous peace with James IV of Scotland, who married his daughter Margaret and became his firm ally. For the last 10 years of his reign, Scotland gave no trouble. The still more difficult task of pacifying Ireland was also carried out with considerable success. Henry dealt very gently with the Irish chiefs, in spite of the treasonable support that they had given both to Simnel and to Warbeck. His plan of ruling the country was to enlist in his favor the Earl of Kildare, the most powerful of the Irish barons, by making him Lord Deputy, and entrusting him with very full control over the rest. All Ireland cannot rule the Earl of Kildare, it had been said. But the king answered, then the Earl of Kildare shall rule all Ireland. Poyning's Act. This policy was attended by a fair measure of success. If turbulent himself, the Earl, at least, put down all other riotous chiefs. Henry's reign was also notable in Ireland for the passing of Poyning's Act at the Parliament of Drogheda. This put the Irish legislature in strict subordination to England, by providing that all laws brought before it must previously receive the assent of the king and his English Privy Council. 1495. Henry Tudor died before his time in 1509, having not yet reached the age of 54. He left behind him a land peaceful and orderly, a nobility tamed and reduced to obedience, and a treasury filled with £1,800,000 in hard cash, the best possible witness to his wisdom and ability, for no king of England had ever built up such a hoard before. If his aims had been selfish and his hand hard, he had, at any rate, given England strong governance, and saved her from sinking into anarchy. End of section 38. Recording by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona.
Section 39 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 21. Henry VIII and the Breach with Rome. 1509 to 1536. Part 1. The young king who succeeded to the cautious and politic Henry VII was perhaps the most remarkable man who ever sat upon the English throne. He guided England through the epoch of change and unrest which lay between the Middle Ages and modern history, and his guidance was of such a peculiar and personal stamp that he left an indelible mark on the land for many succeeding generations. All Europe was transformed during his time, and that the transformation in England differed from that on the continent in almost every respect was due to his own strange combination of qualities. Henry's character was a very complex one, mingling qualities good and bad in strange confusion. In many things he showed the traits of his grandfather, Edward IV, his selfishness, his love of display, his sensuality, his outbursts of ruthless cruelty. But Edward had been nothing more than a soldier and a man of pleasure. He had no love of work, no power to read the characters of others. Henry VIII was a student, a statesman, a deep plotter, a keen observer of other men. He chose his servants, or rather his tools, with a clear-headed sagacity which no king ever surpassed, and he could break them or fling them away when they became useless, with a coolness that was all his own. Love of power, love of work, love of pleasure, love of show and pomp did not distract him the one from the other, but blended closely together into one complex impulse, the determination to have his own will in all things. Such a state of mind bespeaks the tyrant, and a tyrant Henry became, but a tyrant whose brain was as strong as his will, who knew the possible from the impossible, who could discern how far it was safe to go, and could check himself on the edge of any dangerous precipice of foreign or internal politics. He kept, as it were, a finger on the nation's pulse, and could restrain himself for a space if ever it began to beat too excitably. He did his best to court popularity with the English by an affable bearing and a regard for their prejudices. He strove to make them look on him as the nation's representative, and to flatter them into believing that his resolves were really in accordance with their own will and interests. He represented to them not only law and order, but a national feeling and a national pride. It was this clever acting that made it possible for him to manipulate England according to his wishes. He appeared to take the people into his confidence, and they replied by believing his statements even when they were most unfounded and misleading. Thus it was that Henry was able to rule despotically for 40 years without having a serious quarrel with his parliament and without being compelled to raise a standing army, the tool with which all contemporary despots were forced to employ. Henry VIII was very young when he came to the throne. He had only reached the age of 18. His character was still undeveloped, though he was known to be both clever and active. All that the nation knew of him was that he was a bright, handsome youth, fond of horse and hound, but equally fond of his books and his lute. He had from the first an eye for popularity, and did all that he could to please the people by shows and pageants that forced him to dip deeply into his father's hoarded money. Yet the first act of Henry's reign was ominous of future cruelty and ruthlessness. Knowing the unpopularity of his father's harsh and extortionate but faithful servants, Empson and Dudley, he cast them into prison and had them attainted by Parliament on a preposterous charge of treason. They were well hated, and the people saw their heads fall with joy, not reflecting on the character of a king who could deliberately slay his father's counsellors merely to win popular applause. Henry retained most of his father's old ministers in office, but he instantly reversed his father's policy of non-intervention in the wars of the continent. He had not long been seated on the throne when he joined the Holy League, a confederacy formed against France by Pope Julius II, in which both those old intriguers, the Emperor Maximilian and King Ferdinand of Aragon, were already enlisted. 1511. Henry might have left them to fight their own battles for the mastery of Italy and Flanders, but he was burning to assert his power in Europe and to win military distinction. His arms were fairly fortunate. A first attack on the south of France failed, but he met with considerable success in 1513 when he landed at Calais with 25,000 men, took the towns of Tournai and Terouanne, and routed the French army of the north at an engagement called the Battle of the Spurs, from the haste with which the French knights urged their horses out of the fray. Finding his armies losing ground both in Italy and in Flanders, King Louis XII sought peace from Henry and obtained it at the cheap price of paying 100,000 crowns and marrying the Princess Mary, the young English monarch's favourite sister. 1514. These easy terms were granted because Henry found that his two wily allies, Ferdinand and Maximilian, had no intention of helping him, and were bent purely on their own aggrandizement. The alliance with Louis was not to have much duration, for within a year he was dead, killed, as the chroniclers assert, by the late hours and high living which his gay young English queen persuaded him to adopt. His widow soon dried her tears and married Sir Charles Brandon, one of her brother's favourite companions, whom Henry, to grace the match, decorated with the ill-omened title of Duke of Suffolk, the spoil of the unhappy de la Poles. From this union sprang one who was to sit for a brief moment on the English throne. Footnote: Lady Jane Grey, granddaughter and heiress of Charles and Mary. End of footnote. Ere the French treaty had been made, a short, stirring episode of war had taken place on England's northern frontier. King James IV of Scotland had certain border feuds to settle with the English, and thought he might best take his revenge while Henry and his army were overseas in Flanders. So he suddenly declared war and crossed the Tweed into Northumberland. Thomas Howard, Earl of Surrey, son of John of Norfolk, who fell at Bosworth, was in charge of the border at the time. He raised the levies of the northern counties and marched to meet the Scots. By throwing himself between King James and his retreat on Scotland, he forced the enemy to fight. On Flodden Field, between the Till and the Tweed, the armies met and fought a fierce and doubtful battle which lasted far into the night. Though victorious on one wing, the Scots were beaten in the centre, and their king and most of his nobles fell in a desperate struggle around the royal banner. In the darkness, the survivors of the struggle dispersed and fled home. The death of their warlike sovereign and the slaughter which had thinned their fighting men kept the Scots quiet for many a day. During the long and troublous minority of James V, King Henry need fear no danger from the north. As a reward for his victory, Surrey was restored to his father's dukedom of Norfolk, 1513. In these early years of his reign, King Henry had already taken as his chief minister the able statesman who was, for 20 years, to be the second personage in England. Thomas Wolsey, Dean of Lincoln, was the son of a butcher of Ipswich, who had sought advancement in the church, the easiest career for an able man of low birth. He had served Fox, Bishop of Winchester, one of Henry VII's chief advisers, and from his service passed into that of the king. He was an active, untiring man with a great talent for work and organization of all sorts. Henry made him Bishop of Tournai, then Archbishop of York, and finally Chancellor. In this capacity he served for no less than 14 years and was the chosen instrument of all his master's schemes. His dignity was increased when, in 1515, the Pope made him a cardinal and afterwards appointed him his legate in England, an office which seemed to trench overmuch on the authority of the Archbishop of Canterbury as the head and primate of the English Church. It suited King Henry to have a minister who could relieve him of much of the toil and drudgery of government, who did not fear responsibility, and who was entirely dependent on his master. As long as he was well served, and granted plenty of spare time for his pleasures and enjoyments, he allowed Wolsey a very free hand. The cardinal's head was somewhat turned by his elevation, and he indulged in a pomp and state such as almost befitted a king, never moving about without a sumptuous train of attendants. This arrogance made him much disliked, especially by the old nobility. But the king tolerated it with all the more ease because he preferred that his minister should be less popular than himself. It was always convenient to have someone on whom the blame of royal failures might be laid, and Wolsey, with his ostentation of power and pride, made an admirable shield for his master. Henry allowed him, therefore, the prominence in which his soul delighted, gave him his way in things indifferent, but was ready to check him sharply when he began to develop any tendency to act contrary to his own royal will. In the earlier days of Wolsey's ministry, the face of Europe was profoundly changed by the deaths of the three old monarchs who had been the contemporaries of Henry VII. Louis XII of France died in 1515. Ferdinand of Aragon in 1516, the Emperor Maximilian in 1519. The successors of these old diplomatists were two young men, each slightly junior to the young King of England. In France, the reckless and warlike Francis I succeeded his cousin Louis XII. In Spain and in the dominions of the House of Habsburg, Ferdinand and Maximilian were followed by their grandson Charles V, the child of the emperor's son and the king's daughter. Charles, being already King of Spain, Duke of Burgundy, and Archduke of Austria, was elected emperor by the Germans in succession to his grandfather Maximilian. Now Francis of France and Charles of Austria were rivals from their youth, and their rivalry was the main source of trouble in European politics for a whole generation. England had to choose between them when she sought an ally, but Henry found it by no means easy to make up his mind. France was his hereditary enemy, but, on the other hand, Charles, by uniting Spain, the Netherlands, and Austria, and acquiring in addition the position of emperor, had built up such a vast power that he overshadowed Europe, and seemed dangerous by reason of his overgreat dominions and wealth. Henry and Wolsey, therefore, fell back on the idea that a balance of power in Europe was the best thing for England. It would be a misfortune if either Francis I or Charles V should grow so powerful as to dominate the whole continent. England accordingly would do well to see that neither obtained complete success, and to make a rule of helping the weaker party from time to time. For the next 10 years, therefore, Henry was always trimming the scales, and transferring his weight from one side to the other. Such a policy made him much courted by both parties, and won him much flattery and an occasional subsidy or treaty of commerce. But, on the other hand, it prevented either Francis or Charles from looking upon him as a trustworthy ally, or dealing fairly with him in the hours of their success. For they argued that there was no object in serving a friend who might turn into an enemy at the shortest notice. Thus, Henry and Wolsey, with all their astuteness, got no profit for England or for themselves, for they were never trusted, and promises made to them in the hour when their help was needed were never fulfilled when their aid was no longer necessary. There was something false, insincere, and degrading in this trimming policy. It is disgusting to read how Henry greeted his neighbour Francis in 1520 at the celebrated Field of the Cloth of Gold near Calais, with all manner of pomp and pageantry and profuse protestations of brotherly love, and then, within a month, had met Charles at Gravelines and concluded a secret treaty of alliance with him against the friend whose kiss was yet upon his cheek. For all the negotiations and fighting which accompanied the changes of English policy, only one definite result was reached. England was beginning to grow poorer and more discontented. The hoarded treasure of Henry VII had long been exhausted, and the taxation which his son was compelled to levy was growing more and more heavy. Henry had fallen into the evil habit of dispensing with parliamentary grants. From 1515 to 1523, and again in 1527 and 1528, he never summoned the two houses to assemble. The money which he ought to have asked from them, he raised by the illegal devices of benevolences and forced loans. Wolsey got the credit of advising this tyrannous extortion, and gained no small hatred thereby, but his master was in truth far more responsible for it than he. The cardinal, however, bore the blame, and it was said that all the chaotic changes in England's policy were inspired by Wolsey's desire to attain the position of Pope, by the aid of whichever of the two powers of France and Austria had the advantage for the moment. There is no doubt that there was some truth in the charge. The cardinal's ambition was overweening, and he would gladly have become Pope, because he had conceived great schemes of church reform which the possession of the papacy alone would have enabled him to carry out. It is certain that Charles V twice deluded Wolsey into aiding him by the tempting bait of the papal tiara. But on each occasion the emperor used his influence at Rome to get some surer partisan elected. End of section 39. Section 40 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 21. Henry VIII and the Breach with Rome, 1509 to 1536, Part 2. Wolsey's scheme of reforming the Church was no doubt suggested to him by the discontent against the clergy which was, at this moment, beginning to break out all over Europe. Since the days of Wycliffe, religious matters had not been taking any very prominent place in English politics. But a storm was now at hand far more terrible than that which had swept over the land in the days of the Lollards. The condition of the Church of Western Christendom had become more and more deplorable of late. The worst example was set at headquarters. Bad as the popes of the 14th century had been, those who were contemporary with the Tudors were far worse. Rome had seen, in succession, 3 scandalous popes, the first of whom, Alexander VI, the celebrated Rodrigo Borgia, was a monster of depravity, a murderer given up to the practice of the foulest vices. The second, Julius II, was a mere secular statesman with no piety, but a decided talent both for intrigue and for hard fighting. The third, Leo X, was a cultured atheist of artistic tastes, who used to tell his friends that Christianity was a profitable superstition for popes. Under such pontiffs, all the abuses of the medieval church came to a head. Ill living, corruption, open impiety, reckless interference in secular politics, non-residence, neglect of all spiritual duties, greed for money were more openly practiced by the clergy than in any previous age. Even the better sort of ecclesiastics could see no harm in obvious abuses. Fox, Bishop of Winchester, a man of great virtue, absented himself for 20 years from his see. Wolsey held 3 sees at once and never went near any of them. The lamentable state of the Church would have provoked murmuring in any age, but in the 16th century it led to open rebellion in all those countries of Europe which still retained some regard for religion and morals. The revival of arts and letters, which men call the Renaissance, was now at its height, and Europe was, for the first time, full of educated laymen who could criticize the Church from outside and compare its teaching with its practice. The multiplication of books, owing to the discovery of printing, had placed the means of knowledge in every man's hands, and the revived study of Hebrew and Greek was setting the learned to read the Scriptures in their original tongues. All the elements of a violent outbreak against the papacy, its superstitions and its enormities, were ready to combine. In 1517, a German friar, Martin Luther, had first given voice to the universal discontent by opposing the immoral practice of selling indulgences, or papal letters remitting penances for sins in return for money. He had followed this up by preaching against many other papal abuses, and when Leo X replied by excommunicating him, he began to attack the whole system of the medieval church, inveighing against the Pope's spiritual supremacy, the invocation of saints, the celibacy of the clergy, the adoption of the monastic life, and many other matters. He was supported by his prince, Frederick, Elector of Saxony, and a great part of Germany at once declared in his favour, 1517 to 1521. England was not at first very much affected by the revolt of Germany against the papacy. The English church was far less corrupt than those of France or Italy, and though full of abuses, was not really unpopular with the nation. It still retained much of the old national spirit, and was not the mere slave of the Pope. Neither king nor people showed any signs of following the lead of the Germans. Henry wrote a book to prove Luther's views heretical, and received in return from Leo X the title of Defender of the Faith, which English sovereigns still display on their coinage. Wolsey devoted himself to practical reforms, leaving doctrine alone. His first measure was to suppress many small and decayed monasteries, and to build, with their plunder, his great foundation of Cardinal's College, afterwards known as Christ Church, in the University of Oxford. It was not till about 1527 that England began to be drawn into the struggle which was convulsing all continental Europe, and then the cause of quarrel came from the king's private affairs, and not from any doctrinal dispute. It will be remembered that Henry had been affianced by his father to Catherine of Aragon, the widow of his brother Arthur, Prince of Wales. Marriage with a deceased brother's wife being illegal, a papal dispensation had been procured to remove the bar, and Henry had married Catherine on his accession, so that he could not plead compulsion on the part of his father. The marriage was not a wise one, for the Queen, though a very gentle and virtuous woman, was 6 years older than her husband, had no personal attractions, and was delicate in health. All the children whom she bore to Henry died in infancy, except one, the Princess Mary. By 1527, Catherine was a confirmed invalid, and showed all the signs of premature old age, though she was only 42. Now Henry VIII was morbidly anxious for a son to succeed him. He was the only surviving male of the House of Tudor, and could not bear the thought of leaving the throne to a sickly girl. It was obvious that Catherine would bear him no more children, and, regardless of the duty and respect that he owed to her, he began to think of obtaining a divorce, and marrying a younger wife. His project took a definite shape when his eye was caught by the beautiful Anne Boleyn, a niece of the Duke of Norfolk and one of the maids of honour. Becoming desperately enamoured of her, he resolved to press for a divorce at once. Wolsey, who saw that the kingdom needed a male heir, undertook to procure the Pope's consent to the repudiation of Catherine. But this task proved more difficult than he had expected. Popes were generally indulgent enough to kings who would pay handsomely for their heart's desire. But the reigning pontiff, Clement VII, was in an unhappy position. He was completely at the mercy of the Emperor Charles V, whose troops had lately taken and sacked Rome. Charles was resolved that his Aunt Catherine should not be divorced, and Pope Clement was mortally afraid of offending him. Instead, therefore, of granting the demand of Henry VIII, he temporized and appointed 2 cardinals, Wolsey himself and Campeggio, the Italian Bishop of Salisbury, to investigate the question. Henry and Wolsey hoped to force on a prompt decision, but Campeggio deliberately hung back, and the Pope finally recalled him and summoned the king to send his case to be tried at Rome, 1528. Henry wrongly thought that this check was due to some bungling or reluctance on the part of Wolsey, not seeing that the Pope's fears of the emperor were the real cause. He at once withdrew his support from the great minister, though Wolsey needed it more at this moment than ever before, for he was in great disfavour with the nation, both for his arrogance and for the heavy taxation which he had imposed on the land. He had actually demanded from Parliament the unprecedented tax of 4 shillings in the pound on all men's lands and incomes, and, though the House plucked up courage to resist this extortionate claim, had obtained as much as 2 shillings. In 1529, the cardinal, fearing to meet another Parliament, had recourse to the old device of benevolences, on a larger scale than ever. This led to rioting and open resistance. Then the king, to the surprise of all men, suddenly declared that Wolsey's action was taken without his knowledge and consent, and dismissed him from the office of Chancellor, which he had held since 1515. His place as the king's chief counsellor fell to the Duke of Norfolk, the uncle of Anne Boleyn. The king immediately proceeded to treat the cardinal with great ingratitude. Wolsey's harsh deeds had always been wrought for his master's benefit rather than his own, but Henry chose to ignore this fact and to win a cheap popularity by persecuting his old and faithful servant. Probably Anne Boleyn and her uncle Norfolk, exasperated by the delay in the king's divorce, stirred up Henry to the attack. The cardinal was impeached for having accepted the title of legate from Rome without the king's formal leave many years before. Henry had made no objection at the time, and it was pure hypocrisy to pretend indignation now. But Wolsey was declared to have incurred penalties under the Statute of Praemunire, which forbade dealings with Rome conducted without royal leave. He was condemned, deprived of all his enormous personal property, and sent away from court to live in his Archbishopric of York. A year later, Henry again commenced to molest him, and he was on his way to London to answer a preposterous charge of treason when he died at Leicester, as much of a broken heart as of any disease. He had been arrogant and harsh in his day of power, but had served his master so faithfully that nothing can excuse Henry's ingratitude. Unfortunately for England, he had taught the king the dangerous lesson that he could go very far in the direction of absolute and tyrannical government, and escape from the consequent unpopularity by throwing over his ministers. Henry used this knowledge to the full during the rest of his reign. Meanwhile, Wolsey's disgrace and the complete failure of the attempt to win a divorce from the Pope had been leading the king into new paths. He had taken to himself 2 new counsellors. In secular matters, he gave his confidence to Thomas Cromwell, a clever, low-born adventurer whom Wolsey had discovered and brought to court. In matters religious, he was beginning to listen to his chaplain, Thomas Cranmer, a man with a curious mixture of piety and weakness, one of the few Englishmen who had as yet been touched by the doctrines of the Continental Reformers. It was not, however, as a reformer that Cranmer commended himself to his master. Indeed, he kept his Lutheran opinions very secret. But he had suggested to the king a new method of dealing with the divorce question, which Henry considered not unpromising. It might be urged that the marriage with a deceased brother's wife was so strictly and definitely forbidden in the Scriptures that the Pope had no authority to sanction it, and so the promissory bull of Julius II might be scouted as so much waste paper. Henry eagerly swallowed the idea and sent round the question, stated as a moot point, to all the universities of Europe. About half of them answered as he wished, that the marriage was illegal from the first. Armed with this authority, he resolved to go further. But first, Henry was resolved to show the English clergy that he was determined to stand no opposition from them on this point. He opened a campaign against all manner of church abuses, with the object of winning for himself popularity with the nation by the cheap expedient of a pretended zeal for purity and piety. He told the convocation of the clergy that they had all made themselves liable to the penalties of praemunire for recognizing Wolsey as legate without the royal leave. They only got pardon by voting the king the large fine of £118,000. He also caused convocation to address him as Supreme Head, as far as the law of Christ will allow, of the English Church and clergy, thus casting a slur on the Pope's universal authority. Convocation was also forced to submit to an Act of Parliament, which swept away two ancient abuses: the right to claim benefit of clergy when accused of a felony and so to escape the king's justice, and the power of evading the statute of mortmain, by receiving legacies under trust instead of in full proprietorship. The Pope, still proving recalcitrant in the matter of the divorce, Henry took the further step of threatening to cut off the main contribution which England sent to Rome, the annates, or first fruits, paid by all benefices when they changed hands. This menace did not bring Clement VII to reason, and Henry at last took the step which involved a fatal breach with Rome. He appointed the pliant Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, and bade him try the question of divorce in an English ecclesiastical court, without any further application to Rome. Queen Catherine refused to appear before such a tribunal, and formally appealed to the Pope's justice. But Cranmer proceeded with the trial, declared the marriage contrary to the law of God, and pronounced the king free from all his ties and able to wed again. Even before the decision was announced, Henry had secretly married Anne Boleyn, January 1533, and the moment that the court had given judgment, he presented her to the nation as Queen of England. The unhappy Catherine retired into privacy at Kimbolton, where she survived nearly 3 years. The Pope at once declared the new marriage illegal and threatened Henry with an excommunication. Many good men were scandalized to see the king repudiate a wife who had lived as his faithful spouse for 20 years. Murmurings and prophecies of ill filled the air, and Henry felt that trouble was brewing. But he only hardened his heart and caused Parliament to pass a bill for cutting short the Pope's spiritual authority over England, unless he should acknowledge the validity of the new marriage within 3 months. Clement refused to be bullied into compliance, and the rupture came, 1533. Queen Anne soon bore the king a daughter, the famous Queen Elizabeth, and Henry then ordered all his subjects to take an oath repudiating all obedience to papal orders and acknowledging the child as rightful heiress of the realm, to the prejudice of his elder daughter, Mary. This oath many persons refused to take, since it openly disavowed the Pope's authority over the English Church. The chief of them was Sir Thomas More, a learned and virtuous statesman who had succeeded Wolsey as Chancellor, and Fisher, Bishop of Rochester. Henry cast them into prison, and soon after caused Parliament to pass the Act of Supremacy, which declared him Supreme Head of the Church of England, and pronounced anyone who denied him this title guilty of high treason. Under this ferocious edict, More and Fisher were beheaded, and many other minor personages suffered with them. Pope Paul III, who had just succeeded to Pope Clement's tiara, now caused a bull to be drawn up against his enemy, December 15th, 1535. He not only pronounced King Henry an excommunicated person, but declared him to be deposed from his throne. It was now war to the knife between the king and the papacy, and the rest of Henry's reign was to be taken up with the struggle. During the 12 years that he had still to live, he spent all his energies in severing every link that still bound England to Rome. End of section 40. End of chapter 21. Section 41 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 22. The English Reformation, 1536 to 1553. Part 1. The breach between England and Rome had become irreparable when Henry executed More and Fisher, and when Pope Paul had declared the king deposed. The Church of England had now seceded from the Roman obedience, and organized herself as an independent body with the sovereign as her supreme head. The secession had been carried out entirely on the king's initiative, but the nation had acquiesced in it because of the old and long-felt abuses of which the papacy had always been the maintainer. King and people alike wished to make an end of the customs by which the Pope had profited, his vast gains from the annates of English sees and benefices, his habit of appointing non-resident Italians to the richest English preferments, his power of summoning litigants on ecclesiastical matters before the distant, costly, and corrupt church courts at Rome. It was generally thought that when England freed herself from the Roman obedience, she would be able to reform in peace all the faults and abuses which disfigured her ecclesiastical system. Further than this, the majority of the nation did not at first wish to go. They had not ceased to be Catholics, though they were no longer Roman Catholics. Only a comparatively small section of the English people had yet been affected by the later developments of continental Protestantism. But the conditions of the English and the Germans at the moment when both threw off the yoke of Rome were sufficiently similar to make it inevitable that the theories of the continental reformers would ere long begin to act upon English minds. The German protest against the papacy had taken shape in the declaration that the Bible alone was the rule by which Christian men should order their lives, that the tradition of the medieval church, which supplemented the teaching of the Gospels, was dangerous, full of errors and superstitions, and often directly opposed to scriptural precept. Medieval traditions were the bulwark of the Roman See, and ere long we find King Henry and his bishops following the Germans into this position, and basing the reform of the English Church on the Bible and the Bible alone. But when tradition was rejected and the Scriptures taken as the sole test of all doctrines, further development became inevitable. There soon arose reformers in England, as on the Continent, who could not find in their Bibles any justification for some of the doctrines to which King Henry clung most obstinately, and most of all for the dogma of transubstantiation, round which the Roman Church had built up its main claim to rule the souls of men. This doctrine concerning the sacrifice of the Mass, as commonly held at this time in the Western Church, taught that, at the celebration of the Holy Communion, when the priest had consecrated the sacramental bread and wine, the very flesh and blood of Christ became carnally and corporeally present in the chalice and paten. That the bread and wine were no longer bread and wine, but had been transubstantiated into Christ's own body, which was, day by day, offered up in sacrifice for the sins of the world. The Pope and the priesthood, by their power of granting or refusing the sacrament to the laity, stood as the sole mediators between God and man. The continental Protestants, cut off from the main body of the Western Church by the Pope's ban, had formulated theories which struck at the roots of the power of the clergy. Many of them treated the sacrament of the Lord's Supper as no more than a solemn ceremony, denying any sacramental character to the rite. The majority of the early English Protestants fell into this extreme view. Now Henry VIII, to the end of his days, stood firm to the medieval doctrine of the sacrament, and fully accepted transubstantiation, though he denied the deduction which the Roman Church had drawn from it, that by it the Pope and clergy are the despotic masters of the souls of men. He merely desired to place himself in the position which the Pope had hitherto held, as head of the spiritual hierarchy of England. With the pliant Cranmer and other bishops of his own to serve him, he wished to become as despotic a sovereign over the souls of Englishmen as he already was over their bodies. To a great extent he succeeded, and for the last 12 years of his reign he exercised a hateful spiritual tyranny over his subjects, drawing a hard and fast line of submission to his own views, which no man was allowed to overstep in either direction. Roman Catholics who denied his power to supersede the Pope's authority were hung as traitors. Protestants who refused to accept his theory of the sacraments were burnt as heretics. The turning point of Henry's reign was the turbulent and boisterous year 1536-7. In pursuance of his plan of a campaign against the papacy, disguised under the shape of a reform of abuses, Henry had resolved to attack the monasteries. The monks had long been an unpopular class. The impulse towards monasticism, which had been so vigorous in the 12th and 13th centuries, had long died away, and ever since the time of Wycliffe, men had been asking each other what was the use of the monasteries. There were no less than 619 of them in England. They were enormously wealthy, and they did little to justify their existence. They had long ceased to be centres of learning or of teaching. Beyond going through their daily round of mechanical church services, their inmates did absolutely nothing. Their wealth had led to much luxury, both of splendid building and of high living. To this day, the traveller who measures the ruins of enormous and sumptuous abbeys planted in the wilderness, like Tintern or Fountains, and learns that they served no public or spiritual end save the sheltering of a few dozen monks, wonders at the magnificence of the husk which contained so small and withered a kernel. But the monasteries were worse than useless. They were absolutely harmful. Their worst habit was to acquire rich country livings, draw all the tithes from them, and work them with a vicar on starvation wages. If we see a poor living in modern England, we generally find that the monks sucked the marrow out of it in the Middle Ages, to rear their colossal chapels and their magnificent refectories. It was the monasteries, too, which, by their indiscriminate doles and charities, reared and fostered the horde of itinerant beggars who, under the name of pilgrims, tramped from abbey to abbey all the year round. Worse than this, there is no doubt that a considerable amount of evil living prevailed in some of the monasteries. Before the Reformation had been heard of, we find Archbishop Warham and Cardinal Wolsey storming at the immorality of certain religious houses. It was but natural that idleness, luxury, and high living should breed such results among the grosser souls in the monastic corporations. In public esteem, the better houses suffered for the sins of the worse. The monks had always been the faithful allies of the popes, and Henry determined to suppress this papal militia, as they have been called, and at the same time to fill his pockets from their plunder. Accordingly, he sent commissioners round England to report on the state of the religious houses. These officials, as the king had wished, drew up a very gloomy report. They declared that they found nothing but idleness and corruption among the smaller monasteries, and that many of the greater were no better. There can be no doubt that they grossly exaggerated the blackness of the picture, knowing that the king would welcome all possible justification for the action which he was meditating. But it was equally certain that in most parts of England the monks were deservedly unpopular, and that the commissioner's report only reflected the nation's belief. Henry laid the report before his Parliament, and at his suggestion an act was passed suppressing the lesser monasteries, all such as had an income of less than £200 per annum. Their goods were confiscated to the crown, but an allowance was made to such of the monks as did not find places in the surviving monasteries of the larger sort. 1536. The year of the dissolution of small monasteries was notable for a tragedy in the palace, which shows Henry's unlovely character at its worst. He had been growing cold to the fair and ambitious queen who had brought on him his quarrel with Rome. She had disappointed his hope of a male heir. Only the Princess Elizabeth had sprung from the marriage. Henry had tired of her voluptuous airs and graces, and was beginning to feel vexed at the want of dignity and decorum which she displayed among his courtiers. Anne's light words and unseemly familiarity with many of the gentlemen of his household roused his anger. But what was most fatal to the unfortunate queen was that his eye had caught another face about the court, which now seemed to him more attractive than his wife's. Suddenly and unexpectedly the storm burst. On May 2nd, 1536, the king sent Anne to the Tower and charged her with misconduct with several members of his household. Protesting her innocence and amazement to the last, the unhappy young wife was tried, condemned, and executed within a space of less than 3 weeks from her arrest. Her own father and uncle sat on the bench of peers which declared her an adulteress. But the fact witnesses to their shame and cowardice rather than to her criminality. In all probability, she was guilty of nothing more than unwise levity. Her real crime was not adultery, but standing in the way of Henry's lawless desires. With the most unseemly haste, the king wedded Jane Seymour, the lady who had already attracted his notice, the moment that his wretched second wife had breathed her last. But he had small leisure to spend on his wedding, for the year 1536 was one of great peril to him. A rebellion in Ireland, led by the Fitzgeralds, the greatest of the Anglo-Irish nobles, was already in progress. A still more dangerous phenomenon was the stir which was arising in the north of England. The northern counties were always a generation behind the rest of England in their politics. There, the monks were more powerful and less disliked than in any other part of the land, and the nobles still retained much of their old feudal power over their vassals, and some of their old turbulence. The north had beheld the breach with Rome with dismay and dislike, and remained strongly papist in its sympathies. The dissolution of the monasteries moved it to an active protest against the king's religious action. Rioting suddenly broke out in Lincolnshire and then in Yorkshire. The insurgents gathered in great bands, and at last no less than 30,000 men mustered at Doncaster under Robert Aske, a lawyer, and Lord Darcy. They called themselves the Army of the Church, raised a banner displaying the 5 wounds of Christ as their standard, and demanded a reconciliation with the Pope, the restoration of the religious houses, and the dismissal of the king's impious minister Cromwell, and the heretic bishops who had favoured the breach with Rome. The gentry of the north and the priors and abbots of the great abbeys of Yorkshire joined the rising, which men called the Pilgrimage of Grace, because the rebels wished to go to meet the king and to submit their demands to his personal judgment. Henry was caught unprepared, but he managed to extricate himself from the peril by his unscrupulous double-dealing. He sent the Duke of Norfolk, whose dislike of Protestantism was well known, to treat with the rebels. Norfolk pledged his word that the king would pardon the insurgents and take all their demands into favourable consideration. The simple northerners dispersed, trusting to Henry's good faith, but the king employed the time he had gained in raising an army and getting together a great train of artillery. He then marched into Yorkshire as an invader, and made no further pretence of listening to the claims of the insurgents. In consequence, the more vehement of the partisans of the old faith again took arms. This was as Henry desired, for he wanted an excuse to terrorize the north. He easily put down the Second Rising and hung all the leaders of the Pilgrimage of Grace, Aske, Lord Darcy, Lord Hussey, and the abbots of all the great monastic establishments of the north, Whalley, Fountains, Jervaux, Barlings, and Sorley. March to May, 1537. This fearful blow cowed most of the partisans of the papacy, and no more open revolts followed. But a little later, the last representatives of the House of York were detected in paths which the king suspected to be treasonable. They thought, it seems, that the indignation of the Catholics against the king's doings might be turned into a dynastic revolution in favour of the old royal line. Edward Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, a grandson of Edward IV, and Henry Pole, Lord Montague, a grandson of George of Clarence, were the persons implicated in this intrigue, which never got beyond the stage of treasonable talk. Nevertheless, the king beheaded them both, though the evidence against them was most imperfect. But Henry never stayed his hand for want of legal proof, and slew all whom he suspected. He even imprisoned, and some years afterwards executed, the aged mother of Lord Montague, Margaret of Clarence, Countess of Salisbury, sister of the unfortunate Edward of Clarence, whom his father had slain 41 years back. The insurrection in Ireland, which had been raging at the same time as the Pilgrimage of Grace, ended in a way no less profitable to the king. Not only did he capture and hang well nigh the whole family of the Fitzgeralds of Kildare, the heads of the rising, but his armies, under Lord Deputy Grey, pushed out from the English Pale and compelled most of the chiefs of Munster and Connaught to do homage to the crown, though the king's writ had not run in those provinces for 2 centuries. This was the first step towards the conquest of Ireland afterwards carried out by Queen Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Henry's determination to strike at all the roots of papal power in England had been carrying him further than he himself realized on the road towards Protestantism. The Articles of 1536, drawn up by his own hand, declared that all doctrines and ceremonies for which authority could not be found in the Bible were superstitious and erroneous. As a logical consequence of this declaration, the Bible itself, translated into English, was issued to the people by royal order in 1538 and ordered to be placed in every church. The translation used was that made by a zealous Protestant, William Tyndale, who had printed it in Antwerp some years before. The unfortunate translator had been caught and burnt by the Emperor Charles V only a short time before his book became the rule of life for Englishmen. When the Bible had once been placed in the hands of the people, Protestantism in England began to advance by leaps and bounds. It was secretly favoured by both Archbishop Cranmer and by the king's great minister, Cromwell. The latter, more logical than his master, wished to see all traces of Roman Catholicism removed from England, and tried to guide the king towards a frank recognition of Protestantism and an alliance with the Lutheran princes of Germany. But it was dangerous work to endeavour to govern or persuade Henry, as Cromwell was to find to his cost. One more step at least he did induce his master to take: the final destruction of all the remaining monasteries. The plunder of the lesser houses had been so profitable that Henry was easily induced to doom the greater to the same fate. In the course of 1538 to 9 to 40, all were swept away. In many cases, the abbots and monks were induced to surrender their estates peaceably into the king's hands, in return for pensions or promotion. But where persuasion failed, force was used. An Act of Parliament was passed by Henry's submissive commons, bestowing on him the lands of all monastic foundations. Then they were suppressed, the harmless and well-ordered ones no less than the worst and most corrupt. When the monks offered obstinate resistance, the king dealt very cruelly with them. The wealthy abbots of Glastonbury, Reading, and Colchester were all hung, really for reluctance to surrender their houses, nominally for treason in refusing to acknowledge the king's complete spiritual supremacy as head of the church. The enormous plunder of the monasteries brought the king little permanent good. He had promised to use it for ecclesiastical purposes and had broached a scheme for founding many new churches and schools and creating 20 fresh bishoprics. But in the end, he lavished most of the lands of the religious houses upon those of the nobles and gentry whom he thought worth bribing. The church only benefited by the endowing of the 6 new bishoprics: Oxford, Chester, Peterborough, Bristol, Gloucester, and the short-lived See of Westminster. But Henry was resolved to show the Protestants that they must not expect his countenance in spite of the blows which he was dealing at the Roman Catholics. In the very year in which the majority of the greater monasteries fell, he forced his Parliament to pass the cruel Bill of the 6 Articles. This odious measure condemned to forfeiture on the first offence and to death on the second all who should write or speak against certain of the ancient doctrines of the medieval Church, of which transubstantiation in the sacrament, the celibacy of the clergy, and auricular confession were the chief. 1539. Meanwhile, the king had at last obtained the male heir for whom he had so much longed. His third wife, Jane Seymour, bore him a son, Prince Edward, in 1537, though she died at the child's birth. On this boy all Henry's fondness was lavished. He was to be the sole heir to the throne, and his sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, were both stigmatized as illegitimate. After he had mourned Queen Jane for 2 years, Henry wished to marry again. By Cromwell's persuasion, he sought a wife among the Protestant princes of Germany, thinking so to strengthen himself against the Emperor Charles, who never to his death forgave him the matter of Catherine of Aragon's divorce. To his own ruin, Cromwell persuaded the king to choose Anne, sister of Duke William of Cleves, as his 4th spouse. The lady was plain and stupid, facts which Cromwell carefully concealed from his master till she had been solemnly betrothed to him and brought over to England. Henry was bitterly provoked when he was confronted with his new queen, and could not behave with ordinary civility to her. When he learned that the German alliances which he was to buy with his marriage had fallen through, he repudiated the unfortunate Anne. She was fortunately of a philosophic mood, and readily consented to be bought off for a large annual pension and a handsome residence at Chelsea. Henry at once wreaked his vengeance on Cromwell, for deceiving him as to Anne, and for failing in his negotiations with the German princes. He had him arrested, and accused him of receiving bribes and of having favoured the Protestants by dispersing heretical books and secretly releasing heretics from prison. Both charges were probably true, but they form no excuse for Henry's cruel treatment of the faithful and intrepid minister who had helped him through all the troubles of 1536–40. Cromwell was attainted and beheaded, to the great joy of the Roman Catholics, who thought that he had been the king's tempter and evil genius, whereas, in truth, he had been no more than his tool. Cromwell's end greatly encouraged the Roman Catholic party, and they were still more elated when the king married a lady known to incline towards the old faith. This was Catherine Howard, a cousin of Anne Boleyn and, like her, a niece of the Duke of Norfolk, 1540. Henry had been caught by her beauty, and had not discovered that she was a person of abandoned manners, whose amours were known to many persons about the court. Within 18 months of her marriage, she was detected in misconduct with one of her old lovers, and sent to the block. In her case, Henry had much more excuse for his ruthless cruelty than in that of Anne Boleyn. But what kind of wives could a monarch of such manners expect to find? He was undeservedly fortunate in his sixth marriage with Catherine Parr, the Dowager Lady Latimer, whom he wedded a year after Catherine Howard's execution. She was a young widow of 26, a person of piety and discretion who gave no opportunity of offence to the king and nursed him faithfully through the infirmities of his later years. For Henry, who had now reached the age of 52, was growing grossly corpulent and developing a complication of diseases which racked him fearfully during the last 5 years of his life, and partly explained the frantic exhibitions of cruelty to which he often gave way. End of section 41. Section 42 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 22, The English Reformation, 1536 to 1553, Part 2. The time was a very evil one for England. Not only was the king persecuting Romanist and Protestant indifferently, but he had added external to internal troubles. A war with Scotland had broken out in 1540, and was always keeping the northern frontier unquiet, though the English had the better in the fighting. James V allied himself to France, and Henry had to keep guard against attacks on the south as well as the north. The victory of Solway Moss, November 1542, put an end to any danger from Scotland. The news of it killed King James, who left his throne to his infant daughter Mary, the celebrated Queen of Scots. Her minority gave rise to factious struggles among the Scottish nobles, and Henry, by buying over one party, was able to keep the rest in check. In 1544, a great English army under the Earl of Hertford, Jane Seymour's brother, laid waste the whole of the lowlands and burnt Edinburgh, but did not succeed in driving the enemy to sue for peace. The French war was far more dangerous. King Francis collected a great fleet in Normandy and threatened an invasion of England. Henry was forced to arm and pay a vast array of shire levies to meet the attack, but when it came, 1545, the French were only able to land and make a raid in the Isle of Wight. They drew back after fruitlessly demonstrating against Portsmouth and burning a few English ships. The balance of gain in the war was actually in favour of Henry, who had taken Boulogne, 1544, and proved able to retain it against all attempts, till it was ceded to him by France at the Peace of 1546. But the struggles with France and Scotland had the most disastrous effect on the finances of the realm. Henry had wasted all the wealth that he had wrested from the monasteries, and now, to fill his pockets, tried the unrighteous expedient of debasing the currency. English money, which had been hitherto the best and purest in Europe, was horribly misused by him. He put 1/6 of copper into the gold sovereign, and 1/2, and afterwards 2/3 of copper into the silver shilling, to the lamentable defrauding of his subjects, who found that English money would no longer be accepted by continental traders, though previously it had been more esteemed than that of any other country. The debasement of the coinage was only one of the many symptoms of misgovernment which embittered the end of Henry's reign. The general upheaval of society caused by the overthrow of the monasteries and the sudden transfer of their enormous estates to new holders had given rise to much distress. Not only were the paupers who had lived on the monks' doles and the pilgrims who had been wont to wander from abbey to abbey thrown on the world to beg, but many of the old tenant farmers were displaced. For the new owners often preferred sheep breeding to agriculture, and drove out the courtiers who had been wont to hold a few acres under the old-fashioned management of the monastic bodies. Contemporary writers speak bitterly of the plague of sturdy and valiant beggars who flooded the land, unfrocked monks, pilgrims whose trade was over, disbanded soldiers, and evicted peasantry. The king and his parliament issued the most ferocious laws against these vagrants. When apprehended, they were to be branded and given as serfs for 2 years to anyone who chose to ask for their services. If caught a second time, they were liable to be hung as incorrigible. To complete this gloomy picture, there only remains to be added the story of the king's last outburst of suspicion and cruelty. Conceiving that the Duke of Norfolk and his son, the Earl of Surrey, were counting on his approaching death to make an attempt to seize the regency, he had them both apprehended, though nothing definite could be alleged against them, save that of late they had taken to quartering the royal arms in their family shield, a distinction to which they were entitled as descended from Edward III. Surrey, a soldier of great promise and a poet of considerable power, was beheaded. His father was doomed to follow him had not the king's death intervened. It is even said that Henry, in one of his more irritable moods, was threatening to try his blameless wife, Queen Catherine, for concealed Protestantism. But, to the general relief of England, Henry died before this last crime could be consummated, January 28, 1547. He left his realm in a condition of great misery, and for all its troubles, he was personally responsible. His breach with the papacy had been the result of private pique, not of conscience or principle. When committed to the anti-Roman cause, he had refused to move forward with the one half of his subjects, or to remain behind with the other. He had anchored the English Church for a time in a middle position, intolerable alike to Protestant reformers and to the partisans of the papacy and subjection to Rome. If the nation owed him a certain debt of gratitude for not committing England to some of the excesses of continental Protestantism, yet it owed him no thanks for officering the Church with a hierarchy of bishops, some of whom, like Cranmer, were meanly timid and pliant, while others were men of low ideals and unworthy lives, the mere creatures of court favour. Nor is it possible to view with equanimity the way in which Henry wasted on pageants, foreign intrigues, and fawning courtiers the vast sums which the state had acquired by the very proper and necessary abolition of the monasteries. Of Henry's unbounded selfishness, of his ingratitude to those who had served him best, of his ruthless cruelty to all who stood in his way, we need not further speak. The story of his reign develops each of these traits in its own particular blackness. Some historians have endeavoured to justify Henry's wavering foreign policy, and all his forcible feeble wars with continental powers, by the plea that, if he got no gain in land or gold thereby, yet he raised England to a higher place among European nations than she had held in his father's day. But this statement seems unwise. Henry, though much flattered and courted at times, was in fact the mere dupe of Francis I and Charles V, each of whom cheated him again and again and left him hopelessly in the lurch. England's growing wealth and power would have won her back her proper place in Europe far better than Henry's chaotic intrigues. His whole foreign policy was a mistake and a tangle from first to last. It remained to be seen who would now sway the sword and sceptre that the dead tyrant had gripped so firmly. In his last years, Henry had surrounded himself by ministers less notable and less capable than Wolsey or Cromwell. The chief place was held by his brother-in-law, Edward Seymour, Earl of Hertford, the brother of the unfortunate Queen Jane, and the uncle of Prince Edward, the heir to the crown. It was natural that the charge of the young king, a bright and promising but delicate lad, now in his 10th year, should fall to his uncle. But the late king, distrusting Hertford's wisdom, had left the regency not to him individually, but to a council of 16 members, of which he was but the president. Seymour, however, succeeded in getting a more complete control over his colleagues than had been intended, mainly by bribing them to consent with titles and large gifts of money. They allowed him to make himself protector of the realm and of the king's person, and to create himself Duke of Somerset. In return, he made the two chief members of the council earls. Wreathsley, head of the Anglo-Catholic party, became Earl of Southampton. Dudley, son of that Dudley who had paid with his head for serving Henry VII too well, was created Earl of Warwick. Having seized the reins of power, the Duke of Somerset soon showed himself a man of a character very different from the late king's expectation. Instead of pursuing the middle course of Anglo-Catholic policy, which Henry had always marked out, he threw himself at once into the hands of the Protestants. His first actions were directed towards the completion of the Reformation, by sweeping away all those remnants of the old faith which the late king had retained himself and imposed upon his subjects. Henry VIII had issued the Bible in English, and caused the Litany and certain other parts of the church service to be said in the national tongue. But Somerset abolished the use of the Latin language altogether, and caused the communion service and all the rest of the rites of the church to be celebrated in English. By the end of 1548, he had authorized the issue of the First Book of Common Prayer, the earliest form of our own Anglican prayer book. Cranmer had the chief part in its compilation, and his great gifts of expression are borne witness to by many of the most spiritual and beautiful prayers of our splendid and sonorous liturgy. When the fear of Henry had been removed from his mind, Cranmer showed himself an undoubted Protestant. But he was a moderate man, and spared many old rites and customs, harmless in themselves, from a love of conservatism. The prayer book was well received by all, save the extreme Romanists and the few partisans of continental Protestantism who complained that it did not go far enough. If the introduction of the English prayer book was both popular and necessary, it was far otherwise with the measures which accompanied it. Somerset's first year of rule was the time of the demolition of all the old church ornaments and furniture, which the Protestants condemned as mere idols and lumber. Not only were the images and pictures removed, but much beautiful carved work and stained glass was ruthlessly broken up. This was done with an irreverence and violence which deeply shocked the majority of the nation, and Somerset's agents made no distinction between monuments of superstition and harmless works of religious art. Two of the bishops, Bonner of London and Gardiner of Winchester, who ventured to oppose the Protector's doings, were placed in honourable confinement. While England was disturbed with these changes, many of them rational and necessary, but all of them hasty and rash, Somerset has succeeded in plunging the realm into two foreign wars. The English party, north of the Tweed, had promised the hand of their little 5-year-old Queen Mary to King Edward, but when they proved unable to fulfil their promise, owing to the hatred of the majority of the Scots for England, the Protector resolved to use coercive measures. He declared war and invaded the Lowlands in the autumn of 1547, wasting the country before him till he was met by the whole levy of Scotland on the hillside of Pinkie near Musselburgh. There he inflicted on them a bloody defeat, but gained no advantage thereby, for the Scots sent their child queen over to France to keep her safe from English hands, and when she reached the court of Henry II, she was wedded to his son, the Dauphin Francis. Thus Somerset entirely lost the object of his campaign, and only earned the desperate hate of the Scots for the carnage of Pinkie. The war with Scotland brought about a war with France, in which the Protector wasted much money. The struggle went against the English and ultimately led to the loss of Boulogne, the sole conquest of Henry VIII. While this war was in progress, Somerset was involved in serious trouble within the bounds of England itself. He detected his own brother, Lord Seymour of Sudley, plotting to marry the Princess Elizabeth and oust him from the regency. Seymour was pardoned once, but, on renewing his conspiracy, was apprehended and beheaded. But domestic plots were less to be feared than popular risings. In 1548–49, two dangerous rebellions broke out in west and east. In Devonshire, the Old Catholic party rose in arms, clamouring for the restoration of the Mass and the suppression of Protestantism. In the eastern counties, an insurrection of another sort was seen. The peasantry banded themselves together under the tanner Robert Kett, who called himself the King of Norfolk and Suffolk. They dreamed of a social revolution such as that which Wat Tyler had demanded in an earlier age, though their grievances were not the same as those of the 14th century. They complained of the rapacity of the new landholders who had superseded the old monastic bodies, and who were evicting the old peasantry right and left, and turning farms into sheep runs because wool paid better than corn. The enclosure of common lands, the debasement of the coinage, and the slowness and inefficacy of the law when used by the poor man were also denounced. Kett and his fellows began seizing and trying unpopular landholders and spoke of making a clean sweep of the upper classes. Now the Protector had no scruple in putting down the rising of the Devonshire Papists with great severity, but he felt that the Norfolk men had great excuses for their anger, and did not deal promptly and sternly with them. Kett's rising became very dangerous, and it seemed as if anarchy would set in all over the eastern counties. The rebels defeated the Marquis of Northampton and stormed Norwich. They were only dispersed at last by Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, who marched against them with a mercenary force which had been collected for the Scottish War, and routed them on Mousehold Heath. Kett was then hung, and the rebellion subsided. Somerset's mismanagement and weakness had so disgusted his colleagues in the Regency that, after the Eastern Rebellion, they resolved to depose him from the Protectorship. Finding that he could count on small support, and that the Council would be able to turn against him the armies which had pacified Norfolk and Devon, he wisely laid down his power. He was sent for a short time to the Tower, but soon the Council released him and gave him a place among them. 1550. Somerset's place was taken by John Dudley, the Earl of Warwick, son of the extortionate minister of Henry VII. The new Protector was far more unscrupulous and corrupt than his predecessor. Somerset had been a well-meaning, if an incapable, ruler. Warwick was purely self-seeking and cared nothing for national ends. He showed himself not much more competent as a ruler than the man he had overthrown, but he kept his power more firmly than Somerset because he never hesitated to strike down all who opposed him without any regard for justice or mercy. Warwick, finding the Protestant party in the ascendant, used them for his own ends, though in reality he was perfectly indifferent to religion. His tendencies were shown by the appointment of several bishops of ultra-Protestant views, and by the issuing of the Second Book of Common Prayer, to supersede the first. In this volume, strong signs of the influence of continental Protestantism are found, and the many traces of the pre-Reformation ritual were swept away. Warwick's administration, 1550–53, was no happier than Somerset's. He was forced to make a humiliating peace with France and to surrender Boulogne. Though he began to reform the coinage by issuing good silver money, yet he made the change harmful to the people by refusing to take back the old base money at the rate which it had been issued, and by actually uttering a considerable amount of debased money himself. Footnote: he would only take back as sixpences the base testoons, or shillings, which Somerset had paid out from the treasury at full value, alleging truly enough that they had but 4.5 pence of good silver in them. End of footnote. But reckless self-seeking was the main keynote of Warwick's rule. He employed his power unscrupulously to enrich both himself and his family. He took for himself the title of Duke of Northumberland, and ere long allied himself to the royal house by marrying his younger son, Guilford Dudley, to the king's cousin, Lady Jane Grey, the granddaughter of the Princess Mary, the favourite sister of Henry VIII. This alliance led him into schemes which were to prove his ruin. The young king was a bright and precocious boy, showing signs of capacity and strength of will beyond his years. If he had lived, he would have been a man of mark, for already in his 16th year he was showing a keen interest in politics and religion, and a tendency to think for himself. But he was incurably delicate, and by 1553 was obviously falling into consumption. Dudley saw that his power was bound to vanish on the king's death if the law of succession was maintained, and the king's eldest sister Mary, the child of Catherine of Aragon, allowed to succeed. The late king had drawn up a will in which he indicated that, if Edward died, he should be followed first by Mary and then by her younger sister Elizabeth, the daughter of Anne Boleyn. Henry had then added that, if all his children died heirless, he left the crown to the issue of his favourite sister Mary, the Duchess of Suffolk, and not to the descendants of his elder sister, Margaret of Scotland. Now Lady Jane Grey, the heiress of Mary of Suffolk, was in Northumberland's hands through her marriage with his son. Accordingly, the Duke resolved to persuade the young king to cut his sister out of the succession and leave the crown by will to his cousin. The pretext used was that both Mary and Elizabeth were illegitimate, the marriages of Catherine and of Anne to Henry VIII having both been declared void at different times by the obsequious Parliament of the last reign. It was, of course, utterly absurd that a boy of 16 should have the power to make a will transferring the crown, for by English usage the king's title depended on hereditary right and parliamentary sanction, not on the arbitrary decision of his predecessor. It was entirely unconstitutional to think of disinheriting the two princesses by a mere private document drawn up by their brother. But the young king was persuaded to grant his guardian's request, mainly because he feared the Romanist reaction which he knew would follow on the accession of his elder sister, who had always remained an obstinate adherent of the papacy. Long before the king's death, Northumberland had taken all the measures which he thought necessary for carrying out this arbitrary change in succession. He had packed the council with his hired partisans and swept away the only man that he feared, his predecessor Somerset. For noting that the late protector was regaining popularity and might prove a check upon him, he suddenly laid against him charges of treason and felony, alleging that he was plotting to regain the regency by force of arms. The unfortunate Somerset was condemned and executed, to the great indignation of the people, who esteemed his good heart, though they had doubted his judgment. 1552. All through the following year, King Edward's health was failing, and Dudley was perfecting his plans. In the summer of 1553, the young king wasted away and slowly sank into his grave. His cousin, Lady Jane, was at once proclaimed queen by the unscrupulous protector. End of section 42. End of chapter 22.
Section 43 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 23. The Catholic Reaction. 1553 to 1558. The death of Edward VI gave the signal for the outbreak of trouble all over England. The nation had acquiesced in the selfish and unscrupulous government of Northumberland solely because of its loyalty to the young king. When Edward passed away, it became at once evident that the Protector's power had no firm base, and that his attempt to change the succession would be fruitless. For every man, the Protestant no less than the Catholic, was fully persuaded that the Princess Mary was the true heir to the crown, and there was no party in the state, save the personal adherents of Dudley, who were prepared to strike a blow against her. Meanwhile, however, the Protector proclaimed his daughter-in-law queen in London, though citizens and courtiers alike maintained an attitude of cold disapproval. The Lady Jane was personally well liked. She was an innocent girl of 17, who loved her husband and her books, and had no knowledge or skill in affairs of state, but everyone knew that she was a usurper, a fact which no personal merits could gloze over. Northumberland directed his first efforts to seize the person of the Princess Mary. He sent his son, the Earl of Warwick, to lay hands on her, but she escaped and fled into the eastern counties, where the gentry of Norfolk and Suffolk, the most Protestant shires in the kingdom, hailed her as queen, and armed to defend her. Warwick's troops dispersed when he strove to induce them to attack the followers of the rightful heiress. This alarming symptom startled the Protector out of his security. He raised a larger force and set out at once to suppress the rising. But the moment that he had left London there was an outbreak in the capital itself. The majority of the royal council, when Northumberland's eye was off them, threw in their lot with the rioters, and London fell into the hands of Mary's partisans. Nor was this all. The whole of the shires from north to south rose in Mary's favour, and the Protector, who had marched as far as Cambridge, saw his army melt away from him. When the Earl of Arundel came against him in the name of the rightful queen, he was constrained to give up his sword and yield himself a prisoner. He was brought back to London, tried, and condemned for high treason. His last days showed the meanness of his character, for, in the hope of propitiating the queen, he declared himself a Catholic, heard mass, and made fulsome and degrading protestations of contrition and humility. They did not save his life, for he was beheaded, to the great joy of all England, only 6 weeks after the death of Edward VI, August 22nd, 1553. Mary cast into prison all Northumberland's tools, the unfortunate Lady Jane, queen for just 13 days, her husband Lord Guildford Dudley, her father the Duke of Suffolk, and most of the Dudley kin. For the present they suffered no further harm. The rightful heiress was now set upon the throne, and England had leisure to look on her and learn her moods. Mary was in her 39th year. Ever since her unfortunate mother's divorce she had been living in neglect and seclusion. Her father had stigmatized her as a bastard, and her brother had kept her from court. For 20 years she had been nursing her own and her mother's wrongs in lonely country manners, denied all the state and deference that were her due, and closely supervised by the underlings of the crown. It was small wonder that she had grown up discontented, suspicious, and morose. One help had sustained her through all her troubles, her intense faith in the old creed, which she believed to be true, and therefore bound to triumph in the end. Veritas temporis filial was her favourite motto. Mary's Catholicism was something more than earnest. It was a devouring flame, ready to consume all that stood in its way. She was set on avenging all the blood that had been shed by her father, all the insults to the old faith that had been inflicted by the ministers of her brother. She thought that she had come with a mission not merely to reconcile England to the papacy, but to scourge her for her past backsliding. The nation did not yet know of the habits of mind which its mistress harboured. The Protestants were ready to acquiesce in her rule. The majority, who were neither Protestants nor Papists, trusted that she was about to take up the middle course that her father had chosen. The Romanist minority hardly expected more than this from her at the first, but Mary's actions soon showed that she was set on a more violent reaction. Not only did she release from bonds the imprisoned bishops, Bonner and Gardiner, the old Duke of Norfolk, a captive since 1547, and all others who had suffered under her father and brother, but she began to molest those who had taken a prominent part in the religious doings of the late reign. Proceedings were begun against 10 Protestant bishops, including Cranmer, the primate of England, before she had been 2 months on the throne. Some of them fled overseas, the others were caught and put into confinement. The restoration of the Latin Mass was everywhere commanded. All married clergy were threatened with removal from their benefices. Mary began to speak openly of placing her realm under the supremacy of the Pope, and even of restoring to the Church all the monastic estates that her father had appropriated, an idea which filled every landowner with dismay. Meanwhile, another project was filling Mary's brain. She was determined to marry, and to rear up a Catholic heir to the throne, for she hated her half-sister, the Princess Elizabeth, Anne Boleyn's child, and utterly refused to acknowledge her legitimacy, or to own her as her next of kin. Mary had conceived a romantic affection on hearsay evidence for her cousin, Philip of Spain, the son and heir of the Emperor Charles V, a young prince 12 years her junior, whose charms and merits had been grossly overpraised her by interested persons. The prospect of winning England for his son allured the Emperor, and he warmly pressed the marriage, though Philip did not view with satisfaction the pursuit of such an elderly bride. When the Queen's intention of wedding Philip of Spain began to be known, it led to great discontent, for such a match implied not only a close union with the papal party on the continent, but the resumption of the war with France, which had brought so much loss and so little gain under Henry VIII and Edward VI, for Spain and France were still involved in their standing struggle for domination on the continent, and alliance with one meant war with the other. When the Queen's betrothal to Philip was announced, trouble at once followed. The Protestant party had viewed with dismay the restoration of the Mass, and foresaw persecution close at hand. Many who were not Protestants were anxious to stop the Spanish marriage and the renewal of the foreign war. Hence came the breaking out of a dangerous rebellion aiming at Mary's deposition, and the substitution for her of her sister Elizabeth, who was, however, kept in ignorance of the plot. The conspirators intended her to marry Edward Courtenay, Earl of Devon, son of the Courtenay, Marquis of Exeter, whom Henry VIII had beheaded in 1539, and last heir of the House of York. Courtenay himself, a vain and incapable young man, was not the real head of the conspiracy, which was mainly guided by the Duke of Suffolk, the father of Lady Jane Grey, and by Sir Thomas Wyatt, a young knight of Kent. Courtenay's babbling folly betrayed the plot too soon, and the conspirators had to rise before they were ready. The armed bands were easily crushed in all parts of England save in Kent. Wyatt raised 10,000 men in that very Protestant county, and boldly marched on London. The government had no sufficient force ready to hold him back, and he nearly succeeded in seizing the capital in the Queen's person. Many of the Londoners were ready to throw open the gates to him, but the Queen induced him to halt for a day by sending officers for an accommodation, and when he reached London Bridge he found it so strongly held that after some heavy fighting he gave up the passage as impossible, and started westward to cross the Thames at Kingston. This delay saved Mary. She displayed great courage and activity, hurried up to London all the trustworthy gentry within her reach, persuaded many of the citizens to arm in her favour, and was able to offer a firm resistance when Wyatt at last appeared in Middlesex and pressed on into the western suburbs of the city. The Queen's troops and the insurgents fought a running fight from Knightsbridge to Charing Cross. Wyatt, with the head of his column, cut his way down the Strand as far as Ludgate Hill, but his main body was broken up and dispersed, and he himself, after a gallant struggle, was taken prisoner at Temple Bar. Mary had much excuse for severity against the conquered rebels, but her vengeance went far beyond the bounds of wisdom. Wyatt was cruelly tortured to make him implicate the Princess Elizabeth in the plot, but died protesting that he had acted without her knowledge. Suffolk and his brother, Sir Thomas Grey, were beheaded. 80 of the more important rebels were hung, but in addition the unpardonable crime of slaying Lady Jane Grey was committed. She and her husband had been prisoners all the time of the rising, but Mary thought the opportunity of getting rid of her too good to be lost, and beheaded both her and Lord Guilford Dudley on the vain pretence that they had been concerned in the conspiracy. The young ex-queen suffered with a dignity and constancy that moved all hearts, affirming to the last her firm adherence to the Protestant faith and her innocence of all treasonable intent against her cousin, February 12, 1554. There seems little doubt that the Queen's own sister, the Princess Elizabeth, would have shared Lady Jane's fate if only sufficient evidence against her could have been procured. The incapable Earl of Devon owed his life to his insignificance and was banished after a long sojourn in the Tower. Victorious over her enemies, Queen Mary was now able to carry out her unwise plans without hindrance. In July 1554, Prince Philip of Spain came over from Flanders and wedded her at Winchester. In the same autumn a Parliament elected under strong royal pressure voted in favour of reconciliation with Rome and a complete acknowledgment of the papal supremacy. In the capacity of legate to England, there appeared Reginald Pole, a long-exiled English cardinal of Yorkist blood, brother of the Lord Montague, whom Henry VIII had slain in 1539. He solemnly absolved the two Houses of Parliament from the papal excommunication which so long had lain upon the land. Shortly afterwards the submission of the realm to the papacy was celebrated in the most typical way by the solemn reenacting of the cruel statute of Henry IV, the Heretico Comburendo, which made the stake once more the doom of all who refused to obey the Pope. Mary herself, a fanatical party among her bishops, of whom Bonner of London was the worst, and the legate must all take their share of the responsibility for this crime. The Queen and her wrongs to revenge, the bishops had suffered long in prison under King Edward. Paul had been accused by his enemies of Lutheranism, and was anxious to vindicate his orthodoxy by showing a readiness to put Protestants to death. From the moment of the enacting of the laws against heresy, January 1555, the history of Mary's reign became a catalogue of horrors. Even the callous Philip of Spain, moved by policy if not by pity, besought his wife to hold her hand, but Mary was inflexible. The burnings began with those of Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester, and Rogers, prebendary of St. Paul's, in February 1555. They went steadily on at the rate of about 10 persons a month, till the Queen's death. The persecution raged worst in London, the see of the rough and harsh Bishop Bonner in Canterbury, where Paul succeeded Cranmer, and in the eastern counties. There was comparatively few victims in the west and north, as cautious men fled oversea, and weak men conformed to the Queen's faith. It was precisely the most fervid and pious of the Protestants who suffered. The sight of so many men of godly life and blameless conversation going to the stake for their faith achieved the end that neither the sternness of Henry VIII nor the violence of Northumberland had been able to secure. It practically converted England to Protestantism. The bigoted Queen was always remembered by the English as Bloody Mary, her victims as the martyrs. A few of them deserve special mention. Latimer, Bishop of Worcester, and Ridley, Bishop of London, were burnt together under the walls of Oxford on September 7, 1555, after being kept in prison for 2 years. They had been well known as the best of the Protestant bishops, and Latimer's fearless sermons had often protested, in the presence of the late king and their protectors, against the self-seeking and corruption of the court. "Play the man, Master Ridley," said Latimer, when he and his companions stood at the stake, "for we shall this day light such a candle in England as by the grace of God shall never be put out." 6 months later there suffered a man of weaker and more vacillating faith, Archbishop Cranmer, against whom the Queen was especially bitter because he had pronounced her mother's divorce. Cranmer was a man of real piety, but wholly destitute of moral courage. His jailers forced him to witness the burning of Ridley and Latimer in order to shake his courage, and subjected him to many harassing trials and cross-examinations, under which his spirit at last broke down, yielding to a moment of weakness, and lured by a false hint that he might save his life by recantation. He consented to be received back into the Roman communion, but when he found that his enemies were set upon his death, he refused to conform, bade the multitude assembled in St. Mary's Church of Oxford beware of the Pope, Christ's enemy, very Antichrist with all his false doctrine, and went with firmness to the stake, thrusting first into the flames the right hand with which he had written his promise to recant, March 1556. Altogether there suffered in the Marian persecution 5 bishops and about 300 others, among whom were included several women and even children. Mary looked upon her wicked doings not merely as righteous in themselves, but as a means of moving heaven in her favour for the great end that she had in view, the raising up of a Catholic heir. Her heart was set on bearing a son, and when this was denied her, she fell into a state of gloomy depression. Her morbid and hysterical temper rendered her insufferable to her husband Philip, who betook himself to the Continent, where his father, Charles V, was about to abdicate in his favour. After he became King of Spain, 1556, he only paid one short visit to his English realm and his jealous wife, and escaped as quickly as he might. Mary remained a prey to melancholy and disease, and obstinately persisted in working out her salvation by faggot and stake. The country grew more and more discontented, conspiracy was rife, fostered by the exiled Protestants who had gathered in Paris, and tried to excite rebellion by the aid of the King of France. Their efforts nearly cost the life of the Princess Elizabeth, whom the Queen kept in confinement, and would have slain if her courtier sister had not been wise enough to avoid all suspicion of offence. The war with France, which was the necessary consequence of the Spanish match, proved very disastrous for England. Mary's ministers gave Philip no very useful help, while, on the other hand, they contrived to lose the last continental possession of the crown, Calais, which had remained in English hands ever since Edward III captured it in 1346, was suddenly invested by the Duke of Guise, who commanded the French army of the north. The garrison was caught unprepared, and was very weak in numbers. After a few days' siege it was forced to yield, before any help could come from either England or Spain, January 1558. This disgrace told heavily on the Queen's health. She cried that when she died, Calais would be found written on her heart, and fell into a deeper melancholy than before. Yet her miserable life was protracted 10 months longer, and she survived till November 1558, racked by disease, and calling in vain for her absent husband, yet persecuting vigorously to the last. Her cousin and adviser, Cardinal Pole, died within 3 days of her. So ended Mary Tudor, who in 5 years had rendered Romanism more hateful in the eyes of Englishmen than 5 centuries of papal aggression had availed to make it, and who by her persecutions caused the adoption of Protestantism under her successor to become inevitable. End of section 43, read by Inkel.
Section 44 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 1. When Mary Tudor had passed away, unwept and unregretted, all England heaved a sigh of relief, and turned to do homage to her sister Elizabeth. The daughter of Anne Boleyn was now a young woman of 25. She had been living for the last 5 years in almost continual peril of her life, and had required all her caution to keep herself from the 2 snares which lay about her, the dangers of being accused of treason on the one hand, and of heresy on the other. Fortunately for herself, Elizabeth was politic and cautious, even to excess. All through her reign, her most trusted ministers were often unable to discern her real thoughts and wishes, so that she came unharmed through her sister's reign of terror. But when the lords of the council came flocking to Hatfield, the place of her honourable confinement, to salute her as queen, Elizabeth knew that her feet were still set in slippery places. The ultra-Catholic party was still in power, and the large majority of the nation were professing Romanists. On the other hand, she knew that her sister had made the name of Rome hateful, and there was a powerful and active band of Protestants, some in exile and some at home, who were ready to rush in and violently reverse all that Mary had done, if the new sovereign would give them any encouragement. Moreover, there was grave danger abroad. England was in the midst of a war with France, yet Philip of Spain, the late Queen's husband, was likely to be more dangerous than even the King of France, for it was obvious that he would be loath to let England out of his grasp after he had profited by her alliance for 4 years. Elizabeth's personal predilections, like those of her father, were in favour neither of Romanism nor of Protestantism. She did not wish to be the slave of the Pope, nor did she intend to be the tool of the zealots who had picked up, in their continental exile, the newest doctrines of the Swiss and German reformers. At the same time, she wished to offend neither the Catholic nor the Protestant, but to lead them both into the via media of an English national church, which should be both orthodox and independent. She was not a woman of much spiritual piety or fervent zeal, and, judging from her own feelings, argued that it would be possible to make others conform, without much difficulty, to the church which offered the happy mean. Her position, however, was settled for her by the obstinacy of the extreme Romanists. The bishops whom Mary had appointed behaved in the most arrogant and insulting manner to her. When she had been duly saluted as queen by the nation and the Parliament, they tacitly denied her right to the throne, for with one accord they refused to be present at her coronation, much more to place the crown upon her head. In the view of the strict papist, she was a bastard and a usurper. It was with great difficulty that a single bishop, Oglethorpe of Carlisle, was at last persuaded to officiate at the ceremony. This senseless obstinacy on the part of the prelates drove Elizabeth further in the direction of Protestantism than she had intended to go. She was constrained to send for the exiled Protestant bishops of King Edward's making, and to replace them in their sees. The disloyal Romanist prelates were deposed, and in their place new men were consecrated by the restored Protestant bishops. Elizabeth took care that they should be moderate personages, who might be trusted not to give trouble. The most important of them was the new Archbishop of Canterbury, Matthew Parker, a wise and pious man who guided the Church of England through the crisis with singular discretion. As it was impossible to conciliate the extreme Romanists, the Queen resolved to take up her father's position, with some modifications in the direction of Protestantism. Unlike Henry VIII, she did not call herself supreme head of the Church, but all her subjects were summoned to take the oath of spiritual obedience to her. Only a few hundred persons refused it, though among them were all the old bishops. But the moderate Catholics accepted her, though they did not sacrifice their faith to their loyalty. Elizabeth then issued a new liturgy to be the standard of the creed of the English Church. It was a revision of the second prayer book of Edward VI, amended in such a way as to make it less expressive of the views of the extreme Protestants. The Latin Mass was forbidden, and all the old ceremonies which Mary had restored were again swept away. There was, however, no attempt at enforcing obedience by persecution. Elizabeth had taken warning by the fate of her brother's and her sister's measures, and trusted to loyalty and national feeling, not to prison or stake. She was wise in her generation, for in 10 years well nigh all the moderate Catholics had conformed to the Anglican formularies, rallying to the national church when they saw that it was not to become ultra-Protestant. Their adhesion was the more easily effected because the Pope, on purely political grounds, did not excommunicate Elizabeth or declare her deposed, so that to hold to the old faith was not yet inconsistent with loyalty to the crown. Ere Elizabeth's religious bent had been clearly ascertained, her widowed brother-in-law, Philip of Spain, had proposed that she should marry him, for he was much set on maintaining his hold on England. Elizabeth detested him, and steadfastly refused the offer, but with a show of politeness, lest she might bring war on herself. Fearing that when foiled Philip might become dangerous, she made peace and alliance with his enemy, the King of France, and left Calais in his hands, receiving instead a sum of 500,000 crowns. Thus Elizabeth had tided over the first difficulties of her reign, and felt her throne growing firmer beneath her, though there were still dangers on every side. But her character was well suited to cope with the situation. Though marred by many failings peculiarly feminine, she had a man's brain and decision. She was vain of a handsome person, and loved to be flattered and worshipped. But her vanity was not great enough to induce her to put herself under the hand of a husband. She listened to suitor after suitor, but said them nay in the end. Only one of them ever seems to have touched her heart. This was Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, the son of Protector Northumberland. Though much taken with his comely face, the Queen had strength of mind to deny him her hand, seeing that marriage with a subject would bring too many feuds and jealousies in its train. She consoled herself with pageants and pleasures, for which she retained a curious zest even far into her old age. Everyone has heard of her elaborate toilet and her 1,000 gowns, and of how she danced before foreign ambassadors after she had passed the age of 60. But the vanity and love of pleasure which she inherited from her mother, Anne Boleyn, were of comparatively little moment in the ordering of the Queen's life, because her clear and cold brain dominated her desires. Elizabeth was as cautious, as suspicious, and as secretive as her grandfather Henry VII. She was very unscrupulous in her diplomacy, and did not stick at a lie when an evasion would no longer serve. Though she had plenty of courage for moments of danger, yet she always put off the struggle as long as possible, holding that every day of respite that she gained might chance to give some unexpected end to the crisis. It is undoubted that she missed many opportunities owing to this cautious slowness, but she also saved herself from many traps into which a more hasty politician would have fallen. We shall have to notice, again and again, her reluctance to interfere in the wars of the continent, even when it had become inevitable that she must ultimately choose her side. This same caution made her a very economical ruler. She grudged every penny that was spent, except, indeed, the outgoings of her own privy purse, and often pushed parsimony to the most unwise extreme. The very fleet that defeated the Spanish Armada ran short both of powder and provisions before the fighting was quite over. The English much admired their politic, unscrupulous, and parsimonious Queen. They saw only that she gave them good and cheap governance, kept the kingdom out of unnecessary wars, and was, on the whole, both tolerant and merciful. As they watched her pick her way successfully through so many snares and perils, they came to look upon her as a sort of second providence, and credited her with an almost superhuman sagacity and omniscience, which she was far from possessing. But they were not altogether wrong in their confidence. She was, in spite of her faults and foibles, a patriotic, clear-headed, hard-working sovereign who did her best for her people as well as for herself. Above all, she had the invaluable gift of choosing her servants well. Her two great ministers, Cecil and Walsingham, were the most capable men in England for their work, and she seldom failed to appreciate merit when once she cast her eye upon it. For the first 12 years of Elizabeth's rule, England was occupied in slowly settling down after the storms of the last 2 reigns. The English Church was gradually absorbing the moderate men from both the Protestant and the Romanist ranks. Quiet times were repairing the wealth of the land, and the restoration of the purity of the coinage, which was the Queen's earliest care, had put trade once more on a healthy basis. Foreign war was easily avoided. In France, Henry II died ere Elizabeth had reigned a year, and his weak sons had occupation enough in their civil wars with the Huguenots. Philip of Spain was ere long to find a similar distraction from the stirring discontent among his much persecuted Protestant subjects in the Netherlands. The chief troubles of the period 1558 to 68 came from another quarter, the turbulent kingdom of Scotland. Elizabeth's natural heir was her cousin, Mary Stuart, the Queen of Scots, who represented the line of Henry VII's eldest daughter. Unless Elizabeth should marry and have issue, Mary stood next her in the line of succession. The Queen of Scots, however, was a most undesirable heiress. She had been brought up in France, had married the eldest son of Henry II, and hated England. She was a zealous Romanist, and ready to work hard for her faith. Moreover, she was greatly desirous of being recognized as Elizabeth's next of kin, and openly laid claim to the position. Though very young, she was clever and active, and possessed charms of person and manner which bent many men to her will. Mary returned from France in 1561, having lost her husband, the young French king, after he had reigned but a single year. She found Scotland, as usual, in a state of turmoil and violence. The Parliament had, in her absence, followed the example of England by casting off the Roman yoke and declaring Protestantism the religion of the land. But a strong party of Romanist lords refused obedience, and with them the Queen allied herself on her arrival. For the 7 turbulent years of Mary's stay in Scotland, she was a grievous thorn in the side of Elizabeth. She was always laying claim to be acknowledged as the heiress to the English crown, and her demand was secretly approved by the surviving Romanists to the south of the Tweed. Elizabeth replied by intriguing with the Protestant nobles of Scotland, and stirred up as much trouble as she could for her cousin, while outwardly professing the greatest love and esteem for her. The results of their machinations against each other were still uncertain, when Mary spoilt her own game by twice allowing her passion to overrule her judgment. She was fascinated by the handsome person of her first cousin, Henry Lord Darnley, and most unwisely married him and made him king consort. Darnley was a vicious, ill-conditioned young man, and soon made himself unbearable to his wife by striving to get the royal power into his hands, and at the same time treating her with gross cruelty and neglect. His crowning offence was causing the assassination of Mary's private secretary, Rizzio, in her actual presence, under circumstances of the greatest brutality. After this, Mary completely lost her head. She lent her sanction to a plot for her husband's murder, framed by the Earl of Bothwell, a great lord of the border. Bothwell slew the young king and blew up his residence with gunpowder, but disavowed the deed and induced the Queen to have him declared guiltless after a mock trial. Mary was well rid of her husband, and, her complicity in the plot not having been proved, she might have escaped the consequences of her crime but for a second fit of infatuation. She had become violently enamoured of the murderer Bothwell, and suffered him to carry her off to the castle of Dunbar, and there to marry her. No one now doubted her complicity in Darnley's murder, and the whole kingdom rose against her in righteous indignation. The army which Bothwell raised in her defence refused to strike a blow, and melted away when faced by the levies of the Protestant lords. The Queen herself fell into their hands, and was forced to abdicate, and was condemned to lifelong prison in Lochleven Castle. In Mary's place, her young son by Darnley, James VI, was proclaimed as king, the regency being given by the Parliament to James, Earl of Murray, an illegitimate son of James V. June 1567. Queen Mary being thus imprisoned and discredited, Elizabeth thought that her troubles on the side of Scotland were over, and closely allied herself with the Regent Murray. But the struggle was not yet ended. The Romanist party in Scotland saw that the new Protestant rulers of the country would crush their faith, and determined on a desperate rising in favour of their old religion and their old sovereign. Mary escaped by night from Lochleven and joined the insurgents. The regent gave chase and caught her army up at Langside near Glasgow. The Queen's friends were routed in the fight that followed, and she herself, riding hard out of the fray, fled for the English border. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to throw herself on Elizabeth's mercy, rather than to face the almost certain death which awaited her at the hands of her son's adherents. There was no time to wait for any promise of safe conduct or shelter, and she arrived at Carlisle, unprotected by any engagement on the part of the Queen of England. May 1568. Elizabeth's most dangerous enemy had thus fallen into her hands, but the position was not much simplified by the fact. It had to be decided whether the royal refugee should be allowed to proceed to France, as she herself wished, or handed over to the Scots, as the Regent Murray demanded, or kept in custody in England, as Elizabeth's self-interest seemed to require. To let her go to France would be generous, but dangerous. Once arrived there, she would conspire with her cousins, the powerful family of Guise, against the peace of England. To send her back to Scotland would have some savour of legality about it, but would be equivalent to pronouncing her death sentence. And from this Elizabeth shrank. To keep her captive in England seemed harsh, and even treacherous. For what right had one sovereign princess to imprison another? The politic Elizabeth resolved to take a cautious middle course. She protested to the Queen of Scots that she was willing to restore her to her throne if she found that the accusations which her subjects made against her were untrue. This was practically putting her guest upon her trial for the murder of Darnley, for when the regent and the Scots lords were informed of the decision, they came forward to accuse their exiled mistress. They laid before Elizabeth's Commission of Inquiry the famous Casket Letters, a series of documents which had passed between Mary and Bothwell. If genuine, and it seems almost certain that they were, they proved the guilt and infatuation of the Queen of Scots up to the hilt. Mary protested that they were forgeries, and her followers down to this day have believed her. But she refused to stand any trial, declared that she, a crowned queen and no subject of England, would never plead before English judges, and demanded leave to quit the realm. Satisfied with the effect on English and Scottish public opinion which the Casket Letters had produced, Elizabeth now took the decisive step of consigning Mary to close custody, thus practically treating her as a criminal, though no decision had been given against her. January 1569. For nearly 20 years the unfortunate Queen of Scots was doomed to spend a weary life, moved about from one manor or castle to another, under the care of guardians who were little better than jailers. But she soon began to revenge herself. As long as she lived, she was undoubtedly Elizabeth's heiress, if hereditary right counted for anything. Using this fact as her weapon, she began to intrigue with English malcontents. She offered her hand to the Duke of Norfolk, an ambitious young man who was dazzled by the prospect of succeeding to Elizabeth's throne. She stirred up the Catholic lords of the north by promising to restore the old faith if they would overthrow her cousin. But Elizabeth's ministers were wary and suspicious. Norfolk's designs were discovered, and he was cast into the Tower. The news of his imprisonment led to the immediate outbreak of the Northern Romanists. Thomas Percy, Earl of Northumberland, and Charles Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, raised their retainers and made a dash on Tutbury, where Mary was confined, intending to rescue her and proclaim her as queen. But the days of the Wars of the Roses were past. The retainers of the northern lords could do nothing against the royal power, and the rising in the north, as the plot was called, came to an ignominious end. The two earls failed to seize the person of the Queen of Scots, and were easily driven away. They fled, the one to Scotland, the other to Spain, and gave Elizabeth little further trouble. This was the last insurrection of the old feudal type in the pages of English history, October and November 1569. Elizabeth showed herself more merciful than might have been expected to the plotters. Norfolk was released after a short captivity. The Queen of Scots suffered no further aggravation of her imprisonment. For this she gave her cousin small thanks, and without delay recommenced plotting to secure her liberty. End of section 44. Section 45 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 2. Meanwhile, the aspect of affairs on the continent was beginning to engage more and more of Elizabeth's attention. By this time, civil wars were alight both in France and in the Netherlands. The French Protestants, or Huguenots as they were called, had taken arms to secure themselves toleration as early as 1562. The Protestants of the Netherlands, after long suffering under the grinding tyranny of Philip of Spain and the Inquisition, had been driven to revolt in 1568. In both countries, the insurgents appealed for help to Elizabeth. They implored the Queen to save them from the triumph of popery, and pointed out that if they themselves failed, the victorious Romanists would inevitably turn against England, the only power in Western Europe which denied the Pope's supremacy. They might have added that the Queen of Scots was closely allied with the Guises, the heads of the Catholic party in France, and that she was also intriguing for the aid of Philip of Spain. In her dealings with the continental Protestants, Elizabeth showed herself at her worst. Vacillation and selfishness marked her actions from first to last. She felt that the civil wars kept France and Spain from being dangerous to her. She knew also that if they ended in the suppression of the rebels, England would be in grave danger. But she hated rebellion, she could not understand religious enthusiasm, and she detested the violent Calvinism which both the Huguenots and the Netherlanders professed. All wars, too, she knew were expensive, and their issues doubtful. Hence it came that she displayed a reluctance to commit herself to one side or the other, which involved her in much double-dealing and even treachery. She refused to declare war either on Philip of Spain or on Charles of France, and allowed their ministers to remain at her court. But she several times sent the Huguenots help, both secretly and openly, and she allowed the Netherland Protestants to take shelter in England and recruit themselves in her ports. She made no effort to prevent hundreds of English volunteers passing the Channel to aid the insurgents. For if the Queen had doubts as to taking her side, the people had none. They sympathized heartily with the Huguenots and the Netherlanders, and did all that private persons could to bring them succor. Yet Elizabeth refused to assume the position of the champion of Protestantism, even when the inducement to do so became more pressing. In 1570, Pope Pius V formally excommunicated her and declared her deposed, and her kingdom transferred to her cousin Mary. This declaration turned all the more violent and fanatical Romanists into potential traitors. If they believed in their Pope's decision, they were bound to regard Elizabeth as a bastard and a usurper, and to look upon Mary as the true queen. Most of the English Catholics steadily refused to take up this position, and remained loyal in spite of the many vexations to which their religion exposed them. But a violent minority accepted the papal decree, and spent their time in scheming to depose or even to murder their sovereign. The knowledge of their designs made Elizabeth doubly cautious and wary, but did not drive her into a crusade against Catholicism. Her Parliament, however, passed bills making the introduction of papal bulls into the realm, as also the perversion of members of the Church of England to Romanism, high treason. But no attempt was made to save the continental Protestants from their oppressors, or to put England at the head of a league against the Pope. Meanwhile, the Bull of Deposition bore its first fruits in a new conspiracy of the English Romanists, generally known as the Ridolfi Plot, from the name of an Italian banker who served as the go-between of the English malcontents and the King of Spain. The Duke of Norfolk, ungrateful for his pardon 2 years before, took the lead in the conspiracy, undertaking to seize or to even murder Elizabeth, and then to marry the Queen of Scots. Philip of Spain promised Norfolk's agent, Ridolfi, that the Duke should have the aid of Spanish troops the moment that he took arms. But the plan came to Cecil's ears, some of Norfolk's papers fell into the minister's power, and he was able to lay his hands on all concerned in the plot. Norfolk lost his head, as he well deserved, and it was expected that the Queen of Scots would share his fate. But though the nation and the Parliament clamoured for Mary's blood, Elizabeth refused to touch her. She was left unharmed in her captivity. Nor did the Queen declare war on Spain, though there was the clearest proof that Philip had been implicated in the plot. Her only wish seems to have been to put off the crisis as long as possible. If her own danger could not tempt Elizabeth to interfere in continental affairs, it was not likely that anything else would make her take up the sword. Not even the fearful massacre of St. Bartholomew provoked her to take up arms against the Catholics, though on that one night the weak King of France, egged on by his wicked mother and brother, ordered the slaughter of 20,000 Protestants who had come to Paris, relying on his goodwill and promised patronage. 1572. Elizabeth stormed at the treacherous French court, but made no attempt to aid the surviving Huguenots in their gallant struggle against their persecutors. So great was her determination to keep the peace, that she even offered to mediate between Philip of Spain and the revolted provinces of the Low Countries, though it is fair to add that she, perhaps designedly, proposed conditions to them which it was unlikely that either would accept. It was fortunate for England that both the Huguenots in France and the Dutch in the north displayed a far greater power of resistance than might have been expected. The former held their own, and even forced King Charles to come to terms and grant them toleration. The latter, though reduced to great straits, persevered to the end under their wise leader William, Prince of Orange, and beat back the terrible Duke of Alva, King Philip's best general, from the walls of Alkmaar, when their fortunes seemed at the lowest. 1573. Next year they forced Alva's successor, Requesens, to retire from Holland after the gallant defence and relief of Leyden, October 1574. Elizabeth, therefore, escaped the danger that the triumph of the King of Spain and the Catholic party in France would have brought upon her, though her safety came from no merit of her own. It was not till 10 years more had passed that she was finally forced to draw the sword and fight for her life and crown. Meanwhile, it cannot be denied that her cautious and selfish policy did much for the material prosperity of England. In 20 years of peace, the one country of Western Europe which enjoyed quiet and good government was bound to profit at the expense of its unfortunate neighbours. England became a land of refuge to all the continental Protestants. To her shores the artisans of France transferred their industries, and the merchants of Antwerp their hoarded wealth. The new settlers were kindly received as men persecuted in behalf of the true faith, and became good citizens of their adopted country. But most of all did the maritime trade of England prosper. Her seamen got the advantage that comes to the neutral flag in time of war, and began to take into their hands the commerce that had once been the staple of the Hanseatic towns, the French ocean ports, and the cities of the much-vexed Low Countries. English ships had seldom been seen in earlier days beyond Hamburg or Lisbon, but now they began to push into the Baltic, to follow the Mediterranean as far as Turkey, and even to navigate the wild Arctic Ocean as far as the ports of northern Russia. But the attention of the English seamen was directed most of all to the west, whither the reports of the vast wealth of America drew adventurous spirits as with a magnet. The gold which the Spaniards had plundered from the ancient empires of Mexico and Peru dazzled the eyes of all men, and the English seamen hoped to find some similar hoard on every barren shore from Newfoundland to Patagonia. But the Spaniards arrogated to themselves the sole right to America and its trade, basing their claim on a preposterous grant made them by Alexander VI, the notorious Borgia Pope. They treated all adventurers who pushed into the western waters not only as intruders, but as pirates. Sir John Hawkins, the pioneer of English trade to America, was always coming into collision with them, 1562–64. That more famous sea captain, Sir Francis Drake, a cousin of Hawkins, spent most of his time in bickering in a somewhat piratical way with the Spanish authorities beyond the ocean. His second voyage to the west was a great landmark in English naval history. Starting in 1577 with the secret connivance of Elizabeth, he sailed round Cape Horn and up the coasts of Chile and Peru, capturing numberless Spanish ships and often sacking a wealthy port. His greatest achievement was the seizing of the great Lima galleon, which was taking home to King Philip the annual installment of American treasure, a sum of no less than £500,000. After taking this splendid booty, Drake reached England by crossing the Pacific and Indian Oceans and rounding the Cape of Good Hope, thus making the first circumnavigation of the globe which an Englishman had accomplished. While Drake was gathering treasure in South America, other seamen pushed northward, endeavouring to find the Northwest Passage, a navigable route which was supposed to exist round the northern shore of North America. There, Frobisher discovered Labrador and Hudson's Bay, but brought back little profit from his adventures in the frozen Arctic seas. While the emissaries of England were invading the Spanish waters, England herself was suffering from another kind of invasion at the hands of the friends of the King of Spain. Since the Bull of 1570, Elizabeth was considered fair game by every fanatical Romanist on the continent. Accordingly, there began to land in England many secret missionaries of the old faith, generally exiled Englishmen trained abroad in the English colleges at Reims and Douai, where the banished Catholics mustered strongest. It was their aim not only to keep wavering Romanists in their faith, but to organize them in a secret conspiracy against the Queen. They taught that all was permissible in dealing with heretics. Their disciples were to feign loyalty and even conformity with the English Church, but were to be ready to take up arms whenever the signal was given from the continent. These Jesuits and seminary priests constituted a very serious danger, but they did not escape the eyes of Walsingham and Burleigh, Elizabeth's watchful ministers. Their plans were discovered, and several were caught and hung, yet the conspiracy went on and was soon to take shape in overt action. Its first working was seen in Throckmorton's plot, a widely spread scheme for an attack on England by all the Catholic powers combined, 1583. The Duke of Guise prepared an army in France, the King of Spain another in the Netherlands, which were to unite for an invasion. Meanwhile, the English Romanists were to rise in favour of the Queen of Scots and welcome the foreign armies. Throckmorton and a few more fanatics undertook to make the whole plan easier by assassinating the Queen. But Walsingham's spies got the scent of the matter. Throckmorton was caught and executed, and Elizabeth, convinced at last that dallying with Spain was no longer possible, dismissed King Philip's ambassador and prepared for open war. 1584. The struggle, which had so long been fought out by intrigue and unauthorized buccaneering, was now to be settled by honest, hard fighting. It proved perilous enough, but far less formidable than the cautious Queen had feared. Elizabeth was at last forced to lend open aid to the Protestants of the continent, and 7,000 men, under her favourite, the Earl of Leicester, sailed for Holland to aid the Dutch against King Philip. They won no great battles, but their presence was invaluable to the Netherlanders, who had begun to despair when their great leader, William of Orange, had been assassinated by a fanatic hired by Spanish gold. Leicester was an incapable general, but his men fought well, and learnt to despise the Spaniards. Even a defeat which they suffered at Zutphen encouraged them, for 500 English there made head against the whole Spanish army, and retired without great harm, though they lost Sir Philip Sidney, the most popular and accomplished young gentleman in England, well known as the author of a curious pastoral romance called The Arcadia, 1586. Far more important than the fighting in the Netherlands were the maritime exploits of the English seamen. The moment that they were let loose upon the Spaniards, they asserted a clear supremacy at sea. Drake took and sacked Vigo, a great port of northern Spain, and then, crossing the Atlantic, captured the chief cities of the West Indies and the Spanish Main, Santiago, Cartagena, and San Domingo, 1586. End of section 45. Section 46 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24, Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 3. Meanwhile, Mary Queen of Scots was playing her last stake. From her prison, she made over to King Philip her rights to the throne of England, and besought him to dispatch his armies to rescue her. But she also gave her approval to one more assassination plot hatched by the English Catholics. Instigated by a Jesuit priest named Ballard, Anthony Babington, a gentleman of Derbyshire, and a handful of his friends agreed to murder Elizabeth in her own palace. But there were spies of the lynx-eyed Walsingham among the conspirators, and when the Queen of Scots and the would-be murderers were just prepared to strike, hands were laid upon them. Babington and his friends were executed, but this was not enough to appease the cry for blood which arose from the whole nation when the conspiracy was divulged. Urged on by her ministers, Elizabeth at last allowed the Queen of Scots to be put on her trial for this, the fourth attempt to strike down her cousin. Mary was tried by a commission of peers and clearly convicted, not only of encouraging a Catholic rising and a Spanish invasion, but of having approved Babington's murderous plan. She was found guilty October 25th, 1586, and the Parliament, which met soon after, besought the Queen to have her beheaded without delay. But Elizabeth still hesitated. She hated Mary, but her high ideas of royal prerogative made her shrink from slaying a sovereign princess, and she still dreaded the explosion of wrath which she knew must follow all over Catholic Europe. The young King of Scotland might resent his mother's execution, and the Guises in France would never pardon their cousin's death. She lingered for more than 3 months before she would issue Mary's death warrant, but at last she gave the fatal signature. Her ministers at once caused the warrant to be carried out without allowing their mistress time to repent. The Queen of Scots was executed in her prison at Fotheringay Castle. She died with great dignity and courage, asserting on the scaffold that she was a martyr for her religion, not a criminal. Many, both in her own day and since, have believed her words, but it is impossible to read her story through from first to last, and then to conclude that she was only the victim of circumstances and the prey of unscrupulous enemies. Though much sinned against, she was far more the worker of her own undoing. February 8th, 1587. Elizabeth expressed great wrath against her ministers for hurrying on the execution. She fined and imprisoned Davison, the Secretary of State, who had sent off Mary's death warrant, and pretended that she had wished to pardon her. Perhaps her anger was real, But no one save the unfortunate Davison took it very seriously. The people felt nothing but satisfaction and relief, and rejoiced that there was no longer a Catholic heiress to trouble the realm. The King of Scots contented himself with a formal protest, and the Guises in France were too busy in their civil wars with King Henry III and the Huguenots to think of assailing England. Only Philip of Spain, who accepted in sober earnest the legacy of her rights which Mary had left him, took up the task of revenge, and he had already so many causes to hate Elizabeth that he did not need this additional provocation to spur him on to attack her. He had already begun to prepare for a great naval expedition against England. All through the spring and summer of 1587, the ports of Spain, Portugal, Naples, and Sicily were busy in manning and equipping every warship that the king could get together. The Duke of Parma, the Spanish viceroy in the Netherlands, was also directed to draw off every man that could be spared from the Dutch war, and to be ready to lead them across the Channel the moment that the king's fleet should have secured the Straits of Dover. But the great flotilla, the Invincible Armada, as the Spaniards called it, was long in sailing. Ere it was ready, Drake made a bold descent on Cadiz, and burnt no less than 10,000 tons of shipping which lay in its harbour. He called this exploit "singeing the King of Spain's beard." The disaster caused so much delay that the expedition had to be put off till the next year. In the spring of 1588, however, the Armada was at last ready to start. It comprised 130 vessels, half of which were great galleons of the largest size that were known to the 16th century, and carried 8,000 seamen and nearly 20,000 soldiers. But the crews were raw, the ships were ill-found and ill-provisioned, and, what was most fatal of all, the admiral, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, was a mere fair-weather sailor, who hardly knew a mast from an anchor. It may be added that the vessels were overcrowded with the 20,000 soldiers whom they bore, and for the most part were armed with fewer and smaller cannons than their great bulk would have been able to carry. Nevertheless, the Armada was an imposing force, and in strong hands ought to have achieved success. For Elizabeth had a very small permanent royal navy, and had to rely for the defence of her realm mainly on privateers and merchantmen hastily equipped for war service. Moreover, her parsimony had depleted the royal arsenals to such an extent that in provisioning and arming their fleet the English were at much the same disadvantage as their enemies. But, unlike the Spaniards, they had excellent crews, and were led by old captains who had learnt their trade in long years of exploring and buccaneering across the Atlantic. Men like Drake, Hawkins, Frobisher, and others whose names we have no space to mention. The command of the whole was given to Lord Howard of Effingham, a capable and cautious officer, who showed himself worthy of the Queen's confidence that appeared all the more striking because he was suspected by many to be a Roman Catholic. In the mere number of ships, the English fleet which mustered at Plymouth somewhat exceeded the Armada, but in size the individual vessels were far smaller than the Spanish galleons. But they were much more seaworthy, and armed so heavily with artillery that it was found that an English ship could throw a broadside of the same weight of metal as a Spaniard of almost double its size. The Armada left Corunna, the northernmost port of Spain, on July 22nd, and appeared off the Lizard on July 28th. On the news of its approach, the English fleet put out of Plymouth, and the beacons summoned the militia to arms all over the land from Berwick to Penzance. The Duke of Medina Sidonia had resolved not to fight the English at once, but to pass up the Channel to the Dover Straits, and get into communication with his colleague Parr in Flanders, before engaging in a decisive battle. This unwise resolve gave the English a splendid opportunity. As the Armada slowly rolled eastward, it was beset on all sides by Lord Howard's lighter fleet, and for a whole week was battered and hustled along without being able to induce the enemy to close. The great galleons were so slow and unwieldy that they could not come up with the English, who sailed around and about them, plying them with distant but effective artillery fire, and cutting off every vessel which was disabled or fell behind. By the time that the Spaniards reached Calais, they were thoroughly demoralized. They had lost comparatively few ships, but every one of the fleet was more or less shattered by shot, and the crews had suffered terribly from the cannonade. At Calais, Medina Sidonia received the unwelcome news that Parma could not join him. A Dutch fleet was blockading the Flemish ports, and the viceroy was unable to get his transports out to sea. Thus brought to a check, the Duke moored his fleet off Calais to pause a moment and recruit, August 6th. But that night the English sent fireships among his crowded vessels, and to escape them the Spaniards had to put off hastily in the darkness. This manoeuvre proved fatal. Some vessels ran ashore on the French coast, others were burnt, others cut off by the enemy. A final engagement on August 8th to 9th so shattered the fleet that Medina Sidonia lost heart and fled away into the German Ocean before a strong gale from the south which had sprung up. His vessels were dispersed, and each made its way out of the fight as best it could. Some were taken, many driven onto the Dutch coast, the rest passed out of sight of England, steering northward before the gale. Lord Howard's fleet was therefore able to sail victorious into the Thames and report the rout of the enemy. It was none too soon, for the English ammunition was well nigh exhausted after 10 days' continuous fighting. They were welcomed by the Queen, who had gathered a great force of militia at Tilbury in Essex to fight Parma if he should succeed in crossing. Elizabeth had behaved splendidly during the crisis. She had organized a strong army and put herself at its head, inspiring every man by the cheerful and resolute spirit which she displayed. Even had the Armada swept away the English fleet, it is unlikely that Parma would have been successful against the numerous and enthusiastic levies which were ready to fight him. But the Armada was now a thing of naught. Forced to return round the north of Scotland, it was utterly shattered in the unknown seas of the west. The cliffs of the Orkneys, the Hebrides, Connaught, and Kerry were strewn with the wrecks of Spanish galleons, and only 53 ships out of the 130 that started straggled back to the ports of northern Spain. The great crisis of the century was now past. Queen and nation had been true to themselves and to each other, and the days of plots and invasions were over. For the future, Elizabeth could not only sleep secure of life and crown, but could feel that she might pose as the arbitress of Western Europe, since the domination of Spain was at an end. But she was now too far gone in years. She had attained the age of 56 to be able to start on a new and vigorous line of policy. Her old passion for caution and intrigue could not be shaken off, though they were no longer necessary. Hence it came to pass that, though England was strong, healthy, wealthy, and vigorous, she did not take up the dominant position that might have been expected. The Queen persisted in her old policy of helping the continental Protestants only by meagre doles of money and small detachments of troops. By a vigorous effort, she might have thrust the Spaniards completely out of the Low Countries, or enabled the Huguenots to make themselves supreme in France. But she refused to fit out any great expeditions. The expense appalled her parsimonious soul, and she dreaded the chances of war. Hence it came that in the Low Countries the Dutch established their independence in the 7 United Provinces, but Spain continued to hold Belgium. Hence, too, French parties were condemned to 6 years more of civil war, which only ended when Henry of Navarre, the Protestant heir to the throne of France, abjured his religion in order to get accepted by the Catholics. Paris is well worth a mass, he cynically observed, and swore all that was required of him. 1593. But he granted the Huguenots complete peace and toleration by the celebrated Edict of Nantes, and put an end to the civil war which had devastated his unhappy land for 30 years. The chief efforts of Elizabeth's foreign policy during the last 15 years of her reign were naval expeditions against the Spaniards. They caused King Philip much loss and much vexation of spirit, but they did not inflict any very crushing blow on him. The Queen would never spend enough money on them, and generally allowed her subjects to carry on the war with squadrons of privateers. But the English adventurers very naturally sought plunder rather than solid political advantages, a fact which accounts for their failures to do anything great. A considerable expedition sent out in 1589 sacked Corunna and Vigo, but failed in an attempt to set upon the Portuguese throne a pretender hostile to King Philip. This was followed by a series of smaller expeditions to South America and the West Indies, in which Drake and a younger adventurer, Sir Walter Raleigh, Elizabeth's favourite courtier, did Spain considerable harm, but England no great good. A larger armament sailed in 1596 against Cadiz under the Earl of Essex and Lord Howard of Effingham. This force took the town and destroyed Spain's largest naval arsenal and a great part of her fleet. A mere naval expedition could do no more. The successive blows at Spain gave England the complete command of the seas. Hence, it is not strange that we find the beginnings of colonial enterprise appearing. An attempt to found a settlement on the bleak shore of Newfoundland was a failure, but Sir Walter Raleigh planted a promising colony in the more clement district about the river Roanoke, which he named Virginia, after his mistress, the Virgin Queen, as she loved to be called. The first Virginian scheme came to naught. The Indians were hostile, and the improvident settlers planted tobacco instead of corn, and so starved themselves. 1590. It was not till 17 years later that the colony was founded for the second time and began to flourish. It was from thence that Raleigh brought to England the two products that are always connected with his name: tobacco and potatoes. End of section 46. Section 47 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Lawley Jones. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 24. Elizabeth, 1558 to 1603, Part 4. Colonial enterprise was accompanied by increased trade with distant lands. The English ships began to appear as far afield as India, China, and even Japan. The merchants who worked the more difficult and dangerous routes banded themselves into chartered companies, of which the Turkey Company, founded in 1581, the Russian Company, dating from 1566, and the far more famous East India Company, 1600, were the most important. By the end of the Queen's reign, English commerce had doubled and tripled, and the steady stream of wealth which it poured into the land had done much to end the social troubles and dangers which had marked the middle years of the century. But nearly all the profit went to the town populations. Ports and markets flourished, merchants and skilled artisans grew rich, and a certain proportion of the wretched vagrant hordes, which had been the terror of the middle years of the century, were absorbed into the new employments which were springing up in the towns. But in the countryside, neither the landholder nor the peasant had nearly such a good position as in the days before the Reformation. The prices both of food and of manufactured goods had gone up about threefold, but rents had not risen perceptibly, and the wages of agricultural labour had only increased about 50%. The country gentleman, therefore, was no longer so opulent in comparison to the town-dwelling merchant, and the peasant stood far worse compared with the artisan than in the previous century. We may place in the time of Elizabeth the beginning of that rise of the importance of the urban as compared with the rural population, which has been going on ever since, till, in our own day, England is entirely dominated by her towns. It will be noticed that in the great political struggle of the next century, under the Stuarts, the party which represented the wealth and activity of the cities completely beat that which drew its strength from the peerage and gentry of the purely agricultural districts. It would be wrong to leave the field of social change without mentioning the celebrated Poor Law of Queen Elizabeth, 1601. All attempts to cope with pauperism by voluntary charity having failed, it was finally resolved to make the maintenance of the aged and invalid poor a statutory burden on the parishes. The new law provided that the able-bodied vagrant should be forced to work and, if he refused, should be imprisoned, but that the impotent and deserving should be fed and housed by overseers, who were authorized to levy rates on the parish for their support. The system seems to have worked well, and we hear no complaints on the subject for 3 or 4 generations. It is most noteworthy to mark the way in which the expansion of England in the spheres of political and commercial greatness was accompanied by a corresponding growth in the realms of intellect. The second half of Elizabeth's reign, a mere period of 20 years, was more fertile in great literary names than the whole 2 centuries which had preceded it. The excitement of the long religious wars, the sudden opening up of the dark places of the world by the great explorers, the free spirit of individual inquiry which accompanied the growth of Protestantism, all conspired to stir and develop men's minds. The greatest English dramatist, William Shakespeare, born in 1564, and the greatest English philosopher, Francis Bacon, born in 1561, were both children of the days of the long struggle with Spain, and had watched the final crisis of the Armada in their early manhood. Edmund Spenser, a few years older than his mightier contemporaries, shows even more clearly the spirit of the times. All through his lengthy epic of the Fairy Queen, he is inspired by the enthusiasm of the struggles of England, and tells in allegory the glories of the great Elizabeth. We have but space to allude to Sir Philip Sidney and his pastoral romances, to Hooker's works on political philosophy, to Marlowe and other dramatists whose fame is half eclipsed by Shakespeare's genius. Never before or since has England produced in a few short years such a crop of great literary names. The 2 main subjects of domestic importance in the last years of Elizabeth were the development of fresh forms of division in the English Church, and the troubles caused by the new conquest of Ireland. Both of these movements had begun in the earlier years of the reign, but did not fully expand till its end. Elizabeth's chief problem in matters religious had for 30 years been that of dealing with the Roman Catholics. But after the death of Mary of Scotland and the defeat of the Armada, this question retired somewhat into the background. The vast majority of the Romanists had conformed to the Anglican Church. Of the remainder, many were loyal, and were therefore tacitly left unharmed by the government, save when they came into conflict with the recusancy laws, as the acts directed against them were called. The small but violent minority who listened to the Jesuits, and were still plotting against the Queen, were, on the other hand, treated with the most vehement harshness. At one time and another, a very considerable number of them came to the gallows, though always, as Elizabeth was careful to explain, not as papists, but as traitors. They were so hated by the nation, who identified them with nothing but assassination plots and intrigues with Spain, that they no longer constituted any danger. But a new religious problem was growing up. Many of the Protestants who had conformed to the English church system in Elizabeth's earlier years were growing out of touch with the national establishment. Constant intercourse with the Huguenots and the Dutch, both of whom professed violent forms of Calvinism, had made them discontented with the ritual and organization of the English Church. Like their continental friends, they came to hate bishops and canons, vestments and ritual, even things that seemed to us parts of the common decencies of church service, such as the surplice in the reading desk, the usage of kneeling at Holy Communion, the employment of the ring in marriage, and the sign of the cross at baptism. All these remnants of common Christian practice they considered to be rags of popery, vain survivals of the old Romanist days. And since they wished to sweep everything away, they were called in derision Puritans, in allusion to their constant citation of the pure gospel. Elizabeth detested the Puritan habit of mind. She loved decency and order, and she liked the pomp and splendour of the old church services. Indeed, she would have gladly kept much that the Anglican establishment has rejected. She was proud of her position as head and defender of the national church, and looked upon the bishops as high and important state officials under her. The Puritan desire to abolish the episcopate, to do away with all ritual, to whitewash the churches and break down all their ornaments, seemed to her to savour of anarchic republicanism and rank disloyalty. She was determined that the Puritan, no less than the Romanist, should suffer if he refused to conform to the usages of the national church. Hence, it came that she dealt very hardly with the Puritans, suppressing their religious meetings for prophesying, as they called extempore preaching, and treating their pamphlets as seditious. One very scurrilous set of tracts, issued under the name of Martin Mar Prelate, provoked her wrath so much that John Penry, who was responsible for them, was actually hung for treasonous libel. Puritans who kept quiet did not suffer, any more than the Romanists who kept quiet, but those who resisted the Queen were treated with a rigour that showed that the day of freedom of conscience was still far away. The discontented admirers of Calvinism still kept within the Church of England. It was their ambition to change its doctrine, not to quit it. But already in Elizabeth's reign, it was obvious that the schism between the moderate and the violent parties was inevitable. The most miserable and melancholy page of the history of Elizabeth's reign is that which is covered by the records of Ireland. We have already mentioned how Henry VIII had extended the English influence beyond the borders of the Pale, and done something towards subduing the whole island to obedience. But the most important share of the work was reserved for Elizabeth. Her intent was shown by her Act of 1569 for dividing the whole land into shires, to be ruled by sheriffs on the English plan, a device for destroying the patriarchal authority of the tribal chiefs, who, from time immemorial, had governed their clans according to old Celtic law. It was not to be expected that any such scheme could be carried out without causing friction with the natives. They were wholly unaccustomed to obey or respect the royal mandate, and acknowledged no authority higher than that of their own chief. English laws and English manners were alike hateful to them. In many districts they were little better than savages. The wild Irish, as the more uncivilized tribes were called, dwelt in low huts of mud, wore no shoes or headgear, and were clothed only in a rough kilt and mantle of frieze. They wore their hair long over neck and eyes, went everywhere armed to the teeth, and looked on tribal war and plundering as the sole serious business of life. To teach such a race to live under the strict English laws was an almost impossible task, requiring the utmost patience, and Elizabeth's ministers and officials were not patient. When the chiefs withstood their orders, they declared them traitors, confiscated the lands of whole tribes, and attempted to settle up the annexed districts with English colonists. This, of course, drove the Irish to desperation, and the incomers were soon slain or driven away. In return, the Lord Deputy of Ireland, or one of the presidents of its 4 provinces, would march against the rebels, slay every male person they met, armed or unarmed, and leave the women and children to starve. In this ruthless, devastating war, whole counties were depopulated and left waste, a few survivors only escaping into woods, bogs, or mountains. The worst feature of the struggle was the cruel double-dealing employed against the Irish chiefs. They were often induced to surrender by false promises of pardon. They were caught and slain by treachery. Sometimes they were even poisoned. The intractable nature of the rebels explains, but does not excuse, the conduct of the English rulers. The Irish would never keep an oath or observe a peace. They plundered and murdered whenever the Lord Deputy's eye was not on them, and they were always trying to get aid from Spain. At first, the struggle between English and Irish was purely a matter of race, but the religious element was soon introduced. Protestantism made no head in the country, and in 1579 a papal legate, Nicholas Sanders, came over to organize the tribes to unite in defense of the old religion. No man could ever persuade Irish parties to join for long, and Sanders' mission was, in that respect, a failure. But for the future, the war was embittered by religious as well as racial hatred. In 1580, the Pope sent over a body of Italian and Spanish mercenaries to aid the rebels. But this force was blockaded by Lord Grey in its camp at Smerwick, a harbour in Kerry, and every man was put to the sword. At a later date, Philip of Spain sent similar and equally ineffective help. The two chief struggles of the Irish against the establishment of the English rule were that of the tribes of Munster in 1578–83, and that of the tribes of Ulster in 1595–1601. The former was led by Garret Fitzgerald, Earl of Desmond, the greatest lord of the south, the descendant of one of those Anglo-Norman families which had become more Irish than the Irish themselves. In his desperate struggle with Lord Deputy Grey and the English colonists in Munster, he saw all the land from Galway to Waterford harried into a wilderness, and was killed at last as a fugitive in the hills. The Ulster rebellion of Hugh O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, the head of the greatest of the native Irish septs, was far more formidable than that of the Fitzgeralds. The English could for a long time do nothing against him. In 1598, he defeated an army of 5,000 men on the Blackwater and slew its leader, Sir Henry Bagenal, and most of his followers. Tyrone sent for aid to Spain, and so moved Queen Elizabeth's fears that she dispatched against him the largest English force that ever went oversea in her reign. An army of 20,000 men was placed under Robert Devereux, the young Earl of Essex, whom the Queen loved most of all men in her later years, and sent over to Dublin. Essex, though he had won much credit for courage in Holland and at the capture of Cadiz, was not a great general. He pacified central and southern Ireland, but did not succeed in crushing Tyrone. It would seem that he was disgusted at the cruelty and treachery of his predecessors in the government of Ireland, and wished to admit the rebels to submission on easy terms. At any rate, he made a truce with Tyrone in 1600, promising that the Queen should grant him toleration in matters of religion, and leave him his earldom. Essex returned to England to get these terms ratified, but was received very coldly by his mistress and her council, who had sent him to Ireland to suppress, not to condone, the rebellion. His treaty was not confirmed, and the war with Tyrone went on. The Earl got 7,000 men from Spain, and ravaged all central Ireland, till he was defeated by Lord Montjoy in an attempt to raise the siege of Kinsale, 1601. In the next year he made complete submission to the Queen, and was pardoned and given back most of his Ulster lands. But the 8 years of war had made Northern Ireland a desert, and the power of the O'Neills was almost broken. Meanwhile, the short stay of Essex in Ireland had led to a strange tragedy in London. The young Earl had been so much favoured by the Queen in earlier years that he could not brook the rebuke that fell upon him for his dealings with Tyrone. Presuming on the almost doting fondness which his sovereign had shown for him, the headstrong young man plunged into seditious courses. He swore that his enemies in the council had calumniated him to the Queen, and that he would be revenged on them and drive them out of office. With this object he gathered many of the Puritan party about him, for he was a strong Protestant, and resolved to overturn the ministry by force. He caught the Lord Chancellor and locked him up, and then sallied out armed into the streets of London with a band of his friends, calling on the people to rise and deliver the Queen from false counsellors. But he had counted too much on his popularity. No one joined him, and he was apprehended and put in prison. Elizabeth was much enraged with her former favourite, and allowed his enemies to persuade her into permitting him to be tried and executed for treason. When he was dead, she bitterly regretted him. February 1601. The great Queen was now near her end. All her contemporaries, both friends and foes, had passed away already. Philip of Spain had died, a prey to religious melancholy and racked by a loathsome disease, in 1598. That same year saw the end of the great minister William Cecil, Lord Burleigh. His colleague Walsingham had sunk into the grave some years earlier, in 1590. Leicester, whom the Queen had loved till his death day, had perished of a fever in 1588, the year of the Armada. A younger generation had arisen, which only knew Elizabeth as an old woman, and forgot her brilliant youth. To them, the vivacity and love of pleasure which she displayed on the verge of her 70th year seemed abnormal and even unseemly. To the last, she kept her talent for dealing with men. There was no greater instance of her cleverness shown in all her life than her management of her Parliament in 1601. The Commons had been growing more resolute and strong-willed as the Queen grew older, and though Elizabeth often chid them, and sometimes even imprisoned members who displeased her, yet she knew when to yield with a good grace. The Parliament of 1601 was raging against monopolies, grants under the royal seal to individuals, permitting them to be the sole vendors or manufacturers of certain articles of trade. Seeing their resolution, Elizabeth came down in person to the House, and addressed the members at length so cleverly that she persuaded them that she was as much opposed to the abuse as they themselves, and won enormous applause when she announced that all monopolies were at once to be withdrawn and made illegal. 18 months after this strange scene, Elizabeth died, in her 71st year. On her deathbed, she assented to the designation of James of Scotland as her successor, a thing she would never suffer before, for she held that an expectant heir is like a coffin always in sight. In spite of the many unamiable points in her character, Elizabeth was always liked by her subjects, and well deserved their liking. She had guided England through 45 most troublous years, and left her subjects wealthy, prosperous, and contented. Her failures had always been upon the side of caution, and such mistakes are the easiest to repair and the soonest forgotten. Both in her own day and in ages to come, she received the credit for all the progress and prosperity of her reign. The nation, groaning under the unwisdom of the Stuarts, cried in vain for a renewal of the days of good Queen Bess. The modern historian, when he recounts the great deeds of the Englishmen of the latter half of the 16th century, invariably speaks of the Elizabethan age. Nor is this wrong. When we reflect on the evils which a less capable sovereign might have brought upon the realm in that time of storm and stress, we may well give her due meed of thanks to the cautious, politic, unscrupulous queen who left such peace and prosperity behind her. End of section 47. End of chapter 24.
Section 48 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 25. James I, 1603 to 1625. Part 1. With the death of Elizabeth, the greatness of England departed. From 1603 to 1688, she counted for little in the councils of Europe, save indeed during the 10 years of Cromwell's rule. She became the tool of foreign powers, sometimes because her rulers were duped, sometimes because they deliberately sold themselves to the stranger. James of Scotland, the old queen's legitimate heir, was a man of 37 when the throne fell to him. He had lived an unhappy life in his northern realm, buffeted to and fro by unruly nobles and domineering ministers of the Scottish Kirk. But most of his troubles had been the results of his own failings. Of all the kings who ever ruled these realms, he is almost the only one of whom it can be said that he was a coward. From this vice sprang his other defects. Like all cowards, he was suspicious, capable of any cruelty against those whom he dreaded, prone always to lean on some stronger man who would bear his responsibility for him. He chose these favorites with the rankest folly, Arran and Lennox, who were the minions of his youth, while yet he reigned in Scotland alone, and Rochester and Buckingham, who ruled his riper age, were, all four, arrogant, vicious, scheming adventurers. They had nothing to recommend them save a handsome person and a fluent and flattering tongue. Each, in his turn, domineered over his doting master and made himself a byword for insolence and self-seeking. James was unfortunate in his outer man. He was ill-made, corpulent, and weak-kneed. Though his face was not unpleasing, his speech was marred by a tongue too large for his mouth. But he was grossly and ridiculously vain and conceited. He possessed a certain cleverness of a limited kind, and he was well versed in book learning. But he imagined that learning was wisdom, and loved to pose as the wisest of mankind, the British Solomon, as his favorites were wont to call him. This stumbling, shambling pedant now mounted the throne of the politic Elizabeth, and in a reign of 22 years contrived to wreck the strong position which the royal power held in England, and to make a revolution inevitable. The crash would have come in his own day, but for one thing. James, as we have said before, was a coward, and had not the courage to fight when affairs came to a crisis. James based his preposterous claims to override the nation's will and the rights of Parliament on two theories which represented to him the true foundations of all royal power. The first was his prerogative, or power to dispense with ordinary laws and customs at his good pleasure. He saw that the Tudors had often gone beyond the letter of the medieval constitution, and thought that their action gave him a full precedent for similar encroachment. He forgot two things. First, that Henry VIII and Elizabeth had lived in times of storm and stress, when firm governance was all important, and much would be forgiven to a strong ruler. And secondly, that the two great Tudors had always taken the people into their confidence, and been careful to get popular support for their doings. He himself tried to impose an unpopular policy on an unwilling people, and never condescended to explain his motives. The second pillar of the king's policy was the theory of divine hereditary kingship, a notion entirely opposed to the old English idea that the crown was elective. James chose to ignore such precedents as the elections of Henry IV or Henry VII, where the natural heir had been passed over, and wished his subjects to believe that strict hereditary succession was the only title to the throne, and that nothing could justify or legalize any divergence from it. He claimed that kings derived their right to rule from heaven, not from any choice by their subjects. Hence, it was impious as well as disloyal to criticize or disobey the king's commands. James found many of the clergy who were ready to accept this theory, partly because they thought they could justify it from the Scriptures, partly because they felt that the orderly governance of the Anglican Church was bound up with the royal supremacy. In Elizabeth's time, it had been the Queen's guiding and restraining hand from lapsing into the anarchical misgovernment which characterized continental Protestantism. When the new king crossed the Tweed in April 1603, he was well received in England, where his weaknesses were as yet little known. Everyone was glad to see the succession question settled without a war, and every party hoped to gain his favor. The Puritans trusted that a prince reared in the Calvinism of the Scottish Kirk would do much for them. The Romanists dreamed that the son of Mary of Scotland would tolerate his mother's faith. The supporters of the Anglican establishment thought that the king must needs become a good churchman when he realized the position that awaited him as defender of the faith and supreme governor of the spiritual hierarchy that embraced 9/10 of the nation. James himself had no doubt as to his future behavior. There was nothing that pleased him better than the idea of becoming the head of the English Church. In Scotland, he had learnt to hate the dictatorial manners of the presbyters of the Kirk and their constant interference in politics. The well-ordered and obedient organization which he found south of the Tweed, where every cleric, from the archbishop to the curate, looked for guidance to the sovereign, filled him with joy and admiration. He soon became the zealous patron of the establishment. He looked upon it as the bulwark of the throne, the best defense against disloyalty and anarchy. No bishop, no king was his answer to the Puritans who strove to persuade him into abolishing episcopacy and establishing a Presbyterian form of church government. Before James had been for a year on the English throne, he had shown his intentions in the matter of church government. On his first arrival, the Puritan party, both the dissenters and the conformists within the national church, presented him with the millenary petition in which they complained that they were overburdened with human rites and ceremonies prescribed in the prayer book, and besought him to abolish episcopacy and purify the land from the remnants of popish superstition. James invited representative Puritan ministers to meet him at the Hampton Court Conference, January 1604, where they were to dispute with some of his bishops. But the conference was a mere farce. The king browbeat and hectored the ministers, and declared himself wholly convinced by the arguments of the Anglican clergy. He announced his full approval of the existing church system, and that he would have one doctrine, one discipline, one religion in substance and ceremony. The Puritans went away in sore displeasure, and from that moment the large number of them who had hitherto continued in the body of the national church began to desert it and to form various schismatic sects. We find it hard today to realize the fanatical scruples which made them see snares in a ring or a surplice, or deem that episcopacy was a Romish invention. But we can understand that the real bent of their minds was directed against dictation in matters of conscience and the denial of the right of private judgment. With their theory we may sympathize, but the actual points on which they chose to succeed from the ancient church of the land were miserably inadequate to justify schism. It is fair to add, however, that there was much to repel men of conscience and piety in the condition of the national church. The bishops showed an unworthy subservience to the throne, which seemed peculiarly disgusting when the crown was worn by such a self-satisfied pedant as King James. A glance at the fulsome praises heaped upon him in the preface to the authorized version of the Bible will sufficiently serve to make this plain. Almost the only sign of sagacity which the new king showed was that he kept in office as his chief minister Robert, the younger Cecil, son of the great Lord Burleigh. James made him Earl of Salisbury, and first as Secretary of State and afterwards as Lord Treasurer. Cecil kept a firm hand on the reins of power and restrained many of his master's follies. It was not till he died in 1612 that the king was able to display his own unwisdom in its full development. Hence it comes that the 9 years 1602 to 1611 are comparatively uneventful and show little of the king's worst foibles. A few incidents only deserve mention in this period. Cobham's plot, which followed almost immediately on the king's accession, was a most mysterious business. It was said that Lord Cobham, Lord Grey, Sir Walter Raleigh the Explorer, and certain others, all enemies of Robert Cecil, had formed a plot to kidnap the king and force him to dismiss his minister, perhaps even to depose him in favor of his cousin, Arabella Stuart, the child of his father's brother. The whole matter is so dark that it is hard to make out what the conspirators desired, or even whether they conspired at all. Both extreme Puritans and fanatical Roman Catholics are said to have been engaged in the plot, and the wildest aims were ascribed to them. It is only certain that James and Cecil used the affair as a means for crushing those whom they feared. The unfortunate Arabella Stuart was put in confinement for the rest of her life. Raleigh languished 12 years in the Tower, and Grey and Cobham also suffered long imprisonment. A clearer but not less strange matter was the famous gunpowder treason of 1605. A band of fanatical Catholics, disgusted that the king refused to grant the toleration they had expected or to repeal the recusancy laws, formed a diabolical scheme for murdering not only James himself, but his sons and all the chief men of the realm. Their chiefs were Thomas Percy, a relative of the Earl of Northumberland, Catesby, Guy Fawkes, and Sir Everard Digby. Their plan was to hire a cellar which lay under the Houses of Parliament, fill it with barrels of gunpowder, and fire the train when the king was opening Parliament on the 5th of November. Lords, commons, princes, and king would thus perish in a common disaster, while a Catholic rising and a Spanish invasion were to follow. Garnet, the provincial of the Jesuits, was informed of the scheme by the conspirators and kept it secret. A mere chance saved king and Parliament. When all was ready and the cellar was charged with its murderous contents, one of the conspirators wrote an anonymous letter to his cousin, Lord Monteagle, a Catholic peer, imploring him not to attend on the 5th of November on account of a great blow that was impending. Monteagle sent the letter to the king, whose suspicious mind, it will be remembered that his own father had perished by gunpowder, soon read the secret. The cellars were searched on the night of November 4, and Guy Fawkes, who was to fire the train, was discovered lurking there with his great hoard of powder. On the news of his arrest, the other conspirators took arms, but their preparations had been ridiculously inadequate for their end, and they were easily hunted down and slain. Fawkes and Garnet the Jesuit were tortured, and then hung, drawn, and quartered. The only result of the gunpowder treason was to make the lot of English Romanists much harder than before, for the nation thought that most of them had been implicated in the plot, and Parliament greatly increased the harshness of the recusancy laws. End of section 48. Section 49 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 25. James I, 1603 to 1625. Part 2. The persecuting of Romanists, however, was about the only point on which the king and Parliament could agree. From the very first, James and the House of Commons were at odds on almost every matter which they had to discuss. When peace was made with Spain in 1604, the House was ill pleased, for a whole generation of Englishmen had grown up who looked upon war with King Philip as one of the natural conditions of life, and thought that the Spanish colonies in America existed solely for the purpose of being plundered by English buccaneers. James, on the other hand, hated all wars with a coward's hatred, and had a great respect for the ancient greatness and autocratic sovereignty of the Spanish kings. Taxation furnished another fertile source of dispute. The court was numerous, profligate, and wasteful, and in spite of Cecil's economy, the king piled up a mountain of debts and exceeded his revenue year by year. To fill his purse, he raised the scale of the customs duties without the consent of Parliament, 1608, and then refrained from calling the Houses together for 2 years. But in 1610, his increasing necessities forced him to summon them, and a sharp dispute about the legality of the increased customs at once began. It grew so bitter that the king dismissed the Parliament without having obtained the money he wanted, and was constrained to go on accumulating unpaid debts. 1611. The next year, the great minister, Robert Cecil, died, and James was left to govern for himself as best he might. A great change was at once apparent. Its chief symptom was the beginning of the system of government by royal favourites. Hitherto James had heaped wealth and favour on his minions, but had not dared to entrust them with affairs of state, so great was his fear of his able Lord Treasurer. When Salisbury was gone, the king fell entirely into the hands of the favourite of the hour, a young Scot named Robert Kerr, who had been his page. James made him Viscount Rochester, and put him in the Privy Council, and entrusted him with all his confidential business. Kerr was a worthless adventurer, whose good looks and ready tongue were his only stock in trade. He used his influence purely for personal ends, to fill his pocket and indulge his taste for ostentation. When he meddled in politics, it was to encourage the king in courses which were hateful to the nation, in forming an alliance with Spain, and in persisting in illegal taxation. Kerr's dominion in the King's Council lasted about 3 years, and was ended by a shocking crime, which did more to lower the court and the king in the eyes of the people than anything which had yet occurred since James' accession. Kerr had become enamored of Frances Howard, the wife of the young Earl of Essex, son of Elizabeth's unfortunate favourite. The Countess returned his passion, became his paramour, and agreed to procure her divorce from her husband by bringing scandalous and indelicate accusations against Essex. But a certain Sir Thomas Overbury, an unscrupulous courtier, who was in the secret of this wicked plot, set himself to hinder the marriage, and threatened to make public what he knew. Rochester got him thrown into the Tower, and there he was poisoned by the revengeful Countess, with or without the guilty knowledge of the favourite. Lady Essex brought her suit against her husband, and as the king interfered with the course of justice in her favour, the divorce was accomplished. The guilty pair were married with great state, and James raised Rochester to the earldom of Somerset to celebrate the occasion. But murder will out. 2 years later, the tale of Overbury's assassination got abroad, and the king learnt the story of his favourite's dishonour. James was not quite dead to all feelings of right and wrong. The revelation greatly shocked him, and moreover, he was growing tired of Somerset's arrogance and dictatorial ways. Hence it came about that he suffered the law to take its course. The Earl and Countess were tried and convicted of having poisoned Overbury. Their lives were spared, but they suffered long imprisonment and disappeared into obscurity. It is said that Somerset saved his neck by threatening to reveal some disgraceful secret of the king's of which he was possessed. 1616. It might have been supposed that Kerr's scandalous end would have weaned King James from his propensity for favourites, but this was not so. He replaced the Earl of Somerset by another minion, George Villiers, the son of a Leicestershire squire. Villiers was as handsome and insinuating as Kerr, and possessed far greater ability. He not only acquired an entire ascendancy over James himself, but mastered as completely the heir to the throne, Prince Charles. The king's elder son, Henry, Prince of Wales, had died 4 years before, during Somerset's day of power. He had been a very promising youth, and hated his father's ways. Hence, some suspected that Somerset had poisoned him, though there seems to have been no foundation for the charge. For the 9 years which James had yet to live, he was completely in the hands of Villiers. The young favourite was vain, arrogant, and ambitious, but worse men than he have lived. He had the saving vice of pride, which kept him from many of the meaner sins. He was not cruel, avaricious, or revengeful, as his predecessor Somerset had been, but his influence on the realm was all in the direction of evil. In his headstrong self-confidence, he thought that he was a heaven-sent statesman, and led his weak and doting master into many follies. The days of his domination are filled with the miserable story of the Spanish marriage. King James, as we have already had to remark, was filled with a great respect for the ancient power and wealth of Spain, and never realized how much the foundations of its strength had been sapped by the long and ruinous Dutch and English wars of Philip II. Spain was at this moment represented by a very able ambassador, Sarmiento, Count of Gondomar, who systematically misled the king as to the views and intentions of his master, Philip III. His influence induced James to look to Spanish aid for a solution of all his financial troubles, for he thought that, in return for his alliance, Spain would lend or give him money to cover his annual deficits. The beginning of subservience to Spain is marked by one of the blackest spots in the reign of James, the execution of Sir Walter Raleigh. The old explorer had now lingered for 12 years in the Tower, but got a temporary release by persuading James that he knew of rich gold mines in Guiana, on the banks of the Orinoco, from which he could bring back a great ransom. He was permitted to sail, but the king informed Gondomar of the matter. Now the Spaniards still looked on any interference in America as a trespass on their monopoly of the trade of the West. The ambassador sent news of Raleigh's approach to the governors of the West Indies, and preparations were made to give him a hot reception. When he reached South America, Sir Walter was easily drawn into hostilities with the Spaniards, and had to return after failing to force his way up the Orinoco. When he reached England, he was arrested at Gondomar's request for having engaged in fighting with a friendly power. But instead of trying him for his misdemeanor, the dastardly king beheaded him without giving him a hearing or an opportunity of defense, on the old charge of having been engaged in Cobham's plot 15 years before. He fell a victim to Spanish resentment, not to any crime committed against his own king. 1618. The year of Raleigh's death saw the opening of a new set of troubles for King James. He had married his daughter Elizabeth to Frederick of the Palatinate, the most rash and venturesome of the Protestant princes of Germany. When the great religious struggle known as the 30 Years' War broke out, Frederick took the lead among the Protestants and seized the kingdom of Bohemia, one of the possessions of the Emperor Ferdinand, the bigoted and fanatical head of the Romanist party. 1619. Frederick, however, was beaten and lost not only Bohemia, but his own dominions in the Palatinate. 1620. Concerned to see his favorite daughter lose her crown and lands, King James conceived a hope that he might induce his Spanish friends to restore his son-in-law to his Rhenish electorate. He forgot that Philip III, as a devout Catholic, was much pleased to see the headstrong Frederick stripped of house and home. But while intriguing with Spain, James, with great duplicity, tried to persuade his subjects that he was ready to make war on the emperor in order to restore the elector by force of arms. The Parliament was again summoned. It gave the king a liberal grant for the proposed war in Germany, but it then proceeded to investigate abuses. The most notable scandal which it discovered was that the Lord Chancellor, the great philosopher Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, had been accepting gifts from the corrupt suitors in his court, a misdemeanor so flagrant that it struck at the roots of all justice. Bacon pleaded guilty and was removed from office. 1621. The Parliament then began to discuss internal politics, praying for a more rigorous suppression of the Jesuits and petitioning the king to marry his heir to a Protestant princess, for it was already rumored that a Spanish match was being proposed for Prince Charles. After much angry debating on what he considered an invasion of his prerogative, James had to dismiss the two houses. 1622. The reports which had reached the ears of the Commons about the marriage of the Prince of Wales were quite correct. The king and Villiers, who had lately been created Earl of Buckingham, had formed a chimerical plan for persuading the King of Spain to restore the elector to the Palatinate by means of a marriage treaty. If Prince Charles were to offer to wed one of the Infantas, the sisters of Philip IV, they thought that the Spaniard would interfere in Germany in order to oblige his brother-in-law. Moreover, the rich dowry of the princess would serve to pay some of James's debts. They forgot that the King of Spain had no interest or inducement to attack the emperor, his own cousin and co-religionist, and that the only thing which Philip really wanted to secure by a treaty with England was toleration for the English Catholics. From this foolish plan sprang the rash expedition of Buckingham and Prince Charles to Madrid, thinking to win the consent of the Spanish king by appearing in person, and using the weight of his own attractions. Buckingham persuaded the prince to accompany him and crossed the Channel. Charles seems to have formed a romantic affection, on hearsay evidence, for the Infanta, and followed his mentor with enthusiasm. They traveled rapidly and in disguise, and were able to present themselves at Madrid before the Spanish court had any idea of their having started. Their presence put Philip IV in no small perplexity, for he had not really intended to complete the match. His sister, the Infanta Maria, was dismayed at the prince's arrival, and threatened to retire into a nunnery rather than marry him. There followed an interminable series of negotiations, in which the Spaniards attempted to scare off the unwelcome suitor by proposing hard conditions to him. But Charles at once accepted every proposal made, even offering to grant complete toleration to Catholics in England, which he knew that the nation and Parliament would never permit. Buckingham, meanwhile, made himself much hated by the haughty Spanish court, owing to his absurd arrogance and self-complacency. At last, discovering that the Spaniards did not mean business, he persuaded the prince to take a ceremonious leave of King Philip and brought him back to England. When they were well out of Spain, they sent back an intimation that nothing more could be done till the king promised to recover the Palatinate for the Elector Frederick, a polite way of breaking off the match. Highly indignant with the Spanish court for its blindness to his own charms and attractions, the headstrong Buckingham resolved to revenge himself on them. This was most easily done by forming an alliance with France, the eternal enemy of Spain. Accordingly, the favorite, on his return to England, began to urge the king and the prince to declare war on Philip IV, and to take up the cause of Louis XIII. For once, Buckingham had public opinion on his side, for war with Spain was always popular in England. The Parliament voted liberal subsidies for an army to be sent to Germany, and a French alliance was easily concluded. Prince Charles, quite cured of his infatuation for the Infanta, offered his hand to Henrietta Maria, the sister of Louis XIII. She was at once betrothed to him, and the preliminaries for marriage were in progress when the old king suddenly died, worn out by slothful living and hard drinking, to which he had grown much addicted of late years. February 1625. In two spheres only was the inglorious reign of James I redeemed by some measure of success. The first was the realm of trade and colonial expansion. All through the early years of the century, English commerce was steadily growing, especially with the remote regions of Africa, China, India, and the Spice Islands. At the same time, the first successful English colonies were planted. The second plantation of Virginia was completed in 1607. The Bermudas were settled in 1616. Barbados in 1605. The far more important New England colonies date from 1620 to 28. They were founded by groups of nonconformist Puritans who left their native country to escape the harassing laws against schism to which they found themselves subject. It is only fair to add that, when they had settled down in North America, they established a church system quite as intolerant and oppressive as that from which they had fled. The other sphere in which the reign of James showed a certain success was Ireland. When O'Neill, Earl of Tyrone, the old adversary of Queen Elizabeth, rebelled for a second time in 1607, his dominions in Ulster were confiscated and carefully portioned out among English and Scotch settlers, who undertook never to resell them to natives. Many thousands of colonists crossed St. George's Channel, and by 1625, Ulster had a large and firmly rooted Protestant population, though its prosperity was founded on the systematic oppression of the native Irish. End of section 49.
Section 50 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26. The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War. 1625 to 1642, Part 1. The accession of Charles I made a profound change in the destinies of England, for though the new king had the same policy and the same notions of government in church and state as his father, yet his personal character was wholly different. James had been before all things a coward. He seldom dared to translate his theories into action, and hence it came that he died peacefully in his bed. His son, on the other hand, was not lacking in courage, and he was recklessly obstinate. Nothing could bend his will or teach him submission. Therefore he died on the scaffold. Character of Charles I. Yet Charles was in every way superior to his father. He was a man of handsome face and stately carriage. Though reared in a profligate and vicious court, he had grown up with all the private virtues. As a father and husband, he was admirable. He was sincerely religious and ardently loved the Church of England. He was a wise and judicious patron of arts and letters, but his taste never led him into personal extravagance. If he had been born a peer instead of a prince, he would have been one of the best men of his day. But, unfortunately for England and for himself, he inherited a crown and not a coronet. He came to the helm of state fully persuaded of the truth of the two maxims that his father had taught him, that the royal prerogative overrode all the ancient national rights, and that the king ought to judge for himself in all things, and follow his own ideas, not the advice of his parliament. The accession of Charles was saluted with joy on all sides. The nation thought that the young, chivalrous, and enterprising prince would reverse all his father's policy. He would cast away the hated Spanish alliance, and place England at the head of the Protestant powers of Europe, the position that she had held in Elizabeth's day. It was hoped that he would relegate the upstart Buckingham to the background and rule for himself, but in accordance with the wishes and aspirations of the nation. Continued ascendancy of Buckingham. The first jarring note was struck when it became evident that the king was still under the control of his father's favourite. Villiers had somehow contrived to master the mind of the staid and firm Charles no less than that of the timid and irresolute James. When the first Parliament of the new reign was summoned, it found him in full possession of the king's ear and dictating all his enterprises. Demands for money refused by the Commons. The enormous demands for money which Charles laid before the Commons were enough to dash their spirits. The late king had left some £800,000 of debts, and in addition to the sum required to discharge them, £1,000,000 more was asked for purposes of war with Spain and the Emperor. To the disgust of Charles and Buckingham, Parliament voted only 2 subsidies, about £150,000, and granted tonnage and poundage, the customs revenue of the kingdom, for 1 year only, though it had been usual, in late reigns, to give it for the whole term of the king's life. Expedition against Cadiz. The want of confidence which the Commons showed in Buckingham's administrative capacity was thoroughly justified. His first military adventure was a great expedition against the Spanish arsenal of Cadiz. A large fleet was sent out, but the generals were incapable, and the armament returned in a few months, without having accomplished anything save the capture of a single Spanish fort, 1625. Loan of ships for the siege of La Rochelle. Meanwhile, a new trouble was brewing. Charles had carried out Buckingham's scheme for an alliance with France, and had taken to wife the Princess Henrietta Maria, sister of Louis XIII, the moment that the mourning for his father was over. Shortly after, his brother-in-law asked him for the loan of 8 men of war, for the French navy was small and weak. The request was granted, and the French government then proceeded to use the ships against the rebellious Huguenots of La Rochelle, who were in arms against the king. Now, the English nation had always felt much sympathy with the French Protestants, their old companions in arms in the days of Elizabeth, and the news that the Royal Navy was being used to coerce the Huguenots caused a great outcry throughout the country. All the blame was laid on Buckingham, as was but natural. He had also to face another accusation. Unable to get enough money from Parliament to fit out the unhappy expedition to Cadiz, the king had raised large sums by benevolences and forced loans, the old expedient of Edward IV. Parliament attacks Buckingham. When, therefore, the second Parliament of the reign assembled in 1626, it proceeded, not to grant subsidies for the war, but to petition against Buckingham. The king took the matter in the most haughty and high-handed manner. "I must let you know," he exclaimed, "that I will not let any of my servants be questioned by you, much less those that are of eminent place and near to me." He denied, in short, the ancient right of the House to petition against unpopular ministers, a right which it had used 50 times in the 14th and 15th centuries. But the Commons hardened their hearts, and proceeded to impeach the Duke for having raised illegal taxes, sold public offices to unworthy persons, and lent the ships to France contrary to the interests of the realm and the Protestant faith. The king's reply was to dissolve them. June 1626. The French alliance broken off. But the king and the duke had been seriously moved by the outcry against the loan of the ships to King Louis. In a vain attempt to conciliate public opinion and put themselves right with the nation, they suddenly reversed their policy of the last 2 years and resolved to break with France, even though the Spanish War was still on their hands. With inconceivable frivolity and thoughtlessness, Buckingham proceeded to pick a quarrel with the French government, and to announce his intention of aiding the Huguenot rebels in La Rochelle against their sovereign. Expedition in aid of La Rochelle. War was declared against France, and Buckingham undertook to lead in person a great armament which was to raise the siege of La Rochelle, now closely beleaguered by the royal armies. This expedition came to a bad end, like everything else which the headstrong and incapable Duke took in hand. He landed on the Isle of Ré, opposite La Rochelle, to drive off the French troops which shut the city in on the side of the sea. But there he suffered a fearful disaster. Part of his army was cut to pieces, part compelled to surrender, and after losing 4,000 men, the Duke hastily re-embarked for England. October 1627. Buckingham assassinated. But Buckingham was as obstinate as he was incompetent. He swore that he would still save La Rochelle, and began to gather a second army at Portsmouth to renew his attempt to raise the siege. While employed in organizing his new troops, he was stabbed and mortally wounded by John Felton, a discontented officer who had served under him in Ré and wished to avenge his private wrongs and free the country of a tyrant by the single blow. August 1628. By the death of his arrogant minister, the king obtained a splendid opportunity of setting himself right with the nation and turning over a new leaf. For men had agreed to consider Buckingham personally answerable for the disasters and illegalities of the last 2 years, and to hold the king guilty of nothing more than a misplaced confidence in his favourite. The Parliament of 1628. Charles soon showed that he was not wiser nor more teachable than the Duke. He took no new favourite into his confidence, and proceeded to act as his own Prime Minister, so that he made himself clearly responsible for all that followed. He had summoned his third Parliament early in 1628, hoping to extract from it the sums necessary to defray Buckingham's projected second expedition to La Rochelle. The Commons met in no pleasant mood, and were far more set on protesting against the doings of Buckingham than on granting money. The new House contained many men who were to be notable in after years as the chief opponents of the King's misrule. Oliver Cromwell appeared for the first time to represent Huntingdon. Hampden, Pym, and Eliot were also numbered among the members, all three considerable personages who had already protested against the methods of the King's administration. The Petition of Right. Instead of waiting to be attacked, the Parliament of 1628 took the initiative by presenting to the King the celebrated Petition of Right, a document which demanded that certain ancient rights of Englishmen should be formally conceded by the King, namely, that no benevolences or forced loans should be demanded, no soldiers billeted on citizens without payment, no man imprisoned except on a specified and definite charge, and no martial law proclaimed in time of peace. Unless this petition was granted, they intimated that no supplies of money should be forthcoming. May 28th. After some quibbling and hesitation, Charles gave his assent. Money was absolutely necessary to him, and he was determined to have it. The subsidies were granted, and then in a few months he proceeded to break his plighted word. Parliament dissolved. When the Parliament met after its adjournment in January 1629, it found that the King had already begun raising tonnage and poundage, which had not yet been legally granted him, and was imprisoning those who refused to pay. Their indignation was thoroughly roused, and they displayed such a combative spirit that Charles determined to dissolve them at once. While his messenger was knocking at the door of the House, the Commons passed a hasty resolution that anyone who should countenance popery or advise the levying of subsidies not granted by Parliament should be reputed a capital enemy to the kingdom and Commonwealth. This declaration had hardly been carried when the notice of dissolution was proclaimed, March 10th, 1629. End of section 50. Section 51 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26. The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642. Part 2. Personal Government. After waging such bitter war with 3 successive parliaments, Charles resolved to try the unprecedented experiment of governing without parliaments at all. For 11 years he refused to summon the 2 houses, and ruled autocratically without any check on his will, 1629 to 1640. He marked his sense of the late Parliament's conduct by apprehending several of its members and sending 3 of them to the Tower. Sir John Eliot, the most prominent of these captives, and one of the best men of his day, languished to death in his prison after a confinement of no less than 3 years. After this cruel and unconstitutional beginning, Charles persevered in his evil ways. He chose a body of ministers who would obey his every command, displaced such judges and officials as showed any regard for the old customs of the realm, and governed like a continental tyrant. He was not a vicious or a malevolent man, but he was fully convinced that his prerogative covered every illegal act that he might commit, and he was persuaded that all who opposed him must be not only foolish, but evil-disposed persons. As to the Petition of Right, he managed to forget that he had ever signed it. Archbishop Laud. The two chief counsellors of the king in this unhappy period were William Laud, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Thomas Wentworth, Lord Strafford. The former was an honest but narrow-minded man, who had made a great reputation at Oxford as president of St. John's College, and had grown to note as the head of the High Church party in the university. He was a good scholar and an excellent organizer, but a martinet to the backbone. He accepted the archbishopric with the fixed idea of suppressing and crushing the Puritan party in and out of the Church of England. He hated the Puritan ideal of church government on republican lines without king or bishop, and he equally detested the Calvinistic doctrine of predestination, which was the shibboleth of Puritan theology. The king was a good churchman, and gave Laud his full confidence. Laud, in return, became the zealous servant of Charles in secular no less than in religious matters. Not only did he teach consistently that it was a subject's duty to submit without question to a divinely ordained king, not only did he devote himself to molesting and harassing Puritans in the church courts, but he made himself the most prominent personage among the king's ministers. His name is signed at the top of every unwise ordinance that the Privy Council ever produced. He sat regularly in the two ancient but unconstitutional courts, the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, which punished those who had offended King Charles in matters secular or spiritual. Hence it came that he was hated, not only as an ecclesiastical tyrant, but as a temporal oppressor. Yet at bottom he was an honest and well-meaning man, who did but follow the dictates of his somewhat pedantic conscience. The Earl of Strafford, Pharaoh. It is difficult to give even this moderate praise to the other great minister who served King Charles. Sir Thomas Wentworth had been a great enemy of Buckingham in Parliament, but after the Duke's death he suddenly went over to the king and enlisted in his service. Wentworth loved power above all things, and sold himself to Charles for high promotion. It was this desertion of his old party that made him so well hated by the friends of liberty. The king gave him the title of Strafford, and entrusted him first with the presidency of the North, the government of the countries beyond the Humber, and afterwards with the Lord Deputyship of Ireland. Strafford was a very capable man, with a hard hand and a great talent for organization. He called his system the policy of Pharaoh, by which he meant a resolute persistence in ignoring all checks of custom or constitutional usage which might restrain the king's action, and a determination to crush all who dared stand in his way. Strafford's Irish policy. The tale of Strafford's government in Ireland best illustrates what Pharaoh implied. He reduced the island to a more perfect obedience than it had ever known before, made its revenue and expenditure balance, kept up a large and efficient army, and encouraged trade and manufactures. But this was done at the cost of a ruthless disregard alike for law and morality. Strafford bullied and cheated the Irish Parliament. He set up illegal courts of justice. He dragooned the Scottish settlers in Ulster into accepting episcopacy. His worst measures, however, were reserved for the native Irish. On the preposterous plea that the landlords of Connaught could show no valid title deeds for their estates, he proposed to confiscate the whole of that province and settle it up with English. As a matter of fact, Connaught was mostly in the hands of ancient Celtic houses, who could show a tenure of many centuries, but had never consigned their claims to parchment. Strafford proposed to take heavy fines from a few of the unfortunate landholders, and to wholly evict the rest from their ancestral estates, and he would have done it if troubles in England had not called him away from his task. Tyrannous measures of the king. To enumerate all the unconstitutional acts of Charles I in his 11 years of tyranny would be tedious. He had resolved to raise a sufficient revenue without parliamentary grants, and to secure it he discovered the most monstrous devices. He established monopolies in the commonest products of trade, such as soap, linen, and leather. He declared whole districts of England to be under forest law, though the forests had disappeared centuries before, and took heavy fines from the inhabitants. He revised revived the old law of Edward I, which compelled all owners of £40 a year in land to receive knighthood, and made them pay exorbitant fees for the honour. The arbitrary Star Chamber was set to inflict heavy fines on rich men for offences which did not come under the letter of any law. It strained angry words into libel or treason, and made family broils or personal quarrels a fruitful source of revenue. The fines ran up as high as £20,000. Ship money. Another invention of the king was the celebrated ship money. In ancient times, sea-coast districts had been wont to pay a special contribution in times of war to provide vessels for the Royal Navy. Charles, in full time of peace, proposed to raise this tax from every county in England as an annual imposition. John Hampden, the member for Buckinghamshire in the last Parliament, refused to pay the 20 shillings at which he was assessed, and took the case before the courts, but the subservient judges decided in the king's favour, and Hampden was rigorously fined. 1637. The repression of Puritans. Bastwick's case. Besides financial extortion, the king countenanced much oppression of other sorts. Laud and his spiritual courts were always at work against the Puritans. The net result of their work was that the whole Calvinistic party in the Church of England went over to nonconformity, and became for the most part Presbyterians. Few but the Arminian high churchmen remained in the establishment. It is probable that these 11 years tripled the number of schismatics in the country. To illustrate the dealings of the government with clamorous Puritans, the case of Dr. John Bastwick may be taken as an example. He accused the bishops of a tendency to popery in a tract called the New Litany. For this he was sentenced to lose both his ears, to stand in the pillory, to be fined £5,000, and to be imprisoned till his death. 1637. The Star Chamber. Prynne's case. Such sentences, however, were not uncommon in the court of the Star Chamber, nor were they reserved for offenders against spiritual peers only. A case may be quoted even more astonishing than that of Bastwick. A lawyer named William Prynne wrote a book called Histriomastics, protesting against the growing immorality of the stage. It contained words supposed to reflect on Queen Henrietta Maria, who was very fond of plays, and had sometimes acted in masques herself. For this Prynne was condemned to the same penalty as Bastwick, the pillory, the loss of his ears, and a fine of £5,000. It is not unnatural that England grew more and more disloyal as the years went by. The whole country was seething with discontent, yet it was not south but north of the Tweed that the first blow was to be struck. It seemed that English wrath needed a parliament to make its voice articulate. The Scots, on the other hand, found their centre of resistance in the strong local organisation of their kirk. Attempt to force episcopacy on Scotland. The cause of the Scottish outbreak was the king's attempt to force episcopal government in high church doctrine on the Kirk of Scotland, which was deeply attached to its Presbyterian constitution and wholly committed to Calvinistic theology. Both James I and Charles in his earlier years had made spasmodic attempts to bring the northern church up to the same level of faith and ritual as that which prevailed in the south. They had been sturdily resisted, but the struggle had not grown quite desperate till 1637, when Charles and Laud seriously took in hand the conversion of Scotland. The first grievance was the issue, by royal authority alone, of a set of canons, or church rules, drawn up by Laud, 1636. They were universally disregarded, but in the following year matters came to a head when the king ordered a new Book of Common Prayer, drawn up on the Anglican model, to be taken into use in all the churches of Scotland. The attempt to introduce it led to the celebrated riot in St. Giles, Edinburgh, where, as the story goes, the turmoil was started by an old woman hurling her stool at the dean's head with the war cry, "Will you say the Mass in my lug?" Ear. All the clergy who attempted to use the new service book were hustled and driven away. July 1637. The National Covenant. It was evident that Charles would bitterly resent this national outburst, and in self-defence the Scots, nobles, ministers, and burgesses alike, entered into the National Covenant, a solemn sworn agreement to stand by each other to resist tyranny and popery. Soon after, the General Assembly of the Kirk met at Glasgow, declared the Scottish bishops tainted with Romanism, condemned the king's new canons and book of prayer, and proclaimed that episcopacy was altogether opposed to the rules of faith. The Scots take up arms. This was open rebellion in the king's eyes, and he immediately began to make preparations for a military expedition against Scotland. The whole country was in the hands of the Covenanters, save some of the wild Highland districts, and it was evident that a national war was impending. At the first news of the king's movements, the Scots raised an army of more than 20,000 men, led by veteran officers who had served on the Protestant side in the wars of Germany. This formidable force advanced to Dunslaw in Berwickshire and prepared to defend the line of the Tweed. The king had no standing army, save the troops whom Strafford had organised in Ireland. He was therefore compelled to call out the gentry and militia of the northern counties. It soon became apparent that he would not be able to rely on any willing service from these levies. Half England fought the Scots in the right. The men came in unwillingly and in inadequate numbers, and Charles found at York only a raw, discontented force, quite unready to take the field. Dismayed at his weakness, he began to negotiate with the insurgents. June 1639, but they would take no compromise, and as neither men nor money were forthcoming, the king was forced to take the desperate step of summoning a parliament to grant him supplies. End of section 51. Section 52 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26, The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642, Part 3. The Short Parliament. The two houses met in the spring of 1640 in no placable frame of mind. 11 years of tyranny had maddened the nation, and now that England had found her voice again, it spoke with no uncertain sound. Her mood was quickly shown. Led by John Pym, the member for Tavistock, the Commons at once announced that they were come together to discuss grievances before thinking of grants of supply. Charles immediately dissolved the Parliament ere it had sat 3 weeks. Hence it is known as the Short Parliament. April to May 1640. The rout of Newburn. Hardening his heart, Charles raised a few £1,000 by ship money and other illegal devices, and launched his disaffected and undisciplined army against the Scots. But the men disbanded themselves at the first shot, and, after the disgraceful rout of Newburn, the Covenanters were able to occupy Northumberland and Durham, and established their headquarters at Newcastle. August 1640. The king had already summoned Strafford from Ireland, and the great Lord Deputy had come, but without his army. He was now given command of the wrecks of the levies in the north, but even he could not compel that discontented host to stand or fight. In despair, the king saw that he must make concessions to the nation, and called a new parliament, November 3rd, 1640. The Long Parliament. For the 5th time, Charles found himself confronted with the angry representatives of the nation that he had wronged. But this time the engagement was to be no short skirmish, but a long and desperate battle, destined to endure for 8 years, and to end only with his overthrow and death. The Long Parliament, unlike its predecessors, was to exist for many years. With it the king was to fight out the great dispute for the sovereignty of England, to settle whether, for the future, the royal prerogative or the will of the Commons was to be the stronger factor in the governance of the realm. In the existing crisis Charles felt that he was, for the moment, entirely at the mercy of the two houses. The exchequer was empty, the army disloyal, an active enemy was in possession of the northern counties. He shrank from playing his last stake by bringing over Strafford's troops from Ireland to resist the Scots, though the stern Lord Deputy strongly urged him to take that measure. King Pym. When Parliament met, the same men who had been seen as members in 1628 and in the short Parliament of the last spring stood forward to confront the king. Pym at once marshalled all the forces of discontent into a compact host. So great was the power over them which he displayed, that he soon was nicknamed King Pym by the friends of Charles. He and his confidants were already in secret communication with the Scots, and spoke all the more boldly because they knew that they could call down the covenanting host on London if the king should dare to withstand them. Arrest of Strafford and Laud. The Long Parliament met on November 3rd. It at once proceeded to business. 8 days later, Pym moved that Strafford should be impeached for treason, and in the following month, Laud was also arraigned on the same charge. Both were arrested and sent to the Tower. The king made no attempt to defend them. Apparently, he was so conscious of his helplessness and so dismayed by the riotous mob of London and the fierce words of the Commons that he had completely lost his head. It is certain that, if he had resisted, none but a few courtiers would have backed him. He sank in the most extraordinary way, in 6 months, from an autocrat into a nerveless, hunted creature, amazed at the wrath he had roused, and quite unable to defend himself. Trial and execution of Strafford. The dealings of the Parliament with the two great ministers, the Archbishop and the Lord Deputy, were summary and harsh, even to injustice. It is true that both Laud and Strafford had been cruel enemies of the liberties of England, but it would have been well, in punishing them, to proceed on the best constitutional precedents, and to let the course of justice be clear and calm. Strafford was impeached before the peers, and there was brought against him a vast weight of evidence to prove that, both as President of the North and as Governor of Ireland, he had committed scores of illegal, arbitrary, and cruel acts. But that the acts amounted to treason was not evident, and Pym and his friends were determined to find Strafford guilty of nothing less. After 14 days' sittings, the accusers suddenly determined to change their procedure. Dropping the method of impeachment, they determined to crush Strafford by a simple declaratory bill of attainder, which stated that he had committed treason and was worthy of death. The bill was brought into the House of Commons on April 10th, and all its 3 readings were carried in 11 days. The main point on which the charge of treason was founded was Strafford's advice to the king to bring over the Irish army, and the only proof of that advice was a paper of notes made in the Privy Council, which had surreptitiously come into Pym's hands. Strafford had said, "Your Majesty has an army in Ireland, that you may employ to reduce this kingdom to obedience." It was not even certain that this kingdom meant England and not Scotland, but on that evidence Strafford was convicted of plotting to levy war against the state. The vast majority of the Commons were determined to have his blood. 204 members voted for the bill, only 59 against it, and the names of the minority were soon placarded all over London as traitors to the Commonwealth. The House of Lords approved the Bill of Attainder, and it was sent to the king. Charles had secretly given Strafford a pardon for all his acts, and promised to save his life, but in a moment of alarm, with the angry shouts of the Londoners ringing in his ears, he gave his assent to the bill. It was an inexcusably selfish and cowardly act, the one deed in all his life which we must stamp as mean and perfidious as well as unwise. Strafford suffered on Tower Hill with the stern courage that had marked all his acts, muttering, "Put not your trust in princes," with his last breath. May 12, 1641. Impeachment of Laud and others. It was now the turn of the old archbishop. He was impeached on the 15th of December, both for illegal acts in the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, of which he was undoubtedly guilty, and for the secret encouragement of popery, of which he was as undoubtedly innocent. The articles drawn up against him were approved by the vote of both houses, but he was not at once tried, but allowed to linger in the Tower, where he was to spend more than 2 years. Several minor ministers of the Crown were also impeached: Windibank, the Secretary of State, Finch, the Lord Keeper, and the judges who had given the unrighteous decision in the ship money case. The most prominent of these tools of the king saved themselves by flying oversea. Measures of reform. But while bent on vengeance for the past, the Long Parliament was also desirous of securing good governance for the future. The spring and summer of 1641 saw the abolition of most of the machinery which Charles had used to carry out his tyranny. The two great unconstitutional courts, the Star Chamber and the Court of High Commission, were abolished by a law passed in July. By another, carried in February, it was provided that parliaments should be triennial, and that if the king refrained for 3 years from calling the two houses together, they should have the right to meet without his summons. In June a bill was drawn up, declaring illegal the exaction of ship money, benevolences, and the rest of the king's favourite forms of extortion. An excellent device for keeping the law courts free from royal interference was found by making the judges hold their office, not during the king's pleasure, but dum se bene gesserunt, as long as they faithfully discharged their office. This swept away the power which the Stuarts had habitually used of displacing every judge who gave decisions against the prerogative. The Root and Branch Bill. If the Long Parliament had halted here, we should owe it nothing but thanks and praise. Unfortunately, however, it soon began to press on from redressing national grievances to pandering to party animosities. Most of its leading members were Puritans, and of them a majority was formed by those who had left the Church and taken to Presbyterianism. These nonconformists were burning to revenge themselves on the Church of England for the tyranny which Laud and the Court of High Commission had exercised over them. The first symptom of their wrath was a bill for excluding the bishops from the House of Lords. This was afterwards enlarged into a scheme for abolishing the bishops altogether and reorganizing the Church on a Presbyterian basis. In this form it was popularly known as the Root and Branch Bill, from a term used in a great London petition in its favour. Split in the parliamentary party. This sweeping party measure at once threw all the moderate men in the House, who remained loyal churchmen, though they were also constitutional reformers, into a violent opposition to the majority. After much fierce debating, Pym and his friends passed the second reading by a small majority, 138 to 105, in May 1641. The third reading was bitterly debated all through the summer, but never carried through. In face of the danger of splitting the party of reform, the promoters of the bill wisely dropped it. August 1641. But they never succeeded in reuniting the churchmen to themselves in the firm alliance that had existed before. Men like Lord Falkland, Edward Hyde, John Culpeper, and others of equally liberal views began to doubt the wisdom of continuing to act with a party which was tending to appear more like a synod of fanatics than a committee of constitutional reformers. Position of the king. It was the appearance of this split in the Parliament that first brought some comfort to the disconsolate Charles. After giving a weak and insincere assent to every bill that was sent up to him in the summer, he began to pluck up his heart in the autumn of 1641. It was now his cue to assume the position of a constitutional king, and to accept the present position of affairs. But in his heart he was, no doubt, beginning to dream of ridding himself of his oppressors by the aid of the Church party and the moderate men. He spent the autumn in a visit to Scotland, where he endeavoured to conciliate the Covenanters by granting every request that they laid before him. But at the same time he was in secret negotiation with those of the Scottish nobles who disliked the domination of the Kirk, and was endeavouring to build up a royalist party in the land. End of section 52. Section 53. 3 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 26, The Reign of Charles I to the Outbreak of the Civil War, 1625 to 1642. Part 4. The Irish Rebellion. It was while Charles lay in the north that there burst out troubles in Ireland, which were fated to do him no small harm. The iron hand of Strafford had kept the Irish down for a space, in spite of all the wrongs and injustice which he had committed. When Strafford, however, was gone, the wrath of the oppressed natives boiled over with all the more vigour because of this cruel repression. In October 1641 there broke out a great national and religious rebellion, such as had not been seen since the days of Elizabeth. The old Irish clans rose to cast out and slay the English colonists. The Anglo-Irish Catholics of the Pale took arms at the same time, not to make Ireland independent, but to compel the king to take off all laws against Romanism and turn the island into a Catholic country. In the north of Ireland, where the plantation of Ulster had worked the cruelest wrongs, the rising was attended with horrible atrocities. The natives, headed by Sir Philip O'Neill, a distant kinsman of the old Earls of Tyrone, slew some 5,000 of the unarmed colonists in cold blood. Many thousands more died from cold and starvation, being cast out of their dwellings and hunted away naked in the cold autumn weather. Unhappily for the king, the rebels thought it wise to give out that they acted by his permission in taking arms, and that they only struck at the English Parliament and the Protestant religion. Philip O'Neill even showed a letter purporting to come from Charles and bearing the royal seal of Scotland, where the king at that moment was staying. It was a forgery, and the seal was taken from an old deed, but the English Puritans would believe anything of Charles, and jumped to the conclusion that he was guilty of fostering the rising, and therefore of authorizing the massacre. The Grand Remonstrance. Under the stress of the news from Ireland, the Long Parliament reassembled in the winter of 1641–42 in no amiable frame of mind. They signalled their reassembly by putting forth the Grand Remonstrance, a kind of historical summary of all the illegalities which Charles had committed since his accession, followed by a list of their own reforms already carried out, and a scheme for further reforms to come. These last were to include a bill to make the king choose no ministers or officials save such as Parliament should recommend to him, another for the complete suppression of Romanism, and a third for the reformation of the Church of England in the direction of pure Protestantism, that is, of extreme Puritanism. The first half of the remonstrance passed the Commons with little opposition, but the last clauses, which practically bound the House to abolish episcopacy and turn the established church into a Presbyterian kirk, were hotly opposed by all the moderate party. In the end they passed by a narrow majority of 11. But the victory of the Puritans involved a complete schism in the House. All the church party now resolved that they would go no further. They would rather trust the king in spite of all his faults than the fanatical Presbyterians. For the first time in his life, Charles found himself allied to a powerful party in the lower house. Attempted arrest of the 5 members. He might have regained much of his authority if he had now played his cards wisely, but unwisdom was always his characteristic. Taking heart at the divisions among the Commons, he resolved to attempt a coup d'etat. On January 4, 1642, he suddenly came down to the House with a great armed retinue of 300 or 400 men, intending to arrest the 5 chiefs of the Puritan party, Pym, Hampden, Holles, Hazelbrigg, and Strode. They had received warning of his approach and fled to the city, where the London militia armed in thousands to protect them. The king looked round the House and noted that the 5 members were not present. "I see the birds are flown," he exclaimed, and, after an awkward speech of apology, left the House. Charles leaves London. The plan had completely failed. The Puritans were warned that the king was ready to resume his old illegal habits, and had not learnt his new position as a constitutional ruler. Charles himself was so mortified at the frustration of his scheme that he hastily decamped, abandoning his capital to the Parliament and its enthusiastic supporters, the merchants and burgesses of the city. Preparations for war. The Royalist party. The die was now cast. The next 6 months were occupied by both sides in preparations for war, which was evidently at hand. Every man had now to choose his side and make up his mind. The king went round the Midlands, holding conferences with all whom he thought might be induced to support him. He found more encouragement than he had expected. A large majority of the peerage were on his side. They objected to being ruled by a House of Commons which had grown violent and fanatical. Almost the whole body of churchmen all over the kingdom were also ready to join him. When forced to choose between a king who had been guilty of oppression and unwisdom, but who was undoubtedly a good churchman like themselves, and a parliament ruled by schismatics who wished to wreck the old church, they reluctantly but firmly threw in their lot with Charles. There were whole shires where the Puritans were few and the church was strong, and in these the king found promise of steady support. There were thousands who were moved by the old instinct of loyalty, and thousands more who hoped, unwisely perhaps but wholeheartedly, that their master had learnt moderation, and would, if triumphant, never return to his old courses. Meanwhile Charles took a step which showed that he was preparing for the worst. He sent his wife oversea with all the money he could collect, and his crown jewels, bidding her spend the whole in buying munitions of war in France and Holland. The Commons claimed control of the militia. The parliamentarians were also making their preparations. They were determined to get possession of the armed force of the nation, the militia, or train bands, of the shires and boroughs. With this object they sent the king proposals, which they could hardly expect him to accept, that for the future the right to call out an officer the militia should be vested in the 2 houses, and not in the crown. The negative answer was promptly sent them back from Newmarket. They then proceeded to pass an ordinance arrogating to themselves the right to nominate the Lord Lieutenants, the official commanders of the militia, and ordering military authorities to look for their orders to the houses and not to the king. The ordinance never received the royal sanction, and was of course illegal in form. Nevertheless it was acted upon. Charles at Hull. The crisis began when, in April, the king called on Sir John Hotham, governor of Hull, to admit him within the walls of that town, and make over to him a store of arms and munitions which lay there. Hotham shut the gates, and answered that he took orders from the Parliament alone. The next 2 months were spent by both parties in gathering armies. In June the king sent commissions of array to trustworthy persons in every county, bidding them muster men in his name. The Parliament replied not only by putting the militia under arms, but by raising new levies for permanent service in the field, under officers whom they could trust. They gave the supreme command to the Earl of Essex, the man who 30 years before had been so cruelly wronged by James I and his favourite Somerset. On August 22nd the king set up his standard at Nottingham, and bade all his friends come to meet him. At the same time Essex marched north from London. The war had begun. End of section 53. Section 54 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 1. 9 years of almost continuous war, broken by only one short interval in 1647 to 48, followed the raising of the royal standard at Nottingham. on the 22nd of August, 1642. The first half of the contest, 1642–46, may be defined as the struggle against the person of Charles, the second as the struggle against the principle of kingly government after Charles himself had fallen. Principles of the two parties: the king. When the war began, there was hardly a man on either side who did not believe that he was fighting in behalf of constitutional monarchy. The king and his party disavowed all intention of restoring autocratic government. On the royal standard and the royal coinage, Charles bade the motto be placed, "I will defend the laws of England, the liberties of Parliament, and the Protestant religion." He declared that he was in arms to protect the old constitution against the encroachments of a parliamentary faction who wished to degrade the crown and to destroy the church. The parliamentarians. The followers of Pym and Hampden, on the other hand, were equally loud in protesting that they were in arms only to protect the ancient liberties of the realm, not to set up a new polity. They professed the greatest respect for the crown, used the king's name in all their acts and documents, and stated that they were only anxious to come to terms with him on conditions which should give sufficient guarantees for the future welfare of the realm. Mutual mistrust. But there was a fatal weakness in the programme, both of the royal and the parliamentary party. The king's friends could never trust the parliament's professions, because they believed it to be led by a band of fanatical schismatics. The parliamentarians could never bring themselves to confide in the ruler against whom there stood the evil record of the years 1629 to 1640, and the even more discreditable incident of the attempt to seize the 5 members. When two enemies cannot trust each other's plighted word, they can do nothing but fight out their quarrel to the bitter end. Local distribution of the parties. At the moment when Charles marched from Nottingham and Lord Essex from London in August 1642, neither party had yet any correct notion as to its own or its enemy's strength. In every county and borough of England each side had a following. As to which following was the stronger in each case, it was hard to make a guess. One thing only was clear. Rural England was, on the whole, likely to cleave to the king, urban England to oppose him. Wherever the towns lay thick, Puritanism was strong. London, the populous eastern counties, Kent, the cluster of growing places on the borders of Yorkshire and Lancashire, from Leeds to Liverpool, were all parliamentarian strongholds. On the other hand, in the west and the north, and among the Welsh hills, the church was still omnipotent, and nonconformity was weak. These districts were led by the local peers, and still more by the country gentry, and of both those classes a large majority held to the king. But no general rule could be drawn. There were towns like Worcester, York, Oxford, Exeter, where, for various local reasons, the king's party was the stronger. Similarly, there were many peers, about a third of the House of Lords, who adhered to the parliamentary interest, and where they dominated the countryside, it stood by the cause of the Commons. We need only mention the local influence of the Earl of Warwick in his own district of the Midlands, of the Earl of Manchester in Huntingdonshire, of Lord Fairfax in mid-Yorkshire, as examples of the fact that the parliamentary cause could draw much assistance from the magnates of the land. Still more was this the case among the lesser landholders. In the east of England, a very large proportion of the gentry and all the yeomanry were zealous Puritans. Even in the west there was a sprinkling of Roundheads among the royalist majority. Humane character of the war. It was the saddest feature of the war, therefore, that every man had to draw the sword against his nearest neighbour, and that the opponents differed from each other, not so much on principle as on point of judgment, the doubt whether the king or the parliamentary majority could best be trusted to defend the old constitution. On each side there were many who armed with a doubting heart, not fully convinced that they had chosen their side wisely. This, at any rate, had one good effect. The war was, on the whole, mercifully waged. There were few executions, no massacres, very little plundering. If we compare it with the civil wars of France or Germany, we are astonished at the moderation and self-restraint of our ancestors. The king's forces. It was in August 1642, as we have already mentioned, that King Charles bade his followers meet him at Nottingham. The Royalists of the northern Midlands came to him in numbers far less than he had expected, wherefore he moved west to Shrewsbury to rally his partisans from Lancashire, Cheshire, and Wales, where he knew that they were many and loyal. They came forward in great strength, and Charles was able to begin to organize his army into regiments and brigades. The cavalry was very numerous, if wholly untrained. The nobles and gentry turned out in vast throngs, and brought every tenant and servant that could sit a horse. The infantry were the weaker arm. The squires preferred to serve among the cavalry. The townsfolk and peasantry, who should have swelled the foot levies, were often apathetic where they were not disloyal. It was only in certain limited districts, Wales, Cornwall, and the North were the most noted, that the king could raise a trustworthy foot soldiery. In the army that mustered at Shrewsbury, he had 6,000 cavalry to 8,000 infantry, far too large a proportion of the former. Nor was it easy to arm the foot. Pikes and muskets were hard to procure, as compared with the trooper's sword. The king gave the command of the army to Lord Lindsay, but made his nephew, Rupert of the Palatinate, General of the Horse. The parliamentary forces. Among the troops which Essex was enrolling and drilling at Northampton, the exact reverse was the case. The infantry were numerous and willing. The artisans of London and the men of the eastern counties had volunteered in thousands, but the cavalry was weak. The admixture of gentry and yeomen in its ranks did not suffice to leaven the mass. Many were city-bred men, unaccustomed to riding. Many more were wastrels who had enlisted to get the better pay of the horse soldier. Cromwell, who served in one of these regiments, denounced them to Hampden as mostly old decayed tapsters and serving men, and asked, "How shall such base and mean fellows be able to encounter gentlemen of honour and courage and resolution?" Charles moves towards London. In September the two raw armies were both moving westward, but when Charles had filled his ranks and got his men into some order, he determined to advance on London. Marching by Bridgnorth and Birmingham, he reached the slopes of Edgehill, on the borders of Warwickshire and Oxfordshire, on October 23rd. He had slipped round the flank of Lord Essex, who was waiting for him at Worcester, and the parliamentary army only overtook him by hard marching. When he saw the enemy approaching, Charles ranged his order of battle on the hillside, and charged down on Essex, who was getting into array on the plain below. Battle of Edgehill. The incidents of Edgehill were typical of the whole struggle. On each flank the king's gallant horsemen swept off the parliamentarian cavalry like chaff before the wind, and a third of the infantry of Essex was also carried away in the disaster. But the reckless cavaliers, headed by Prince Rupert, were so maddened by the joy of victory that they rode on for miles, driving the fugitives before them, and gave no thought to the main battle. Meanwhile, in the centre, Lord Essex, at the head of the 2/3 of his infantry who had stood firm, had encountered the king's foot with very different results. After a short struggle, he burst through the royalist centre, and captured the king's standard and the whole of his artillery. A few hundred parliamentary horse, Oliver Cromwell was among them, had escaped from the general flight of their comrades, and by their aid Essex cut several regiments of the royalists to pieces, and thrust the rest in disorder up the slope of Edgehill. Charles at Brentford. When Rupert and his horse returned at eventide, they found to their surprise that they had taken part in a drawn battle, not in a victory. Both sides were left in the same position as before the fight, but the king had one advantage. He was the nearer to London, and was able to march off in the direction of the capital. Essex, with his cavalry gone and his infantry much mauled, could not detain him, and was constrained to make for London by the long route of Warwick, Towcester, and St. Albans, while the king moved by a shorter line through Oxford and Reading. But Charles lingered on the way, and the travel-worn troops of the Earl reached their goal first. Even now, if Charles had struck desperately at London, he might perhaps have taken it, but his irresolute mind was cowed by a strong line of earthworks at Turnham Green, behind which lay not only Essex, but the whole train bands of the capital, 20,000 strong. Instead of assaulting the lines, he drew back to Reading, and sent proposals of peace to the Parliament, hoping that their confidence was sufficiently shaken to make them listen to to his offers. November 11th. Charles retires to Oxford. This retrograde movement was his ruin. The city had trembled while the host of the Cavaliers lay at Brentford and Kingston, but when it withdrew without daring an assault, the spirits of leaders and people rose again, and there was no talk of surrender or compromise. For the rest of the winter, however, the operations languished in front of London. The king retired to Oxford, which he made his arsenal and base of operations. The parliamentarians remained quiet, guarding the capital. Local contests throughout England. While the campaign of Edgehill and Brentford was in progress, there was fighting going on all over England. In each district the local partisans of king and commons were striving for the mastery. In the east the Roundheads carried the day everywhere. The whole coast from Portsmouth to Hull, with all the seaboard counties, fell into their hands. In the west and north the result was very different. Sir Ralph Hopton beat the king's enemies out of Cornwall and the greater part of Devon. The whole of Wales, except the single port of Pembroke, was won for Charles. In Yorkshire there was fierce fighting between the two local magnates, the Marquis of Newcastle on the royal, Lord Fairfax on the parliamentary side. By the end of the winter, Newcastle had got possession of the whole county except Hull, and the cluster of manufacturing towns in the West Riding and on the Lancashire border. He had raised an army of 10,000 men, and controlled the whole countryside from the borders of the Scots as far as Newark-on-Trent. But in the Midlands the first campaign settled nothing. Districts that held for the king and districts that held for the Parliament were intermixed in hopeless confusion. It would obviously need much further fighting before any definite result could be secured. Charles in want of money. After futile negotiations had filled the winter months, the spring of 1643 saw the renewal of operations all over the face of the land. The negotiations, indeed, were but a foolish waste of time. It was not likely that the king would accept the two conditions which the Parliament made a sine qua non, the grant to them of the power of the sword by the Militia Bill, and the right to reform the Church by turning it into a Presbyterian kirk. The struggle had to proceed, though both parties found it extremely hard to maintain. The king, more especially, had the greatest difficulty in finding the sinews of war. The sale of the crown jewels was but a temporary expedient. The loyal offerings of the Oxford colleges, who sent all their gold and silver plate to be melted down at the mint which the king had set up in their midst, could not last for long. The royalist gentry soon stripped the sideboards and strong boxes bare. The want of a regular supply of money was always checking the king's movements. He called together a Parliament at Oxford, to which came a majority of the House of Lords and nearly a third of the House of Commons. This body granted him the right to raise forced loans under his privy seal, and to take excise duties all over the realm, but as the richest part of England was not in his hands, this financial scheme was not very successful. Charles was always on the verge of seeing his army disband for want of pay. The parliamentarians were somewhat better off, owing to their control of London and the other chief ports of the kingdom, but even they were often in dire straits for money, and heard unpaid regiments clamouring in vain for food and raiment. 1643. Royalist successes. 1. In the West. The events of the campaign of 1643 were no more decisive than those of the previous autumn. In the centre, the king and Essex watched each other all through the summer without coming to a pitched battle. The only event of note in these months was the death of Hampden, the second man in importance among the parliamentary leaders, in a cavalry skirmish at Chalgrove Field. But on the two flanks the royalists gained important successes. Hopton, with the Army of the West, swept over Somerset and Wilts, routing Sir William Waller, an enterprising but very unlucky general, at Lansdowne, July 5th, and afterwards at Roundway Down near Devizes, July 13th. In consequence of these victories, Bristol, the second town in the kingdom, fell into royalist hands, July 26th. A further advance put the Army of the West in possession of Hampshire and Dorsetshire, so the Roundheads retained nothing in the south, except the ports of Plymouth and Portsmouth, with a few scattered garrisons more. 2. In the north, the associated counties. At the same time, the Marquis of Newcastle beat Lord Fairfax and his son Sir Thomas, the mainstays of the parliamentary cause in the north, at Adwalton Moor, June 30th, a victory which enabled him to conquer the Puritan stronghold in the west riding and to drive the last wrecks of the enemy into Hull. Newcastle would have won Lincolnshire also, but for the resistance made by a new force, the levy of the associated counties. The shires of Norfolk, Suffolk, Essex, Cambridge, and Huntingdon had banded themselves together to raise a local army. It was a zealous and well-disciplined force, commanded by Lord Manchester, under whom Oliver Cromwell served as general of horse. It was Cromwell's ability as a cavalry leader which saved Lincolnshire to the Parliament by the winning of the hard-fought engagements of Gainsborough, July 28th, and Winceby, October 11th. Siege of Gloucester, First Battle of Newbury. Charles should now have called in Hopton and Newcastle to his aid and marched straight on London, but both the West County and the Yorkshire Royalists disliked leaving their own districts. Hopton's and Newcastle's men protested against being called up to Oxford before they had made a complete end of their own local enemies. Charles was weak enough to yield to their wish, and meanwhile resolved to take Gloucester, the one great Roundhead stronghold left in the west. He laid siege to it on August 10th, but on the news of his march westward, the Parliament gave Lord Essex peremptory orders to attempt its relief at all costs. Reinforced by 6 strong regiments of London train bands, zealous but new to war, he marched with 15,000 men into the west. When he approached the besiegers, Charles resolved not to fight in his siege lines, but to attack Essex in the open. He therefore raised the siege, allowed the Earl to revictual Gloucester, but placed himself along the line of retreat to London. At Newbury in Berkshire, Essex found the king's army arrayed on both sides of the London road and ready to receive him. September 19th. There followed a fierce fight among lanes and hedges as Essex strove to pierce or outflank the royal line. Prince Rupert threw away the best of his horsemen in attempts to break the solid masses of the London train bands, who showed a steady power of resistance very admirable in such young soldiers. In one of those desperate charges fell Lord Falkland, the wisest and most moderate of the king's counsellors, who is said to have deliberately thrown away his life because of his sorrow at the long continuance of the war. After a hard day's work, the Earl had partly cut his way through, and in the night the king, alarmed at the fact that his infantry and artillery had exhausted all their powder, ordered his army to retreat on Oxford. Then the parliamentarians were able to force their way to Reading without further molestation. The Solemn League and Covenant. Thus the end of the campaign of 1643 left matters in the centre much as they had been 9 months before, but on the flanks in Yorkshire and the south-west the Royalists had won much ground, and were in full communication with the king through their strong posts in Bristol and Newark. While arms had proved unable to settle the struggle, both sides had been trying to gain help from without, the Parliament in Scotland, the king in Ireland. The zealous Covenanters of the north, before consenting to give armed support to the Roundheads, insisted on receiving pledges from their allies. Accordingly, the Parliament swore a solemn league and covenant to preserve the Kirk of Scotland in doctrine, worship, and governance, and to reform religion in the Church of England according to God's holy word. The second clause implied the destruction of episcopacy and the introduction of Presbyterianism into the southern kingdom, September 25th. In return for this pledge, the Scots promised to send an army of 10,000 or 15,000 men over the Tweed in the following spring. The conclusion of this treaty was the last work of Pym, the King of the Commons, who died 6 weeks later. No civilian came forward among the ranks of the parliamentarians to take up his mantle. End of section 54. Section 55 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 2. Charles seeks aid from Ireland. Meanwhile, the king had sought aid from Ireland. Ever since the massacre of 1641, the Irish rebels had been fighting with the Marquis of Ormond, Strafford's successor in the governance of that unruly realm. They had occupied 6/7 of the country, and held Ormond's men pinned up in Dublin, Cork, and a few other strongholds. Charles now conceived a scheme for patching up a peace with the rebels, and thus making it possible to bring over Ormond's army, Strafford's veteran regiments, to join in the English war. With this end he negotiated a truce called the Succession with the Irish, September 15th, leaving the Catholic Confederates to govern all the districts that were in their hands, and promising to devise a scheme of toleration for Romanists. This truce enabled Ormond to begin sending over his troops to England. It was also arranged that native Irish levies should be lent to the king by the Catholic Confederates, and Lord Taffy, one of the leading rebels, promised to make a beginning by bringing over 2,000 men. This alliance with the fanatical Romanists of Ireland, the perpetrators of the Ulster Massacre of 1641, did Charles much harm. The Puritans began to dream of England dragooned by wild Irish papists, and thought that the fires of Smithfield would ere long be relighted. They grew fiercer than ever against the king. 1644. Rout of the Irish levies, the Scots in England. In December 1643, Ormond's first regiments began to pass the Channel and arrive at Chester. In January 1644, the Scots crossed the Tweed under the Earl of Leven. Before winter was over, the strife had begun, and the new forces on each side were engaged. In January, Sir Thomas Fairfax, with the Yorkshire parliamentarians, had slipped out of Hull, whose siege had been raised by the Marquis of Newcastle, and fell suddenly upon the Irish army at Nantwich, near Chester. He completely routed it, and dispersed or took almost the whole. Meanwhile, the Scots were slowly pushing southward, driving the Marquis before them through Durham and the North Riding. In April they joined Fairfax at Selby, near York, and the united forces so much outnumbered Newcastle's force that he sent in haste to the king at Oxford to say that all the north would be lost if he were not promptly aided by troops from the Midlands. Charles, though he could ill spare men, gave his nephew Rupert a large force of cavalry, and bade him march rapidly on York, picking up on his way all the reinforcements he could raise in Shropshire, Cheshire, and Lancashire. In June the prince reached York with nearly 10,000 men, and joined Newcastle's army. Even before his arrival, the enemy received a corresponding reinforcement. Lord Manchester and Oliver Cromwell, with the army of the associated counties, had crossed the Trent and entered Yorkshire to join Fairfax and the Scots. A great battle was imminent, and one that would be fought by forces far larger than had yet met in line during the war, for each side mustered more than 20,000 men. Battle of Marston Moor, the North lost to Charles. The fate of the northern counties was settled by the meeting of the two armies at Marston Moor, near York, on the 2nd of July. The parliamentarians and their Scotch allies had drawn themselves up on a hillside overlooking the moor. Fairfax and his Yorkshiremen on the right, the Scots in the centre, Manchester and the men of the eastern counties on the left. Rupert marched out from York to meet them, and ranged his men on the moor below, he himself taking the right wing, while Newcastle's northern levies had the left. Before the prince's host was fully arrayed, the enemy charged down the hill, and the two armies clashed all along the line. On the royalist left, Lord Goring with the northern horse completely routed the troops of Fairfax, and then turned against the Scots, and broke their flank regiments to pieces. Then, thinking the day their own, the Cavaliers rushed on in pursuit and swept off the field. But on the royalist right the matter had gone very differently. Cromwell, with the eastern horse, had there met the fiery Rupert in person. The struggle was long and fierce, but at last Cromwell's men, godly yeomen of Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, whom their general had picked and trained with long care, showed that religious fervour was even better in battle than the reckless courage of the Cavaliers. Rupert's regiments were driven off the field, and then the cool-headed Cromwell, instead of flying in pursuit, led his troopers to aid the much-tried Scots in the centre. By his charge the royalist foot was broken, and Goring's horse dispersed when it straggled back to the battle. The day, which had begun so doubtfully, ended in a complete victory for the Parliament. Rupert rallied 6,000 horse and took them back to Oxford, but the rest of the royalist army was lost. 4,000 had fallen, many dispersed, the rest fell back into York, and there surrendered a few days later. Lord Newcastle, angry at Rupert's rashness before the fight and his mismanagement in it, took ship to Holland and never struck another blow for the king. Meanwhile, Manchester and the Scots overran all the north, and the land beyond Humber was wholly lost to the king. The northern royalists had been utterly destroyed. Battle of Lostwithiel. Essex's army destroyed. This disaster would have been completely ruinous to the king if he had not partly preserved the balance of strength by winning a great victory in the south. The Parliament had hoped to do great things with their home army, and had started the campaign successfully, for Sir William Waller had beaten the west country troops of Lord Hopton at Cheriton in March, and driven the royalists out of Hampshire. But calamity followed this good fortune. In the summer the Earl of Essex led a great host into Wilts and Somerset to complete Waller's success by recovering the whole of the south-western counties. But the king dropped down from Oxford with his main army, and placed himself between Essex and London. The position was much the same as it had been a year before at Newbury Field. But this time the Earl displayed great indecision, and grossly mishandled his men. Instead of forcing his way home at any cost, he retreated westward before Charles, and was gradually driven into Cornwall, where the country was bitterly hostile. After some ill-fought skirmishes, he was surrounded at Lostwithiel. His cavalry cut their way out and got back to Hampshire. He himself escaped in a boat to Plymouth, but the whole of his infantry, guns, and stores were taken by the king. The parliamentarian army of the south was as completely wiped out in September as the royalist army of the north had been in July. But there was one important difference in the cases. Marston Moor stripped Charles not only of an army, but of 6 fair counties. Lostwithiel saw the troops of Essex annihilated, but did not give the king an inch of new ground. On the whole, the balance of the campaign of 1644 was against him. Second Battle of Newbury. To cover London from the king, the Parliament hastily summoned down Manchester's victorious army from Yorkshire and added it to Sir William Waller's force. Their united hosts fought the indecisive Second Battle of Newbury with the royal troops on the 22nd of October. Here Manchester, by his sloth and indecision, left Waller to do all the fighting, and almost lost the day. But in the end Charles withdrew to Oxford, leaving the field to his enemies. Execution of Laud. The winter of 1644-5 was fraught with events of deep importance. The Parliament made one final attempt to negotiate with the king, only to receive the answer, "I will not part with these 3 things, the church, my crown, and my friends, and you will yet have much ado to get them from me." Irritated at the king's unbending attitude, they took a step which they knew must render all further attempts at peace impossible. Drawing out of prison the old Archbishop of Canterbury, they proceeded to pass a bill of attainder against him, and condemned him to death. Laud went piously and resolutely to the scaffold, asserting, and truly, that he died the martyr of the Church of England, not the victim of his political doings. This execution was an unpardonable act of cruelty and spite. The old man had lingered 3 years in prison, was perfectly harmless, and was slain partly to vex the king, partly to satiate the religious bigotry of the Presbyterians, a sect quite as intolerant as Laud himself. The self-denying ordinance. But while Laud's attainder was passing, another important matter was in hand. The campaign of the previous year had been fatal to the reputation of the two chief parliamentary generals, Essex and Manchester, the one for losing his army at Losbernal, the other for his perverse malingering at Newbury. Waller and several more were in little better odour. Cromwell, who had long served as Manchester's second-in-command, led a crusade against his chief, and accused him of deliberately protracting the war. It was generally felt that the armies of the Parliament would fare much better if they were entrusted to professional soldiers, and not to great peers or prominent politicians. Hence came the celebrated self-denying ordinance, by which the members of the two houses pledged themselves to give up their military posts and confine their activity to legislative and administrative work. One exception was made. Oliver Cromwell, whom all acknowledged to be the best cavalry officer in the parliamentary army, was permitted to keep his military post. But Essex, Manchester, and the rest retired into civil life. The New Model Army. At the same time, the Parliament resolved to remodel its army. Much inconvenience had arisen from the miscellaneous nature of the forces which took the field. County militia, London train bands, voluntary levies, pressed men forced to the front, local organizations like the Army of the Associated Counties had served side by side in some confusion. The conscripts were wont to desert, the militia protested against crossing their county boundary, the train bands melted back to their shops if they were kept too long under arms. To do away with these troubles, the Parliament now created the New Model Army, a standing force of some 20,000 picked men, to be led by Sir Thomas Fairfax, with Cromwell as his second-in-command. This proved a very formidable host. The troops were mainly veterans, all were zealous and willing, and the officers were most carefully selected. The horsemen, more especially, were vastly superior to the old parliamentary troopers. Cromwell modelled them on his own East Country regiment, filled the ranks with men of religion, who looked upon the war as a crusade against popery and tyranny, and drilled his cursors, the Ironsides as they were called, into the highest state of efficiency. End of section 55. Section 56 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651, Part 3. 1645. Battle of Naseby, the Midlands lost to Charles. Next spring the new model was sent out to try its fortune against the Cavaliers. The king had led his army northward to restore the fortunes of his party in the valley of the Trent, where Newark was now his most advanced post. On his way he stormed the important parliamentary town of Leicester, but his progress was then stayed by the news of the approach of Fairfax. Despising the new model, the Cavaliers turned fiercely to attack it, though the royal host was the smaller by several thousands. They seem to have put only 9,000 men into the field against 13,000. Charles and Fairfax met at Naseby in Northamptonshire, and there fought out the decisive battle of the First Civil War. Once more it was Rupert who lost the day, and Cromwell who won it. The prince, with the right wing of the royal horse, routed his immediate opponents, and rode off the field in reckless pursuit of them. But on the king's left, Cromwell and his Ironsides broke to pieces the Cavaliers of the north, and then steadied their ranks and rode against the flank of the royalist infantry. Charles sent in his reserve to aid his flagging centre, and prepared to charge himself at the head of his bodyguard. "Will you go to your death?" cried the Earl of Carnwath, who seized the royal rein and turned his master out of the press. Charles yielded and rode back. Far better would it have been for him and for England if he had gone on to make his end among the pikes. Cromwell's charge settled the day, the royalist foot were ridden down or captured, the wrecks of the horse joined the late returning Rupert, and escorted their master back to Oxford, June 14th, 1645. Charles a fugitive. Career of Montrose. Naseby decided the fate of the war. The king could never raise another army in the Midlands. His whole infantry force was gone, and for the next 8 months he rode helplessly about the shires with 2,000 or 3,000 horse, vainly trying to elude his pursuers and scrape together a new body of foot. His only hope was in an ally who had arisen in Scotland. James Graham, Marquis of Montrose, a Scottish peer who had grown discontented with the Covenant, had raised the royal standard in the Highlands in the preceding year. He was a born leader of men, and though at first followed by a mere handful of wild clansmen, soon made his power felt in the war. After routing 2 small armies in the northeast, he turned upon Argyllshire and almost extirpated the whole Covenanting clan of the Campbells at Inverlochy, January 1645. Then, descending upon the lowlands, he cut to pieces a large army at Kilsyth, August 15th, seized Glasgow, and mastered the greater part of Scotland. Charles resolved on joining him, and trusted to turn the fate of the war by his aid. But Montrose's Highland levies melted home to stow away their plunder, and he was left at the head of a comparatively small force for the moment. Then Leslie led back across the Tweed the Scottish army which had been serving in England, and surprised and routed Montrose at Philippa, September 1645. 1645-6, end of the war in the West. There was no further hope for Charles from Scotland, and his sole remaining army, the force in the West, under Hopton and Goring, was also doomed. After Naseby, Fairfax led the new model into Somersetshire, beat Goring at Langport, and captured Bristol, September 1645. The Royalists were driven westward towards the Land's End. In the next spring Fairfax followed them, took Exeter, beat Hopton at Torrington, and steadily drove the wrecks of the enemy onward till their back was to the Cornish sea. Escape was impossible, and the King's Army of the West laid down its arms. March 1646. Charles gives himself up to the Scots. The king had now lost all hope, and when the Roundhead armies began to muster for the siege of Oxford, his last stronghold, he took a desperate measure. He thought that the Scottish Covenanters were less bitterly hostile to him than the English parliamentary party, and resolved to give himself up to them rather than to his English subjects. Slipping out of Oxford in disguise, he rode to the Scottish camp at Newark, and there surrendered himself. April 1646. He was not without hope that he might yet save his crown by coming to terms with his subjects, for he had an overweening belief in his own power of diplomacy, and did not understand how deeply his old evasions and intrigues had shaken men's confidence in his plighted word. Yet he had his better side. He sincerely believed in his own good intentions and his hereditary rights, and there were 2 things which he would never give up under any pressure: his crown and his adherence to the Church of England. The Scots deliver him to the Parliament. The Scots were delighted to have Charles in their hands, and proposed to restore him to his throne if he would promise to take the Covenant and impose Presbyterianism on England. This demand hit the king on a point where his conscience was fixed and firm. He would never sell the Church to its foes, so he temporized and dallied with the Scots' proposals, and would not accept them. Disgusted at his refusal, the Covenanters resolved to surrender him to the English Parliament. After stipulating for the payment of all the arrears of the subsidies which were owed them for their services in England, they gave up the king to his enemies, a proceeding which contemporary opinion called selling their master for £400,000. January 1647. Even yet Charles had not abandoned all hope. He knew that his victorious enemies were much divided among themselves, and thought that by embroiling them with one another he might yet secure good terms for himself. Presbyterians and Independents. The two parties which split the Parliament were the Presbyterians and the Independents, the former of whom we have heard so much already, were desirous of organising all England into a Calvinistic church on the model of the Scottish Kirk. They were as intolerant as Laud himself in the matter of conformity, and intended to force the whole nation into their new organisation. Papists, Episcopalians, and nonconformists of every kind were all to be driven into the fold. This plan did not please the Independents, a party who consisted of men of all sorts and conditions, who only agreed in disliking a state church and a compulsory uniformity. Some of the Independents were wild sectaries, Anabaptists, Levellers, and Fifth Monarchy men, who held the strangest doctrines of an immediate millennium. Others were men who merely insisted on the responsibility of the individual for his own conscience, and thought that the state church, with its compulsory powers, was a mistake, coming between God and man where no mediator was required. Hence the watchword of the Independents was the toleration of all sects, and they steadfastly resisted the Presbyterian doctrine of forced conformity. The Independents were very strong in the army, and Cromwell, the coming man, was a pillar of their cause. On the other hand, the Presbyterians had a decided majority among the members of the Parliament. Parliament offers terms to Charles. As representing the party of toleration, the Independents were quite prepared to leave Episcopalians alone, and it was therefore with them, rather than with the rigid and bigoted Presbyterians, that the king hoped to be able to ally himself. But it was the Presbyterians who swayed the House and had possession of Charles's person. With them, therefore, he had to treat. The parliamentary majority did not yet dream of abolishing the monarchy. They were bent on two things: on tying the present king's hands so tightly that he should never again be a danger to the common weal, and on forcing him to consent to the establishment of Presbyterianism as the state's religion. The former was a rational end enough, for Charles could never be trusted. The latter was a piece of insane bigotry, for the Presbyterians were a mere minority in the nation, far outnumbered by the Episcopalians and the Independents. The propositions of the Parliament took the form of a demand that Charles should surrender all claim to control the militia, the fleet, and taxation for 20 years, that he should take the covenant himself, assent to its being forced on all his subjects, and order the persecution of all Romanists. He was also to assent to the outlawing of his own chief supporters in the Civil War. Now Charles had declared long ago that he would never sacrifice his crown, his church, or his friends, and in captivity he did his best to keep his vow. But his method was not to give a steady refusal and bid his enemies do their worst. He answered their demands by long counter-propositions, flagrant evasions, and endless hair-splitting on every disputed point. Where he might have appeared a martyr, he chose to stand as a quibbling casuist. The Parliament kept him in easy and honourable confinement at Holmby House in Northamptonshire while the negotiations were in progress, and he was so carelessly guarded that he was able to keep up secret correspondence with all kinds of possible allies, the King of France, the Scots, and the chiefs of the Independent party. End of section 56. Section 57 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 27. The Great Civil War, 1642 to 1651. Part 4. Parliament and the Army. But while King and Commons were haggling for terms, a new difficulty arose. The Presbyterian majority in Parliament were anxious to disband the army, both because of the expense of its maintenance, and still more because they knew it to be a stronghold of their enemies, the Independents. In March 1647, they issued an ordinance for the dismissal of the whole force, save a few regiments destined to suppress the Irish rebellion. But the new model refused to be dismissed. It hated Presbyterians, and it had learnt to look upon upon itself as a truer representative of the Puritan party than an out-of-date house which had been sitting more than 7 years. Instead of disbanding, the army began to organize itself for resistance, and each regiment named 2 deputies or agitators, as they were called, to form a central military committee. This was done with the approval of Fairfax and Cromwell, the leaders of the host. The movement was natural but quite unconstitutional. Still more so was the next step of the soldiery. An officer named Joyce, with the secret sanction of the agitators and of Cromwell also, rode to Holmby with 500 men, seized the king's person, and took him to Newmarket, where the headquarters of the army lay. The Independents offered terms to Charles. Next, the army marched on London and encamped before its gates, June 16th, 1647. Many Presbyterian members fled in dismay from the House of Commons, and the Independents got for a moment a majority in Parliament. The victorious party then proceeded to treat with the king, offering him liberal terms: the complete toleration of all sects, the restriction of the royal power over the armed force of the realm for 10 years only, and a pardon for all exiled royalists except 5. Charles's intrigues. In a moment of evil inspiration, the king refused this moderate offer. Encouraged by the quarrel of the Presbyterians in the army, he had formed a secret plot for freeing himself from both. His old partisans all over England had agreed on a simultaneous rising, and they had obtained a promise of aid from the Scots. For those stern Presbyterians so hated the Independents and the English army that they were prepared to join the king against them. On the 11th of November, 1647, Charles slipped away from his military captors and succeeded in escaping to the Isle of Wight. Hammond, the governor of the island, kept him in security at Carisbrooke, but did not send him back to the army. From Carisbrooke, the king sent new offers of terms of accommodation both to the army and the Parliament, but he was merely trying to gain time for his friends to take arms. Renewal of the war. On the 28th of April, 1648, he saw his plot begin to work. A body of North Country royalists seized Berwick and raised the royal standard. A few days later, the Scots took arms and raised a large force, which was placed under the Duke of Hamilton and ordered to cross the border. At the same time, a committee of Scots lords sent to France for the young Prince of Wales and invited him to come among them and put himself at the head of his father's friends. The movement in Scotland was a signal for the general rising of the English royalists. Insurrections broke out in May and June all over the land, in Wales, Kent, Essex, Cornwall, and even among the eastern counties of the Association, where Puritanism was so strong. English royalists suppressed. For a moment it looked as if the king would win. It seemed that the army would be unable to cope with so many simultaneous risings. But Charles had not calculated on the military skill which Fairfax and Cromwell could display in the hour of danger. In less than 3 months' hard fighting, the two generals had put down the whole insurrection. Fairfax routed the Kentish men, the most dangerous body of insurgents in the south, by storming their stronghold of Maidstone. Then, crossing the Thames, he pacified the eastern counties and drove all the insurgents of those parts into Colchester. In Colchester he met a vigorous resistance. The town held out for 2 months and only yielded to starvation. August 27th, 1648. Battle of Preston. The Scottish army dispersed. Meanwhile, Cromwell had first struck down the Welsh royalists and then ridden north to oppose the Scots. The Duke of Hamilton had already crossed the Tweed and had been joined by 4,000 or 5,000 Yorkshiremen. He moved southward, intending to reach Wales, but in Lancashire Cromwell caught him on the march, with his army spread out over many miles of road. Falling on the scattered host, Cromwell beat its rear at Preston, August 17th, then pressing on, he scattered or captured the whole army in 3 days of fierce fighting, though his force was far inferior in numbers to that of the enemy. But the imbecile Hamilton had so dispersed his men that he could never concentrate them for a battle. On August 25th, the Duke, with the last wrecks of his army, surrendered at Uttoxeter. Execution of royalist leaders. The Second Civil War thus ended in utter disaster to the king's friends. Moreover, it had sealed the fate of Charles himself. There arose a large party among the victors who were determined that he should be punished for the reckless intrigue by which he had stirred up the dying embers of strife and set the land once more aflame. The temper of the army was so fierce that, for the first time since the war began, numerous executions followed the surrender of the vanquished royalists. The Duke of Hamilton, who had led the Scots, Lucas and Lisle, who had defended Colchester, Lord Holland, who had been designated to command the royalists of the south, all suffered death. Hundreds of prisoners of inferior rank were sent to serve as bondmen in the plantations of Barbados. Pride's Purge. The Rump. Charles himself was removed from Carisbrooke. He had made 2 unsuccessful attempts to escape from its walls and put under strict guard at Hurst Castle. The Parliament still continued to negotiate with him, only making its terms more rigorous. But the army did not intend that any such agreement should be concluded. While the House of Commons was still treating, it was subjected to a sudden military outrage. Colonel Pride, a leading independent officer, marched his regiment to Westminster on the 6th of December, 1648, and, as the members began to muster, seized one by one all the chiefs of the Presbyterian party. 41 were placed in confinement, 96 returned back and warned never to come near the house again. Only 60 independent members were allowed to enter, a body which was for the future known by the insulting name of the Rump, as being the sitting part of the House. Thus ended the famous Long Parliament, destroyed by the military monster which it had itself created. The Rump, a ridiculous remnant, the slave of the soldiery, was alone left to represent the civil power in England. Trial of the King. The King's fate was now settled. The army had resolved to punish him, and the Parliament was to be the army's tool. On December 23rd, the members of the Rump passed a bill for trying the King. On January 1st, 1649, they voted that to levy war against the Parliament and realm of England was treason, and appointed a High Court of Justice to try the King for that offence. When it was seen that the King's life as well as his crown was aimed at, many of the leaders of the Independents, both military men and civilians, began to draw back. Fairfax, the chief of the whole army, refused to sit in the High Court, and of 135 persons designated to serve in it, only some 70 or 80 appeared, but the majority of the army and Cromwell, the guiding spirit of the whole, were determined to go through with the business. The High Court met, with an obscure lawyer named Bradshaw as its president. Its ranks were packed with military men who were blind to all legal considerations and had come merely to condemn the King. Charles was brought before the court, but refused to plead. Such a body, he said, had no right to try a King of England. It was a mere illegal meeting, deriving its sole authority from a factious remnant of a mutilated House of Commons. This was undoubtedly true, and considering the temper of his judges, the King knew that all defence was useless. The course that he took was the only one that suited his dignity and conscience. While he stood dumb before his judges, they passed sentence of death upon him. January 26, 1649. His execution. 4 days later he was led to execution on a scaffold placed before the windows of Whitehall Palace. He died with a calm dignity that amazed the beholders. He was suffered to make a short speech, in which he bade the multitude remember that he died a victim to the power of the sword, that the nation was now a slave to the army, and that it would never be free again till it remembered its duty to its God and its King. He must suffer, he said, because he would not assent to the handing church and state over to an arbitrary sway. It was this that his captors had required of him. Finally, he said, he died a Christian according to the profession of the Church of England, which he had always striven to maintain. Then he laid his head upon the block, and met the axe with unflinching courage amid the groans of the people. Was his fate deserved? The hateful illegality of the king's trial, the violence of his enemies, and the dignity of his end have half redeemed his memory. In our dislike for those who slew him, we almost forget his offences, but when we condemn his slayers, we must not forget their provocation. Charles had ground the nation under his heel for 11 years of tyranny. He had involved it in a bitter civil war that lasted 4 years more. Then, when he fell into the victor's hands, he wasted 2 years in shifty and evasive negotiations which he never intended to bring to an end. Finally, from his prison he had stirred up a second and wholly unnecessary civil war. Contemplating these acts, we must allow that he brought his evil end upon himself. Violent and illegal as it was, we cannot say that it was undeserved. The Commonwealth. The king's execution was immediately followed by the proclamation of a republic. The Independents and the army wished to be rid of the monarchy no less than of the person of Charles. Accordingly, a sweeping series of bills passed in February 1649 declared England a commonwealth, invested its government in a single House of Commons and a Council of State. The House of Lords was abolished. Of late it had been little more than a farce, for not a dozen peers had been wont to attend. But the Rump, which now assumed to be the representative of the Commonwealth of England, was itself hardly more than a mockery. It never permitted the victims of Pride's purge to return to its benches, so that it was nothing better than a factious minority, depending on the swords of the army. Scotland and Ireland. The Rump and the army were masters of England, but in Scotland and Ireland they were as yet powerless. Ireland was entirely in the hands of the Catholic Confederates, save the 2 towns of Dublin and Londonderry. Scotland had never laid down its arms after Preston. There was no Republican party north of the Tweed, and when the news of the king's execution arrived, it only led the Scots to proclaim his son the Prince of Wales under the name of Charles II. Preparations for war, mutiny of the Levellers. Unless England, Scotland, and Ireland were to part company and relapse into separate kingdoms, it was obvious that the new government must try its sword upon the lesser realms. This it was fully prepared to do. In the spring of 1649, an expedition for the conquest of Ireland was ordered, and the command of it was given to the formidable Cromwell, who since the king's death had become more and more the recognized chief of the army, Fairfax having stepped into the background. Before the expedition sailed, however, Cromwell had no small trouble with his soldiery. The bad example which the generals and colonels had set in driving out the Long Parliament and overturning the monarchy had turned the rank and file to similar thoughts. There had grown up among them a body of extreme democratic republicans, called the Levellers, from their wish to make all men equal. They were mostly members of obscure and fanatical sects who looked for the triumph of the saints and the coming of the millennium. While the army was preparing for the Irish War, the Levellers broke out into open insurrection, demanding the dismissal of the Rump, the introduction of annual parliaments, the abolition of the Council of State, and the grant of due and perfect freedom in all things spiritual and temporal. The Zealots, however, were weaker than they imagined, and their mutiny was easily put down. Cromwell shot 3 or 4 of their leaders, and pardoned the rest of the band. Cromwell subdues Ireland. In August 1649, Cromwell took over a powerful army to Ireland, where the civil war had never ceased since the rebellion 8 years before. The remnant of the Anglo-Irish royalists under the Marquis of Ormond joined with the Romanists to oppose him, but their combined efforts were useless. So strong a man had never before laid his hand on Ireland. Starting from Dublin, the only large town in parliamentary hands, he began by conquest of Leinster. From the first he had determined to strike terror into the enemy. His stern veterans were capable of any extreme of cruelty against Romanists and rebels, but Cromwell is personally responsible for the 2 horrible blows that broke the Irish resistance. The enemy had made himself strong in the 2 towns of Drogheda and Wexford. Cromwell stormed them both, and forbade the giving of quarter, so that the whole garrison was in each case slaughtered to a man. 8 or 9,000 Irish perished, and such terror was struck into the rebels by these massacres that they made little more resistance. Cromwell had overrun half the island, when pressing need recalled him to England. He left part of his army under his son-in-law Ireton to complete the conquest, and hastily returned with the remainder. May 1650. Prince Charles in Scotland. The new danger was the Scottish War. Charles, Prince of Wales, had crossed to Scotland and put himself at the head of the national forces of the country. The unscrupulous young man had taken the Covenant and professed himself a Presbyterian to bind the Scots more closely to him. He suffered the execution of the gallant Marquis of Montrose, who had tried to raise a purely royalist revolt in the Highlands, to pass without rebuke, and allied himself with the slayers of his friend. Charles was resolved to rouse the English royalists in his aid, and it was the news that he was proposing to cross the Tweed that called Cromwell home, for Fairfax had refused to lead an army against the Scots. Since the tragedy of January 1649, he had lost his old confidence in the justice of the Puritan cause. Battles of Dunbar and Worcester. Cromwell entered Scotland in July 1650 and beat a very superior army at Dunbar, owing to the bad generalship of his opponents Leven and Leslie, September 3rd. He then took Edinburgh, slowly and steadily conquered the whole of the Lowlands, and pushed on into the interior of Scotland. But next year, when he had won his way to Perth, he learnt that Prince Charles and the Scots army had slipped past him and entered England, trusting to rouse Lancashire and Wales to their aid. Cromwell followed with fiery speed and caught the invaders at Worcester. September 3rd, 1651. His iron veterans once more carried the day. The Scots were beaten and dispersed. Prince Charles barely escaped, and wandered for many days in peril of his life, till faithful friends enabled him to cross England and take ship at Brighton. From thence he came safely to France. End of the Civil War. The Battle of Worcester, which Cromwell called the crowning mercy, put a final end to the Civil War. Scotland submitted, Ireland was thoroughly conquered by Ireton, and the Rump and the army stood victorious over the last of their foes. It now remained to be seen whether the three kingdoms could settle down into a united commonwealth under their new conditions. End of section 57.
Section 58 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 28. Part 1. Cromwell, 1651 to 1660. After the crowning mercy of Worcester fight, the rule of England lay nominally in the hands of its mutilated and discredited House of Commons, the representative of a mere fraction of the nation. But really, the power to move the realm was in the hands of the army, which had made, and could as easily unmake, the mockery of representative government which sat at Westminster. And in the army, Cromwell was growing more and more supreme. His old colleague, Fairfax, had sunk back into civil life. His mutinous subordinates, the Levellers, had been crushed. The colonels and generals who held power under him were for the most part his humble servants. Cromwell had as yet no official post corresponding to his real omnipotence. He was commander of the army and a member of the Council of State, but nothing more. His will, nevertheless, was the main factor in the governance of England. It is time to say a few words of the character of this extraordinary man, whom we have hitherto seen merely as that heaven-sent leader of the parliamentary armies and the guiding spirit of the independent party. Oliver was a county gentleman of Huntingdonshire, a man of religion from his youth up, and a prominent member of the parliaments of 1628 and 1640. He was more than 40 years old before he ever drew a sword or put a squadron in battle array. No general save Julius Caesar ever started on a great military career so late in life. Cromwell himself aimed at being a reformer of the life and faith of the nation, much more than a soldier. He had taken to war because the times required it, but military power and military glory was not his end in life. He wished to see England orderly, prosperous, and free, according to his ideas of freedom in things spiritual and temporal. In religion, his ideal was the independent system, in which the state tolerated most forms of worship and was itself committed to none. In things temporal, he wished to see the realm ruled by a truly representative House of Commons, where every district should be represented according to its population. He had no patience with the existing House, in which a haphazard arrangement dating back from the Middle Ages gave no fair representation to England, where the vanished boroughs of Dunwich or Sarum had as many members as Yorkshire or Norfolk. If Cromwell had found a House of Commons that agreed with his views, he would have worked smoothly with them, and lived and died no more than their first servant. Unfortunately, however, Cromwell's views did not happen to be shared by any large proportion of the nation. Half England was secretly Episcopalian, a large proportion of the rest were Presbyterian. Among his own independent party there were numberless sects and factions. In the Constitution of England, then as now, there was no place for an over-great personality backed by a strong military force, but such a personage existed in Cromwell. The question now arose whether he would consent to see the land governed by men whom he despised, in ways of which he disapproved, or whether he would proceed to interfere. Interference would be unconstitutional, but everything had been unconstitutional in England for 10 years, and the temptation to use force was irresistible to a man who had strong political theories, a self-reliant temper, and 20,000 formidable veterans at his back. He could never forget that the rump was the army's creature, and that it had been created to carry out the army's views. His very energy and conscientiousness was certain to drive him into illegalities. It is customary to reproach Cromwell with dissimulation and ambition, to make his whole career turn on a settled desire to make himself despot of England. This view entirely misconceives the man. It is far more correct to look upon him as a man of strong principles and prejudices, who was carried away by his desire to work out a programme, and who struck down, often with great violence and illegality, all that stood in his way. If he finally seized autocratic power, it was because he found that in no other way could he put his plans in practice. Power, in short, was for him the means, not the end. Unfortunately for his reputation, England had always objected to being dragooned into the acceptance of any programme or set of views, and if she would not accept the theories of a Stuart, the child of 100 kings, it was hardly likely that she would acquiesce tamely to those of a simple country gentleman of Huntingdonshire. The fact that he was the finest general of the 17th century did not make him an infallible lawgiver. When Cromwell came back victorious from Worcester Field, the small and one-sided House of Commons, which had ruled England since Pride's Purge, was still supreme in the state. Before he had been 3 weeks in London, Oliver hinted to the members that it was time that they should dissolve themselves and give place to a freely elected House, where every shire and borough should be represented. Such a House had not been seen since 1642, when the Royalist third of the Commons had seceded at the King's command. But the rump had enjoyed its 2 years of power and had no risk to disperse it. It was gradually growing to believe itself to be an irresponsible oligarchy with no duty to the nation, and to forget that it purported to represent England. When the question of dissolution was mooted, it proceeded to fix a date 3 years off as a suitable time for its own suppression, making the excuse that it must recast the constitution of the realm before it dispersed. This gravely vexed Cromwell and all the friends of reform. Still more was their anger raised when the members proceeded to waste month after month in fruitless legal discussions without succeeding in passing any bill of importance. Meanwhile, the country had become involved in a foreign war. All the powers of Europe looked unkindly upon the regicide Commonwealth of England, and its envoys were maltreated at more than one court. 2 of them were actually murdered. Anthony Ascham at Madrid, Isaac Dorislaus at The Hague. In each case, the slayers were exiled English royalists, and the foreign government gave little or no satisfaction for the crime. While English relations with Spain remained strained, those with Holland gradually grew an open rupture. The Dutch had been interested in the royalist cause because their stadtholder, William II, Prince of Orange, had married Mary, the eldest daughter of Charles I, and had sheltered the Prince of Wales at his court for many months. It was from Holland, too, that the royalists had received their supplies of arms during the war, but there was more than this recent grudge in the ill feeling between English and Dutch. They had grown of late to be rivals in the trade of the East and West. The merchants in the Spice Islands had come to blows as early as 1623, and in America the Dutch had planted the colony of New Amsterdam so as to cut the connection between Virginia and New England as far back as 1625. At the present they were competing for the carrying trade both of the Baltic and the Mediterranean. Hence, it was that when the indignation of Parliament against the Dutch came to a head, it found vent in the celebrated Navigation Act, 1651. This bill provided that goods brought to England from abroad must be carried either in English ships or in ships of the actual country that grew or manufactured them. Thus, the Dutch carrying trade would be severely maimed. It was not a wise bill, or one in accordance with the laws of political economy, but it suited the spirit of the times, and even the usually clear-headed Cromwell gave it his support. This obvious blow at Dutch interests led, as was intended, to war, July 1652. In the struggle which followed, the English fleets were generally successful, led by Robert Blake, a colonel of horse who became for the nonce an admiral, showed no mean capacity in his new employment. They obtained several victories. The conflict was not without its vicissitudes, and on one occasion the Dutch Admiral Van Tromp won a battle, and sailed down the channel with a broom at his masthead to show that he had swept the seas clean. But his triumph was not for long. Next spring, Blake beat him in a fight off the North Foreland, June 3rd, 1653, and a final victory off the coast of Holland, in which the gallant Dutchman was slain, completed the success of the English fleet. A treaty followed in which the vanquished enemy accepted the bitter yoke of the Navigation Act and promised to banish the Stuarts from Holland. This they did with better grace because the Republican party among them had just succeeded in excluding the House of Orange from the stadtholdership. The Orange interest, therefore, could no longer be exerted in favour of the exiled royal family of England, 1654. But ere the Dutch war had come to an end, there had occurred a sweeping political change in England. The Rump Parliament had persevered in its unwise courses. It had carried no reforms either in church or state, but spent all of its time in profitless debating. Nor had it improved its popularity in the country by raising taxes by a new system, which had recalled the tallages of John or Henry III. Making lists of all who had taken the royalist side in the old Civil War, it imposed heavy fines on them for offences of 6 or 7 years ago. The army began to grow desperately impatient with the Parliament that it had made. In August 1653, a great body of officers petitioned Cromwell as their chief to insist on the Commons dissolving themselves. Somewhat frightened, the House passed a bill for their dissolution, but with extraordinary and preposterous claim that all city members should appear again in the next Parliament without having to seek re-election by their constituents. This strange attempt to perpetuate themselves for ever provoked Cromwell's wrath to boiling point. He resolved to take a step even more drastic than Pride's purge. On April the 20th, 1653, he went down to Westminster with a guard of musketeers, whom he left outside the door. Taking his seat as a private member, he presently arose and addressed his colleagues in a fiery harangue, in which he told them that they were a set of worthless talkers with no zeal for religion or reform. When shouted down by the angry Commons, he bade his soldiers enter, and thrust the dismayed politicians out of the door. The Speaker was hustled from his chair, and Cromwell bade his men take away that bauble, the great mace which lay on the table, and represented the dignity of the Commons of England. Thus perished the last remnant of the mighty Long Parliament, dissolved by the mere fiat of the great general. Nor did its fall cause much murmuring, for the nation had long ceased to regard it as anything more than a body of garrulous and self-seeking oligarchs.
End of section 58. Section 59 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 28. Cromwell, 1651 to 1660. Part 2. The Barebones Parliament. For the moment, there was no legal government in England, for Cromwell's position was quite unconstitutional. He felt this himself and was anxious to create a new house, which should work with him and carry out his ideas of reform. As yet, he had no intention of becoming an autocrat. Accordingly, he summoned in June an assembly which differed from all that had been before it, since the members were not elected by the shires and boroughs, but named by a committee of selection at which Cromwell presided. This illegally created body was called the Nominee Parliament, or more frequently, Barebones Parliament, from a London merchant with the extraordinary name of Praise God Barebones, who was one of its prominent members. But Cromwell was to find by repeated experiments that it was impossible for him to discover any body of men who could work with him on exactly the lines that he chose. For his own opinions were not those of the majority of the nation, and hence any assembly that he called was bound, sooner or later, to quarrel with him. And since he possessed in his army a weapon able to dissolve any number of parliaments, he was tempted to bring every quarrel to an end by abruptly dismissing the recalcitrant house. A less self-confident man, or one who could not think that he possessed a mandate from above to reform England, might have learned to cooperate with the Parliament. But Cromwell was so sure of his own good intentions, and so convinced that those who questioned them must be wrong-headed and factious, that he drove away 3 parliaments in succession with words of rebuke and of righteous anger. Barebones Parliament, a body full of stiff-backed and fanatical independents, soon proved too restive for its creator. Cromwell smiled in their first efforts when they began to codify the laws and abolish the Court of Chancery. But he began to frown when this conclave of the saints, as they called themselves, commenced to speak of confiscating church tithes, the maintenance of the clergy, and the rights both of state and of private patronage to livings. It is even said that they wished to substitute the Mosaic law from the Book of Deuteronomy for the ancient law of England. This drew down a rebuke from Cromwell, whereupon the House very honestly gave their power back into the hands from whence they had taken it, and dissolved themselves, December 1653. The dispersion of the Unconstitutional Assembly was followed by another experiment in illegality. Cromwell published a paper constitution drawn up by himself called the Instrument of Government. This provided that England should be governed by a Lord Protector and a House of Commons. Cromwell himself, of course, took the post of Protector, which was to be held for life and had a quasi-royal character, for it was he who was to summon and dissolve Parliaments, and his assent was required to all bills. But it was stipulated the Protector should have no power to reject such laws as were themselves in accordance with the Constitution of the Commonwealth, a vague check, since he himself would have to decide on the legality of each enactment. The new House of Commons was a fairly constituted body, for it included members from Scotland and Ireland, and among the English seats all the rotten boroughs were disenfranchised, while their members were distributed among the rising towns, such as Leeds, Liverpool, and Halifax, and the more populous counties. The Protector was to have no power of dissolving the Commons till they had sat 5 months at least, December the 16th, 1653. For 9 months Cromwell ruled as Lord Protector, without any check on his power, for the Parliament was not to assemble till September 1654. Pending its arrival, the Protector began to introduce many reforms. He recast the Courts of Justice, and introduced his favourite scheme for the government of the Church. This was the toleration of all Protestant sects, and the distribution of church patronage, among them by a committee of selection called Triers. This body was only to inquire whether the candidate for a living was of a good life, and held the essential doctrines of Christianity. It was not to inquire whether he was a Presbyterian, Independent, or Episcopalian. Only Romanists were formally excluded. But unfortunately for the content of the land, Cromwell's ordinance, that of the Old Church of England prayer book, was not to be used, effectually prevented any conscientious Episcopalian from applying to the Triers. Churchmen could only meet by stealth to celebrate their sacraments, and they formed at least half the nation. Cromwell's well-meant arrangements were gall and bitterness to them, and discontent was always rife. Cromwell's new model Parliament met on September the 3rd, 1654, the 3rd anniversary of Worcester fight. It was a body that well expressed the wishes of the Puritan half of the nation, but the Royalists were, of course, excluded. The sense that it was a strong and representative body made it confident and haughty. It at once began to discuss the legality of the instrument of government, and to pass bills restricting the Protector's power. Cromwell, with some difficulty, kept his temper for the statutory 5 months, and then dissolved it in January 22nd, 1655. Once more the Lord Protector was left alone as autocrat of Great Britain. He was not happy in the position. The dissolution of the new model Parliament had angered Independents and Presbyterians alike. They murmured that a despotic Protector was no better than a despotic king. Conspiracies began to be formed against Cromwell, both by Royalists and extreme Republicans. Some were for open rebellion, some for secret murder, for autocrats are easy to make away with. No one, save Guy Fawkes, ever tried to slay a whole Parliament, but the power of the individual despot is often tempered by assassination. Cromwell promptly got the better of a few wild spirits who tried to raise open war, for the army was still devotedly loyal to him. But his spirit was sorely tried by the assassination plots. The pamphlet which Colonel Sexby, the Leveller, published under the title of Killing No Murder especially incensed him. For the future he went on his way resolute, but nervously expecting a pistol shot from every dark corner. For 18 months after the dissolution of the new model Parliament, Cromwell ruled as an autocrat, without any House of Commons to check him. January 1655 to September 1656. This time he tried another unconstitutional experiment for the governance of the realm. He divided England into 12 districts and set over them 12 major generals, picked from the army, whose despotic power replaced that of lord lieutenants and sheriffs. This expedient made even more evident than before the fact that the army was holding down the nation by force, and provoked much adverse comment. As a matter of fact, Cromwell's rule, though utterly illegal, was very efficient. He gathered around him many capable men. The poet Milton, though a convinced Republican, served as his foreign secretary. Thurlow, a very able man, was his Secretary of State. Both Monk, who governed Scotland, and Henry Cromwell, the Lord Deputy of the Ireland, the Protector's younger son, were skilled administrators, and Blake, who had charge of the fleet, was the greatest admiral that England had yet seen. No amount of good governance suffices to content a nation held down by armed force against its will, and Cromwell's rule could never be popular. It was, however, successful and glorious, both in neighbouring lands and far abroad, if it was hated at home. Scotland was orderly and prosperous. Cromwell had much in common with the Covenanters, though he had suppressed them so sternly, and after 1651 there was not much opposition to him. In Ireland the matter was very different. Cromwell loathed Romanists with the hatred of the old Protestants of the Elizabethan age. His scheme of government for that realm was the drastic and cruel expedient of thrusting all the native Irish into the single province of Connaught, and of dividing up the rest of the land among English and Scots settlers, just as Ulster had been treated in the time of James I. The expulsion was carried out with merciless rigour, and thousands of Cromwell's discharged veterans and other colonists were planted in Munster and Leinster. But the settlement was only to be a very partial success. The old soldiers did not make good farmers in a pastoral country, and the native Irish gradually crept back as the servants and labourers of the conquerors, so that a homogeneous English and Protestant colony was never established. When the Protector died a few years later, many of the colonists departed, others were merged in the Irish masses, and only in limited districts did traces of his cruel work survive. But the curse of Cromwell remained the bitterest oath in the Irish peasant's mouth. Master of Great Britain, the Lord Protector resolved that this country should resume the great place in the councils of Europe, which it had held in the time of Elizabeth. His foreign policy was the same as that of the Great Queen: resolute opposition to Spain as the foe of Protestantism, and a monopolist of the trade of the Indies. In 1655, Cromwell declared war on Philip IV, and sent forth his fleet under Blake to prey on the Spaniards. The great admiral stormed the strongly fortified harbour of Tenerife, in the Canary Islands, and sent home several silver-laden galleons from America, which were lying therein, April 1656. After several other successes, he died at sea, just as he was returning to England. Another expedition, under Venables, captured the fertile island of Jamaica in the West Indies, though it failed to get possession of the larger and stronger island of San Domenico. On the European continent, Cromwell allied himself with France, the eternal enemy of Spain, and sent a strong brigade of his formidable regulars to aid the troops of the young Louis XIV. This force much distinguished itself in the war, and won the ports of Dunkirk and Moerdijk in Flanders, 1657-58, which by agreement with the French were kept as English possessions. At this time Cromwell's arm reached so far that he was able to interfere to prevent the Duke of Savoy from persecuting his Protestant subjects, the Waldenses, 1655, an event which called forth Milton's celebrated sonnet, commencing, "Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered o'er the Alpine valleys cold." But though victorious abroad, the Lord Protector was still vexed that he could not build up a stable constitution at home. In the midst of his successes, he summoned his third and last Parliament in September 1656. He had now resolved to experiment in the direction of restoring many of the time-honoured arrangements of the monarchy. He had determined to create a second chamber, like the old House of Lords, and to assimilate his own position as Protector to that of the old kings. By excluding from election about 100 persons who had been active in the Parliaments of 1653 and 1654, he obtained a House of Commons somewhat more docile than either of his earlier assemblies. In an address called The Humble Petition and Advice, they besought him to assume all the old prerogatives of royalty, and even the name of king. The last he refused, knowing the discontent it would arouse among his sternly republican followers in the army. But he accepted a status which would give him all that the regal name would have implied. At the same time, he endeavoured to make his position less unconstitutional by abolishing the major generals and giving the Commons complete control over taxation. But even with this loyal and obedient House, the Lord Protector could not long agree. He fell out upon the question of the setting up of his new House of Lords, a body whose authority they utterly refused to acknowledge. On this point, the Commons proved so recalcitrant that Oliver dissolved them after they had sat 16 months, January 1658. This would not have been the last of his constitutional experiments, if his life had been spared. But in the summer of the same year, while designs for a new Parliament were already being mooted, he was taken ill. His health had been broken by the constant nervous strain of facing perpetual assassination plots and wrangling with refractory parliaments. He died on September the 3rd, 1658, the 7th anniversary of the crowning mercy of Worcester. He left England great and prosperous, but discontented and unhappy. An autocrat, however well-meaning, is never pardoned if he fails to understand and obey the feeling of the nation. Oliver was so much out of sympathy with the majority that he could not escape bitter hatred. Therefore all his work was built on the sand, and all that he could accomplish vanished with his death, save the mere material gains of commerce and colonies that he had won for England. His name, very unjustly, became a byword for ambition and religious cant. A whole generation had to pass before men dared speak well of him. The moment that Cromwell died, his system began to break up. In 6 months it had disappeared. In 18 months, England once more was ruled by a Stuart king. The Lord Protector had named no successor, but the Council of State took the step of nominating his son Richard to his place, as being the man who would divide parties the least. Richard Cromwell was an easy-going country gentleman, without any of his father's characteristics. He was neither self-confident, nor a soldier, nor a man of fervent religion. When saluted as Protector, he observed that he would never make anything more than a fair chief constable. He bore himself modestly and discreetly, and proceeded at once to endeavour to put himself right with the nation by calling a Parliament. It met in January 1659, and was found to contain many concealed royalists, and many more stiff republicans of the old Presbyterian type, who objected on principle to the protectorship. Such a body was found to fall into internal quarrels. All parties in it concurred in treating the unfortunate Richard with disregard. But it was not the Parliament which was to upset the new Lord Protector. The army saw that with Oliver's death their old power was gone, for neither Richard nor the two houses had any sympathy with them. A council of officers met and resolved to seize control of affairs. They petitioned for the appointment of a general-in-chief who should represent them and act as their leader. When this was refused, a deputation of colonels called on the weak Richard and hectored him by the threats of violence into dissolving Parliament April 1659. Equally unwilling and unable to become a military autocrat, the Lord Protector immediately after resigned his office and went off in joy to his quiet country seat of Hursley. He lived there as an obscure squire for more than 40 years and survived to the reign of Queen Anne. England was now without a protector and without a Parliament, left in the hands of a ring of ambitious and fanatical military men. Looking round for the fittest tool to serve their purposes, the Committee of Officers resolved on restoring the old Rump Parliament, which had disappeared so ignominiously 6 years before. Accordingly, they sought out the independent members who had once sat in that body, and restored them to Westminster Hall. 40 survivors, under Speaker Lenthal, took their old places and claimed to be the governing power of England. May 9th. Of all the bodies which ever ruled England, the Rump had been the most incapable and the most despised. The whole nation was indignant at seeing its miserable remnant replaced in power. Meanwhile, the officers began to fall out with each other. Lambert, Fleetwood, and Desborough had each his party among the soldiery, and aspired to fill Oliver's vacant place. 8 months of anarchy followed. The various generals bullied the Parliament and intrigued against each other. Royalist risings took place in Cheshire and the West. Finally, Lambert, the most vigorous of the military men, entered London with his regiments and drove out the Parliament, just as Oliver had done 6 years before. But Lambert was no Cromwell. He only ruled a faction of the soldiery, and had no party among the people, October 1659. The divisions of the army had at last broken the formidable military power which had so long repressed the wishes of the nation. Commonwealths and protectors had been tried in the balance and found wanting. There was a general feeling that the only way out of anarchy was the restoration of the old constitution of England with king, lords, and commons. The majority even of the original parliamentarians of 1642 were ready to acknowledge that they had done unwisely in breaking up the foundations of law and order by abolishing the monarchy. Calvinistic fervour had worked itself out. The majority of the old Puritans of the days of Charles I had come to realise that levellers, Fifth Monarchy men, and military saints were even more objectionable and impracticable than the Episcopalians whom they had once hated so sorely. Meanwhile, there was a man who saw clearly the one way to restore a stable government, and to content the nation. George Monk, a calm, self-reliant soldier who commanded the army in Scotland, had resolved to use his regiments, on whose obedience he could implicitly count, to restore legal and constitutional rule. His own private ambition lay in the direction of a quiet and assured competence, not of an unsteady grasp on supreme power. He put himself secretly in communication with the exiled Prince of Wales and the chiefs of the English royalists. No one else knew his design. Crossing the Tweed with 7,000 men, he scattered the troops of Lambert and seized London. Then he summoned all the surviving members of the old Long Parliament, as it had sat in 1642, to meet at Westminster, on the ground that it had been the last undoubtedly legal and constitutional government that England had possessed. The members met, now for the most part elderly men, cured of their old fanaticisms by 10 years of military despotism, and ready for any reasonable compromise. By Monk's direction, they issued writs for a new Parliament and then formally dissolved themselves. The new or Convention Parliament met on April the 26th, 1660. It was full of royalists, who for the first time since the Civil War dared show themselves and avow their opinions. Monk now openly began to negotiate with Prince Charles for a restoration of the monarchy on the basis of oblivion of the past and toleration of constitutional government for the future. The exiled Stuart promised these things in his Declaration of Breda, though there were in his promises certain reservations, which cautious men regarded with distrust. But the realm was yearning for repose and peace, and the Parliament accepted Charles's offer with haste and effusion. Lambert and a few fanatical regiments vainly attempted to struggle against the popular will, but Monk crushed them with ease. In May 1660, the Prince of Wales was formally invited to return and resume his hereditary rights. On the 29th of the month he landed at Dover and was saluted as Charles II by the unanimous voice of a rejoicing nation. End of section 59.
Section 60 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 29, Charles II, 1660 to 1685. Part 1. Charles Stuart, who now returned to fill the English throne, was a young man of 30. He had spent the last 14 years of his life in exile, the penniless guest of many unwilling hosts in Holland, France, and Germany. Save 18 uncomfortable months passed in the camp of the Scottish Covenanters, none of the days of his manhood had been spent on this side of the sea. He was continental in his manners, thoughts, and life. He picked up his personal morals at the French court, and his political morals from the group of intriguing exiles who had formed his wandering and impecunious court. He laughed at purity in women and honesty in men. He was grossly selfish and ungrateful, knowing by long experience how bitter is the bread doled out by the exile's host, how steep to climb another's stair. He had one fixed idea. He would never, as he phrased it, go on his travels again. He resolved to stay in England at all costs, to enjoy the promised land, now, contrary to all expectation, fallen into his hands. Accordingly, he wished to get as much out of his kingdom as was compatible with the necessity of never offending the majority of the nation. His personal leanings lay in the direction of absolute power and right divine, but he was perfectly ready to sacrifice them to his prudence. If he had any religious bias, it led him in the direction of Romanism, a comfortable creed for kings, but he was quite prepared to pose as a zealous Anglican, just as during his stay in Scotland he had become a conforming Presbyterian. Charles, though destitute of personal beauty, his features were thin and harsh, had an affable address, a lively wit, and perfect manners. Supple and suave, he could make himself agreeable among any company. He had the careless good humour that so often accompanies selfishness, and his character was too light and easy to make him a good hater. He was quite prepared to take to himself any allies who might appear, and to sell himself to any bidder whose terms were high enough. Charles appeared in England as a representative of legality and constitutional rule, as a saviour of society who was to lay once more the foundation of peace and order after 10 years of military despotism. He was ready to accept just so much power as might be offered him, with the full intention of ultimately gaining as much more as he could safely assume. The Convention Parliament, with which he had at first to deal, was a cautious body containing many elderly men who had fought against Charles I and only accepted his son because of the dismal experience of 10 years of rule by military saints. The new king was therefore bound to be careful at first. Any unwise movement of opposition might upset his still unsteady throne. The Parliament, however, was prepared to deal very liberally with Charles. They disbanded the old Cromwellian standing army. They granted him an annual revenue of 1,200,000 for life, to be raised from customs and excise. In return, the old vexations, feudal dues of the crown from reliefs, wardships, alienations, etc. were abolished. An amnesty was voted to all who had fought against the king in the old wars, with the single exception of those who had sat in the High Court of Justice of 1649, and been concerned in the execution of Charles I. 87 persons, of whom 24 were dead, came under this category. Of the survivors, some score fled overseas. The remainder were tried before a court of High Commission. 13 were executed, 25 imprisoned for life, the rest punished with less rigour. At the same time the Earl of Argyll, the chief of the Scottish Covenanters, were executed at Edinburgh. The bodies of Cromwell, Bradshaw, and Ireton were ordered to be disinterred and gibbeted, an unworthy and uncomely act for which the spirit of the time is no sufficient excuse. An Act of Oblivion and Indemnity was passed to cover acts of the government of the last 12 years. It stipulated that Crown and Church lands which the Commonwealth had granted away should be restored by their present holders, who were not, however, to suffer any other penalty. Private lands were to be restored if they had been actually confiscated by the government, but not if they had been sold by the Cavalier owners under pressure of war or debt. Thus many who had served Charles I to the best of their ability got no compensation from his son. Gratitude was not the new king's strong point. There was a third problem on which the Convention Parliament found the gravest difficulty in arriving at an agreement: the settlement of the Church. The benefices of England were at the moment in the hands of Presbyterian and Independent ministers of various shades of creed. Many of them had replaced the incumbents of the Church of England thrust out by the Long Parliament. Others had succeeded in more peaceful wise. On the other hand, the extended clergy of the old Church were claiming restoration to the cures from which they had been so ruthlessly ejected. What was to be done between the old holders and the new? Was the Church of England to be restored in all its ancient organisation, and to become Anglican and Episcopal once more? Or was it to be a lax organisation including all manner of beliefs within its fold? The Parliament included many who were for comprehension, and many who were pledged to rigid restoration of the old order. It had been unable to come to any conclusion when it was dissolved in December 1660. The king, however, had issued a declaration that a conference should be held between an equal number of Presbyterian and Episcopal divines, with the object of arriving at a compromise. The new House of Commons, which met in the spring of 1661, was a very different body from the Convention elected in the full flesh by royalist enthusiasm at the restoration of law and order. It contained a very small proportion of the old Roundhead party. Its members, young and old, were for the most part such zealous adorers of Church and King that they received the name of the Cavalier Parliament. Charles was ready to take all they cared to give him, while his Prime Minister Clarendon was a High Churchman and an advocate of hereditary divine right, but even they found it necessary to restrain from time to time the exuberant loyalty of the Commons. The Cavalier Parliament showed the blindest confidence in the king, whose real character his subjects had not yet discovered. They passed bills asserting the incompetency of the two houses to legislate without the sovereign's consent, declaring that under no circumstances was it lawful to levy war against the king, placing all the military and naval forces of the realm in his hands. The Solemn League of Covenant, which had been the shibboleth of the old Roundheads, they ordered to be burnt by the common hangman. These comparatively harmless beginnings were followed by a series of bills prompted by a spirit of unwise rancour against the men who had ruled England from 1648 to 1660. The Cavaliers had 12 years of spiritual and temporal oppression to revenge, and were determined to do as they had been done by the Church settlement, which had been left pending by the Convention. They carried out in the most summary way. The king had promised that a meeting between divines of the old Church and Presbyterian ministers should be held, in order to endeavour to bring about a union, but the scheme came to nothing. At the Savoy Conference of 1661, each side refused to move an inch from its position. The Parliament then proceeded to pass the Act of Uniformity, to force the Puritans either to conform or to leave the Church. The Book of Common Prayer, slightly revised, and the 39 Articles were to be the rule of faith, and every minister was ordered to use and abide by them. Every incumbent was to declare his assent to them by August 24, 1662, or to vacate his benefice. Such was also to be the fate of all who refused to accept episcopal ordination. This left the Puritan ministers 3 months to choose between conformity and expulsion, a longer shrift than they had allowed the Anglican clergy in the days of the triumph of Presbyterianism. The large majority of them conformed, and accepted episcopacy and the Book of Common Prayer. These men became the parents of the Low Church party of the succeeding age. The more stubborn souls refused obedience. About 2,000 of them were expelled from their livings on St. Bartholomew's Day 1662. They and their followers are the original progenitors of the dissenting sects of modern England. The extrusion of the Puritans was most thoroughly carried out, not only in the case of beneficed clergy, but in the universities and schools. No university professor and no schoolmaster was to be allowed to teach unless he got a certificate of orthodoxy from his bishop. Not content with thrusting out the Puritan ministers from their livings they had held, the Parliament went on to legislate against the Puritan laity. The Corporation Act of 1661 enacted that all mayors, aldermen, and other office holders in the cities and boroughs of England should, on assuming their functions, abjure the Covenant, take the oath of supremacy and allegiance to the King, and receive the Holy Communion according to the rites of the Anglican Church. Thus the sacrament was made into a political test, a scandalous perversion of the Holy Table. This bill excluded all sectarians of the more conscientious and honest sort from municipal authority, but it also produced the unsatisfactory class of occasional conformists, dissenters who took the oaths and the communion according to law, but remained outside the Church. Before passing on to matters outside of the sphere of things ecclesiastical, we must mention 2 other persecuting bills passed, at a somewhat later date, by the Cavalier Parliament. The Conventicle Act of 1664 forbade religious meetings of dissenters. Family worship was to be allowed, but if any number of persons more than 5 were present, beyond the members of the family, such a gathering was to be held, a conventicle, and the hearers to be punished. Lastly, the 5 Mile Act of 1665 forbade any minister who had refused to sign the Act of Uniformity to dwell within 5 miles of any city or corporate borough. It also prohibited such men from acting as tutors or schoolmasters, unless they took an oath to attempt no alteration of the constitution in church or state. These acts were purely vexatious and spiteful, as the nonconformists were now completely crushed and harmless. Their numbers were already rapidly dwindling, and by the end of the century they did not number 1/5 of the population of the realm. The vast majority of them had gone to swell the Low Church party within the Anglican establishment. For the first 7 years of the reign of Charles II, the days of the Cavalier Parliament, the chief minister of the realm was Edward Hyde, Lord Clarendon. He was a survivor from the days of the Long Parliament, being one of the original reforming members of that body who had gone over to the royal side when the Puritan majority commenced to attack the Church. He had been one of the wiser and more moderate counsellors of Charles I, and had followed Charles II all through the days of his exile. His daughter, Anne Hyde, had married James, Duke of York, the King's brother. 14 years of exile had put him somewhat out of touch of English politics, and his political ideals were more like those of the Elizabethan monarchy than those of his own day. He was an honest and capable, but not a very strong man. All through his life he preserved the theories which had guided him in the early days of the Long Parliament, wishing to keep a balance between the royal prerogative and the power of the 2 houses. Of course he failed to satisfy either King or Parliament. Charles thought that he was not so zealous a servant as he might have been, while the advocates of stringent checks on the monarchy thought him too subservient to his master. Clarendon was a strong churchman, and must bear his share of the responsibility for the iniquitous Conventicle and 5 Mile Acts. In secular matters he was more judicious. He always opposed the attempts of the King or Parliament to slur over the Act of Oblivion and Indemnity, and hunt down the adherents of the Commonwealth. In foreign affairs he was a strong advocate of the old Elizabethan policy of war with Spain and friendship with France, a system which was rapidly becoming very dangerous, owing to the growing preponderance of France under the vigorous and ambitious young King, Louis XIV. First sign of his views was the sale of Dunkirk, Cromwell's old conquest, to the French for 5 million francs. Clarendon's great fault was that he had no influence over his master, the King. He allowed Charles to develop his unworthy personal habits without remonstrance. The King filled both his palace and the public service with disreputable favourites. He neglected his amiable but unattractive wife, Catherine of Portugal, and filled his court with a perfect harem of mistresses, whose sons he made dukes and earls. England had never seen shameless immorality in high places so rampant in any previous age. The King's companions and servants were, as might have been expected, men of scandalous life, and quite unfit for the offices into which he thrust them. The tone of the court had a profound and unhappy influence on the manners of the day, therefore the private vices displayed so unblushingly. As if in protest against the formal piety and bleak austerity of the days of the Puritans, England, or at least its governing classes, plunged into extravagance and evil living of all sorts. Drunkenness, profanity, thriftless luxury, gambling, duelling, shameless lust, were accounted no discredit. The literature, and more especially the drama, of the Restoration is coarse and foul beyond belief. Even great poets like Dryden felt constrained to be scurrilous when they wished to please. The days of the great Civil War had brought out the sterner virtues of Englishmen. The Restoration and the reign of domestic peace were marked by the outburst of all the folly and lewd frivolity which had so long been dormant beneath the surface. The chief political event of Clarendon's administration was the Second Dutch War, a struggle into which the minister was forced somewhat against his will. It was an unwise war, for in spite of the fact that the commercial interests often clashed, England and Holland needed each other's aid against the dangerous and restless power of France. Narrow trade jealousy, however, sufficed to bring on a conflict which ended with little credit to England. The fleet was very unsuccessful at sea, not so much owing to its own fault as to the unskilful hands of its admirals. Charles gave the command to two old military men, General Monk, the author of the Restoration, and Prince Rupert. These gallant cavalry officers were wholly unable to handle a fleet. They led their ships into battle, whatever the odds against them, and then left the day to be decided by hard fighting. As a great 3 days' engagement in the Downs, January 1, 2, 3, 1666, Monk was totally defeated by the Dutch Admiral De Ruyter, and his ill success was very insufficiently revenged by some predatory descents on the coast of Holland in the next autumn. The days of the Dutch War were some of the most unhappy that England has ever known. In the summer and autumn of 1665, the land was smitten with the worst outbreak of pestilence that it has ever suffered. The Great Plague raged in London with awful severity. The crowded and ill-built city, utterly destitute of any sanitary appliances, and foul with the accumulated filth of centuries, became a very hotbed of contagion. Whole streets and parishes were swept clear of their inhabitants by death or desertion. The clergy fled from their cures, the physicians from their patients. All who could escape removed into the country, and London in the late autumn looked like a city of the dead. The grass growing high in its streets, great plague pits by St. Martin's in the Fields and Mile End had been filled, one after another, as fast as they could be opened, with huddled bodies gathered in the dreaded death cart. At least 100,000 persons perished. Contemporary rumour named an even greater figure. London had hardly recovered from the plague, when in the next year it suffered a fresh calamity, the Great Fire. A chance conflagration, bursting out in the heart of the city, was carried west and north by a strong wind, and swept away 2/3 of the inhabited houses of the capital. All the great buildings of medieval London perished in the flames. The old Gothic Cathedral of St. Paul's, 88 other churches, the Guildhall, the historic mansions of the nobility, the halls of the rich city companies, hospitals, old monastic remains, all were swept away. Hence it comes that central London is poorer in ancient architectural monuments than many a country town. The popular dismay at such an unexampled catastrophe was so great that rumour went abroad that the conflagration was no accident, but had been planned and spread by the Papists, who were believed capable of any enormity since the wild attempt of Guy Fawkes. The Great Fire was not without its benefits. It swept away forever 1,000 medieval fever dens, and allowed the rebuilding of the city with wider streets and more direct communications. Perhaps we may add that it gave unique opportunity to the great architect Christopher Wren to display his talent to the new St. Paul's and the many other churches which he was commissioned to rebuild. End of section 60. Read by Inkel. Section 61 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. The LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 29. Charles II, 1660 to 1685. Part 2. London was hardly beginning to rise again from its ashes when the Dutch War ended, in some disgrace, but no loss to England. The English fleet had not recovered from the disaster in the Downs, for Charles II had squandered on his palace and harem the liberal grants which Parliament made him to repair his navy. While the seas were unguarded, a Dutch squadron slipped up the Thames, burnt the English dockyard and ships at Chatham, and held the port of London blockaded for some days. But negotiations were already on foot before this disaster was suffered, and the Peace of Breda, 1667, put an end to the war. The terms were less unfavourable than one might have expected. England modified the Navigation Act of Cromwell's day in favour of Holland, but kept the valuable conquest of New Amsterdam, a Dutch colony in North America, which lay between New England and Virginia. The settlement changed its name and was called in the future New York, after the king's brother James, Duke of York. Just after the Peace of Breda, Clarendon lost his place as the King's chief minister. The disasters and mismanagement of the war were, very unjustly, imputed to him rather than to his master. The Commons impeached him for permitting corruption among the public servants, and for wilfully misconducting the war. Bowing to the storm, he left England and dwelt in exile till his death. No one was more glad than the King at Clarendon's departure. He filled the place of his well-intentioned, if narrow-minded minister, with the clique of his disreputable friends. This administration was called the Cabal, from Kabbalah, the Hebrew word for strange and occult knowledge, as being the depository of the king's secrets. The name became popular because it chanced that the initials of the names of the 5 men who formed it spelt the word Cabal. They were Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, and Lauderdale. Lord Clifford and the Earl of Arlington were Romanists, a fact which brought much odium and suspicion on their doings. George, Duke of Buckingham, the son of the favourite of Charles I, a volatile, insincere man, stiff in opinion, always in the wrong, was everything by starts, and nothing long, as Dryden wrote. He was the most profligate and unscrupulous man in England. Lauderdale, an ambitious Scottish peer, was a renegade Covenanter who had sold himself to the king for power. Anthony Ashley, Lord Shaftesbury, was also an old Roundhead, whose love of office and preferment had overcome his principles. He was an active, unscrupulous man whose ready talents were only prevented from achieving greatness by his want of honesty and clear judgment. In replacing Clarendon by the Cabal, Charles had 2 objects. So far as he cared for anything beyond his own pleasures, he was set on attaining 2 ends which he knew to be hateful to the nation. One was to render himself independent of parliamentary control, the other to secure toleration and, if possible, predominance in England for Romanism. He thought that his new ministers were sufficiently free from scruples to aid him in his projects. His main help in the scheme was to be his cousin Louis XIV, the zealous champion of Roman Catholicism on the continent. The most busy and ambitious monarch that France had ever known, Louis had already started on his long career of aggression against Spain, Holland, and Austria. He was set on seizing for himself the frontier of the Rhine, the dream of all French statesmen since his day. To achieve this, he wished to conquer the Spanish Netherlands, the modern Belgium, and the petty principalities of the Middle and Lower Rhine. At the same time, he was set on striking a blow against Protestantism whenever he had the chance, most especially against the Protestant power of Holland, for the United Provinces were both Republican and Calvinist, the 2 things that he hated most in the world. After diverting suspicions from his object for a moment, by concluding a treaty of alliance with Holland and Sweden, which met with universal approval, the king began to broach his scheme. It was worked out in the iniquitous Treaty of Dover, May 1670. By this Charles undertook to join Louis in destroying Holland and dividing up the Spanish Netherlands. In return for this service he was to receive a subsidy of 200,000 a year from France, and to have the aid of 6,000 French troops to crush any rebellion that might arise in England when he took in hand the great project of restoring Catholic predominance in the realm. This last clause was only known to the king and to Arlington and Clifford, the Romanist members of the Cabal. It was concealed from Lauderdale, Buckingham, and Shaftesbury, who only knew the plan for the partition of Holland and the Spanish dominions. Having concluded this iniquitous agreement with his cousin, Charles prorogued Parliament. He kept it from meeting for 2 years, and declared war on the Dutch without any ostensible cause or reason. At the same time the French king launched a great army over his northern frontier, overran the Spanish Netherlands, and penetrated far into Holland. The Dutch were only saved from destruction by their desperate resistance. Their fleet fought a drawn battle with the English at Southwold, and staved off a naval invasion. Meanwhile the young William of Orange, the heir of the old stadtholders, saved Amsterdam from the French by breaking down the dykes and inundating South Holland. Driven back by the floods, the French had to evacuate their Dutch conquests, 1672. Meanwhile, Charles began to carry out his agreement with Louis for restoring Romanism, by issuing his Declaration of Indulgence, suspending all the penal laws which imposed penalties on Roman Catholics. To cloak his design, he made the proclamations cover Protestant nonconformists as well as dissidents belonging to the older creed. But the king had miscalculated the feeling of England. The Declaration of Indulgence raised a storm about his ears which he dared not face. So wrathful were the churchmen, low church and high church alike, that he felt in serious danger of deposition. The Parliament met in February 1673 and passed an address requiring the king to withdraw the declaration. Charles felt his nerve give way. Instead of standing his ground and calling in his French auxiliaries, he yielded, and withdrew the Edict of Toleration. The Parliament then passed the Test Act, which excluded all nonconformists, Protestant and Romanist alike, from all official positions. This made it impossible for Charles to retain his Catholic ministers, Arlington and Clifford, and caused the downfall of the Cabal, which went out of office in the end of 1673. The Test Act also drove from his place as Lord High Admiral the King's brother James, who had become an avowed Romanist. The failure of the king's schemes was still further marked by the conclusion of peace with Holland in February 1674, and the appointment as chief minister of Thomas Osborne, Lord Danby, a good churchman and an enemy of France. Determined not to go on his travels again, Charles gave way on all points, to the deep disgust of his cousin of France, who despised him greatly for his craven desertion of the cause of Romanism. But the king had not really given up his design. He was quite ready to renew his alliance with France when the time should be more favourable. Meanwhile, he was compelled to profess an attachment to Holland, and married his heiress, the Princess Mary, his brother James's daughter, to the young Prince of Orange, the sworn foe of France, 1677. By such means he was able to keep himself safe, and to laugh at the efforts of the Low Church party in Parliament. This faction, the Country Party, as it called itself, was now headed by the unscrupulous adventurous Shaftesbury, who from being a minister had become the king's deadly enemy, and was trying to stir up trouble by warning the nation to beware of the Romanist and absolutist tendencies of his old master, of whose reality none had a better knowledge than himself. Danby was driven from office in 1678, owing to the discovery of some of the king's secret negotiations with France, to which he had been weak enough to give his assent for the moment, though his own views were opposed to the alliance with Louis XIV. The French king knew this fact and treacherously made the negotiations known, in order that Danby might be discredited and replaced by a minister more suited to his tastes. His wily scheme was successful. Danby was hounded from office and impeached and condemned to imprisonment in the Tower, though he produced the king's warrant for all he had done. But the Parliament voted that the king could do no wrong, and that a minister was responsible for all his acts, even when he acted under the strongest pressure from his master. Thus the theory of ministerial responsibility was fixedly and unequivocally proclaimed as part of the Constitution. The fact that secret treaties with France were again in the air gave Shaftesbury and his friends, the ultra-Protestants, a fine opportunity for a demonstration. Soon after Danby's fall, they raised the cry that the kingdom was in danger from a plot to restore Romanism by the aid of armed force from France. This was true enough, and the criminal was the King of England. But Shaftesbury did not strike at the king. He feared the loyalty of the churchmen to the heir of Charles I, and thought that his sovereign was so supple and weak that he might be terrorized into becoming his instrument. The king was to be reduced to nullity, not removed. When the cry against the Romanists was growing strong, there came forward a certain depraved clergyman named Titus Oates, who had been for a time perverted to Romanism, and had dwelt much within the Jesuits, made himself Shaftesbury's tool by declaring that he had gained knowledge of a great conspiracy against the peace of the realm. This popish plot was, he said, an agreement by a number of English Catholics to slay the king and introduce a French army into the realm in order to place James of York, the king's Romanist brother, on the throne. Now, it is probable enough that some of the accused were in correspondence with France, and letters were discovered from Colman, secretary to the Duchess of York, written to friends abroad, which spoke of an approaching blow to the Protestant cause. But the blow was really to be dealt by Charles, not against him. It was he who was in truth conspiring to bring over the French and conquer his own realm by their aid. Oates, however, perjured himself up to the hilt, bringing forward accusations against all the leading English Romanists, and hinting that even Queen Catherine herself was privy to a plot to murder her husband. Many minor informers also sprang up to corroborate the venomous tales of Oates. The nation was seriously alarmed. A perfect outburst of frenzy followed, and every Romanist in England was denounced as a disciple of Guy Fawkes. Charles, to his shame, pretended to take the story seriously, though none knew better than he its folly. A new Parliament met in March 1679. It was elected in the full flood of indignation against the plot, and Shaftesbury found that he could command a clear majority of its votes. He used his power to bring in a bill excluding the Duke of York, as an avowed Romanist, from the throne. To save his brother's rights, Charles dissolved the Commons before they could pass it. The only work that this Parliament had succeeded in carrying through was the Habeas Corpus Act, a very important enactment prohibiting arbitrary imprisonment without a trial. No man was to be kept in jail, untried, and penalties were imposed on the jailer who should detain him, and the judge who should refuse to hear him plead. This principle required to be explicitly reasserted under the later Stuarts, though it is found formulated in Magna Carta itself. The second Parliament of 1679 was, to the king's disgust, almost as much under the influence of Shaftesbury and the alarmists as the first. The nation was still in ferment. Month after month prominent Catholics were imprisoned on the evidence of Oates and his gang, tried and condemned to death. So great was the fear felt of the Romanist Duke of York that a preposterous plan was formed by Shaftesbury and his friends to replace him as heir to the throne by the Duke of Monmouth, the eldest of the natural sons of King Charles. This was a manifest injustice to the Princess Mary, the Protestant daughter of Duke James. Her father's religion could not vitiate her rights, but Monmouth was a popular youth of fair parts and abilities. He had won some military reputation by putting down a dangerous rebellion in the Scottish Covenanters, who had murdered the Archbishop of St. Andrews risen in arms, and got possession of the western lowlands. After routing them at Bothwell Brig, June 1679, Monmouth was saluted as a conquering hero, and rumours were put about that his mother, Lucy Walters, had been secretly married to the king. Charles himself hastened to deny this lie, but it had its effect, and a serious effort was made to substitute Monmouth for his uncle. All through 1680 the struggle was at its height, though Shaftesbury was gradually losing ground, owing to the unwise violence of his conduct and the growing disrepute of his tool, Titus Oates, whose reckless falsehoods were beginning to be detected by sober men. The contest turned on the fate of the Exclusion Bill, which declared James incapable of reigning and transferred his rights to his daughter Mary, the Princess of Orange, though many suspected that Shaftesbury intended to substitute Monmouth for the princess. It is at this moment that the famous political names which were to rule England for the next century and a half come into sight. At first the opponents of the Exclusion Bill, the supporters of the divine right of hereditary succession, and the defenders of the Duke of York were called abhorrers. From the numerous addresses which they sent to the king declaring their abhorrence of the Exclusion Bill, on the other hand, the supporters of Shaftesbury and the believers in the Popish plot were called petitioners, from the petitions which they kept signing in favour of the bill. But soon two less cumbrous, if stranger names were found for the two parties. The abhorrers were nicknamed Tories by their enemies, from the appellation of a horde of banditti who lurked in the bogs of Ireland. The petitioners, on the other hand, were christened Whigs by their rivals, after the name of a fanatical sect of Scottish Covenanters. These titles, bestowed in ridicule at first, were formally accepted in earnest, and became the usual denomination of the two great parties. The Exclusion Bill was passed by Shaftesbury and his majority of Whigs in the Commons, once in 1679 and once in 1680, but the House of Lords threw it out, and Charles dissolved the Parliament once and again, till in 1681 the fear of the Popish plot began to blow over, and the violence of Shaftesbury to disgust the moderate members of his own party. The cruel execution, in December 1680, of Lord Stafford, an old Romanist peer of blameless life, whose innocence was known to all, was the last and most damaging triumph of the Whigs. Its injustice caused many of Shaftesbury's supporters to fall away. His intrigues in favour of Monmouth, and the open support which he gave to the lying Oates, had ruined him. In 1681 the king accused him of high treason for collecting armed followers to overawe Parliament. A London jury refused to convict him, and he plunged into still more desperate courses. Conspiring with Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney to raise rebellion, he was detected and fled overseas to escape punishment. Some of his more desperate followers went on with his plot, which they developed into a plan for assassinating Charles as he passed the Rye House in Hertfordshire on his way to Newmarket. The disclosure of this reckless conspiracy ruined the Whigs. The whole party was believed to have been privy to it, though it was in truth the work of a very small clique, headed by one Colonel Rumbold, an old Cromwellian officer, 1682. The king, finding that public opinion was veering round to his side, was emboldened to strike a blow at the whole Whig faction. Mixing up the Rye House plot with Shaftesbury's abortive plans, he seized all their chief leaders and had them tried for high treason. Subservient judges and a packed jury made their fall easy. Lord William Russell and Algernon Sidney were beheaded. Lord Essex committed suicide in prison. The evidence connecting Russell and Sidney with the assassination plot was trivial, and the execution little else than a judicial murder. 1683. Charles was now in a better position to carry out his long-concealed plans for the restoration of arbitrary government and the furthering of Romanism than in any previous time in his reign. He left Parliament unsummoned for more than 2 years, prepared to renew his alliance with France, endeavoured to collect a body of ministers who would second his views, and largely increased his standing army. He made several unconstitutional encroachments on the liberty of his subjects, such as forfeiting the charters of many cities, including London itself, and was cautiously feeling his way towards more decisive measures. But on February 6, 1685, his plans were suddenly interrupted by a fatal apoplectic stroke, which carried him off before he had attained the age of 55. On his deathbed he had himself openly received into the Roman Catholic faith, of which he had so long been the secret partisan. It was fortunate that his schemes were brought to such an untimely end, for if a cautious foe to the liberties of England, he was a very clever and insidious one. Of the stubborn folly which ruined his successor, he would never have been guilty. End of section 61, read by Inkel. Section 62 of A History of England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England by Charles Oman. Chapter 30, James II, 1685 to 1688. No greater testimony to the caution and cleverness of Charles II can be given than the fact that, after a reign of 25 stormy years, he died in possession of a very considerable measure of absolute power, having lived down his troubles, secured the devotion of the larger half of the nation, strengthened himself with a standing army, and dispense for 3 years with any summons of Parliament. His successor was to prove that a man without tact and pliability, pursuing the same schemes for the restoration of arbitrary government and Romanism, might wreck himself in 3 years and die in exile. Yet James of York was in many ways a stronger and better man than Charles II. He possessed conscience and courage in a far greater measure than his brother. His life was not an open scandal, his word could be relied upon, his attachment to his faith was devoted and sincere, but he had 3 ruinous faults. He was obstinate to blindness. Long after a fact had become patent to all men, he would refuse to recognize its existence. He was full of a bigoted self-sufficiency that arose from an overweening belief in his own good intentions and wisdom. Lastly, he was a man unable to forgive or forget. There was no drop of mercy in his composition. He could understand nothing but the letter of the law, blind, conceited, pitiless. He was bound to win the hatred of all who differed from him, and it was soon to be discovered that 9/10 of the English nation were numbered in that class. James was a man of business and method, as well as a man of action. He had commanded a fleet with credit in the Dutch war. He had presided with success at the Admiralty till he was compelled to resign that office by the Test Act. He had ruled Scotland for a time with a very firm, if a rigid hand. But no amount of mere administrative ability could make up for his entire want of judgment, foresight, and geniality. Yet, on his accession, the new king had everything in his favour. The Tory party was still in the ascendancy which it had enjoyed ever since the Whigs had been discredited by the Rye House plot. He was resolved to trust and support James as long as he behaved in a constitutional manner, and had a strong confidence in his honesty. Accordingly, the King's first Parliament granted him the liberal income of £1,900,000 a year, and protested its complete reliance on his wisdom and good intentions. Nor was any objection made when James sought out and punished the informers who had fabricated the Popish plot, though their chastisement was very barbarous. Oates, their chief, received 1,700 lashes, twice within 48 hours, yet survived, in spite of a sentence which had obviously been intended to kill him. The first real shock to the confidence of the nation in the king was caused by the cruelty with which he put down an insurrection which broke out against him in the summer that followed his accession. The late king's bastard son, James, Duke of Monmouth, the tool of Shaftesbury in 1680, was living in exile in Holland, along with many violent Whigs, who were charged, truly or falsely, with participation in the Rye House plot. Monmouth, a vain and presumptuous young man, could not read the signs of the times, and thought that all England would rise to overturn a Romanist king, if only a Protestant leader presented himself to lead the people. Without securing any tangible promises of support from the chiefs of the Whig party in England, he resolved to attempt an invasion. He was to be aided by Archibald, Earl of Argyll, the exiled chief of the Scottish Covenanters, who undertook to stir up a rising among his clansmen in the Highlands. Argyll landed in Scotland in May 1685. Monmouth came ashore at Lyme, in Dorsetshire, in June. Each had brought a very small force with him, and relied wholly on the support he hoped to find at home. Argyll raised the Campbells, but found none else to join him. After a few days his men dispersed, and he was taken and beheaded. Monmouth was at first more fortunate. He was well known and popular in Dorset and Somerset, and some thousands of countrymen came flocking to his banner, though none of the gentry would adhere to such a reckless adventurer. The Duke appealed to all Protestants to aid him against a Papist king, declared that his mother had been the lawful wife of Charles II, and claimed the crown of England. But his proclamation did him no good, and his army of ploughmen and miners was but a half-armed rabble. Nevertheless, they fought bravely enough against James's regulars at Sedgemoor, July 5th, 1685, and only dispersed when their leader fled in craven fear from the field. Monmouth was caught in disguise and taken to London. He grovelled at the feet of James, and offered to submit to any indignity if his life might be spared, but the pitiless king, after chiding him for half an hour, sent him to the scaffold. His fate provoked little sympathy. He had clearly brought his trouble on his own head, but the cruel punishment that was dealt out to the poor ignorant peasants who had followed him shocked the whole nation. Hundreds of rebels taken in arms were hung or shot after a summary court-martial by the brutal Colonel Kirke, a veteran who had learnt ferocity by serving against the Moors in Africa. After the summary executions were over, Judge Jeffreys, a clever but worthless lawyer, whom the king made the chief instrument of his cruelties, descended on the south-western counties. In the Bloody Assize, as this circuit was called, he put to death more than 300 persons, after the barest mockery of a trial, and sent 1,000 more to work as slaves on the plantations of Jamaica and Barbados. Of all Jeffreys's judicial murders, the worst was that of the aged Lady Lisle. Having sheltered a fugitive from Sedgemoor, she was sentenced by this barbarian to be burnt, and he thought it an act of clemency when he commuted the penalty to beheading, September 1685. The ease with which he had crushed the rising of Monmouth and Argyll emboldened James to take seriously in hand the great project of his life, the restoration of Romanism. His plan was to fill all offices in church and state with open or secret papists, and to overawe discontent by the muskets of a large standing army. That such a plan was dangerous and even impossible, when 9/10 of the nation was devotedly attached to Protestantism, he does not seem to have realised. He relied on his observation of the men about his own person. Many of the demoralised courtiers of Charles II were quite ready to become Romanists if only it brought them preferment. They would probably have become Jews or Moslems if it had been made worth their while. The basest of these degraded opportunists was James's chief minister, Lord Sunderland, the tool of all his worst acts of tyranny and folly. With such a man as his chief adviser, and the infamous Jeffreys, now made Lord Chancellor, as his chief executioner, the king was likely to go to any lengths. Of his other councillors, the chief was Richard Talbot, Earl of Tyrconnell, a bigoted Irish Romanist of very depraved manners, and Father Petrie, a Jesuit priest. James commenced his campaign against Protestantism in 1686. The chief bar to the admission of papists to office in the public service and the army was the Test Act of 1673, which excluded all save English churchmen from any post in the state. Knowing that no parliament would repeal this act, James resolved to annul it on his own authority. One of the oldest weapons of the Stuarts was the claim to a dispensing power, a right of the king to grant immunity on his own authority for offences against the law of the land. This was the tool which he had now resolved to employ against the Test Act. He appointed a Romanist named Sir Edward Hales, colonel of one of the new regiments which he was busily employed in raising. Hales was prosecuted for illegally accepting the commission, and pleaded in defence that the king had dispensed him from taking the test. The case was brought before a bench of judges carefully packed by the orders of James, and they gave the wholly unconstitutional decision that the king's dispensation covered Hales from all penalties. Armed with this opinion of the judges, James began to give place and office to Romanists right and left. They were made judges, officers, sheriffs, lord lieutenants, mayors, all by virtue of the king's dispensing power. None but Catholics could for the future hope for any preferment. The king next proceeded to attack the Church of England. Once more pleading his dispensing power, he began to give papists office in the church. Not only did he make over crown livings to them, but he filled 2 vacant headships of Oxford colleges with notorious Romanists, showing thereby his intention to put the control of education into the hands of his own co-religionists. Somewhat later, he expelled the whole body of fellows and scholars of Magdalen College, for refusing to receive the president whom he had chosen for them, 1687. Heron following the example of Charles, who had deprived the philosopher John Locke of a studentship at Christ Church for holding Whig opinions. To deal with things religious, James revived the Court of High Commission, one of the old despotic courts which the Long Parliament had abolished 40 years before. He placed Jeffreys at its head and used it for the oppression of all clergy who showed signs of opposing him. Meanwhile a large army, including several Irish regiments, was concentrated at Hounslow to overawe London. The nation, though sorely tried by these exhibitions of James's high-handed bigotry, required still further provocation before it rose against him. The Tory party was so deeply committed to the doctrine of divine right and passive obedience that it required an even more desperate attack on the Church of England to set them in arms against the king. The Whigs were so crushed and oppressed that they had not the heart to rebel. It may be added that the fact that the king was an elderly man, while his heiress Mary, Princess of Orange, was a firm Protestant, kept many men quiet. They held that the king must die ere long, and that his wild schemes would die with him. James began to embark on his last fatal measures of arbitrary power in the spring of 1688. Without calling or consulting a parliament, he determined to issue on his own authority a declaration of indulgence, which was to suspend all laws that were directed against Romanists. To partly cloak his plan, he added that the declaration was also to free the Protestant dissenters from the penal code of 1664-5. Toleration in itself is good, but toleration imposed by an autocratic and illegal mandate is a suspicious boon. The dissenters themselves repudiated the gift, when given from such doubtful hands. To show his complete mastery over the Church of England, James ordered that the declaration should be publicly read from the pulpit by every beneficed minister in the land. This command provoked even the loyal Tories to resistance. When the appointed day came round, the clergy, almost without exception, refused to read the declaration. The Archbishop, William Sancroft, and 6 of his suffragans addressed a petition to the king begging that they might be excused from having to issue such a document. James was furious, and in his rage declared his intention of putting the bishops on trial for publishing a seditious libel, a most absurd description of their modestly worded plea. The 7 prelates were arrested and sent as prisoners to the Tower. A month later they were brought before the Court of King's Bench. The whole nation was in agony as to their fate, but the preposterous nature of the prosecution abashed even the king's subservient judges. The charge was pressed in a half-hearted way, and the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. James's vexation at this acquittal was only surpassed by his outburst of wrath when he saw the universal demonstration of joy with which the news was received. Even his own soldiery in the camp at Hounslow lighted bonfires to celebrate the event. In the very month of the acquittal of the 7 bishops, an event happened which profoundly affected the king's prospects. His young second wife, Mary of Modena, bore him a son. The prince afterwards, known as the Old Pretender, June 10, 1688. The birth of this child gave the king a Romanist heir and cut the Princess of Orange out of the succession to the throne. This unexpected news filled England with dismay. It was evident the king's schemes were no longer to be terminated with his own life. A dynasty of Romanists loomed on the horizon. In their wrath many men asserted that the child was supposititious, a changeling foisted on the nation by the king's malice. This groundless tale received much credit, for anything was believed possible in such a bigot as James. The birth of the Prince of Wales was immediately followed by the formation of a serious conspiracy to overthrow the king. The Tories forgot their loyalty and joined the Whigs. The first sketch of the plot was drawn up by an old Tory minister, Danby, in conjunction with the Earl of Devonshire, the chief of the Whigs, and Henry Sidney and Edward Russell, the kinsmen of the 2 Whig leaders of those names who had been beheaded by Charles II in 1683. The plan was to call over to England the Princess Mary and her husband the Prince of Orange, and set them up against the king. William of Orange, the champion of Protestantism on the continent, and the deadly foe of James's ally, the King of France, was known to be ready to strike any blow that would bring England over to his side. He had long been in secret communication with many leading men among the Whigs, and welcomed the appearance of a definite invitation with joy. On receiving satisfactory assurances of support, he consented to raise every man that he could put into the field, and to cross to England. James at first received the news of suspicious warlike preparations in Holland with indifference. He relied on the fact that William was at war with France, and reasoned that while the Low Countries were threatened by French troops, his son-in-law would never dare to leave his own country unprotected and invade England. The French king was more set on an invasion of Germany than on the conquest of Holland, and when Louis sent his armies across the Upper Rhine, William was left unwatched, and was able to make his preparations at leisure. Many Englishmen of mark, Tories as well as Whigs, slipped over to join him, and bade him strike as quickly as possible. Though the storms of autumn were already raging, the prince set sail from Helvoetsluys on the 2nd of November, and steered down the Channel with 50 men of war, and transports carrying some 13,000 men. James had a much larger force garrisoning the south of England. Combining his regular army with a number of newly raised regiments of Irish Romanists, he had quite 40,000 men under arms, but he soon discovered that the temper of the greater part of them was very bad. Except the numerous Catholic officers to whom he had given commissions, there was hardly a man who could be trusted. When the news of William's final preparations reached England, James was suddenly struck by a panic as irrational as his previous overconfidence. He fell from blind arrogance into extreme depression, when he at last realized the universal discontent which his acts had created. With the craven and useless haste he suddenly began to endeavour to undo his policy of the last 3 years. He abolished the Court of High Commission, cancelled the appointments of many Romanist officials, recalled the fellows whom he had banished from Oxford, and made the most profuse promises to respect all the rights and privileges of the Church of England for the future. But such conduct could not restore confidence. It could not make men forget the cruelties of the bloody assize, or the indignities which he had heaped on the 7 bishops. Such a repentance at the 11th hour deceived nobody. On the 5th of November 1688, William of Orange landed at Torbay, and 3 days later he seized Exeter. James, who had looked for an invasion on the eastern coast, at once began to march his numerous army towards Devonshire. There was a moment's pause ere the opponents met. For some days no one of note joined the Prince of Orange, and it seemed doubtful if those who had pledged themselves to his cause were about to keep their promise. But the hesitation was not for long. Ere a shot had been fired in the west, insurrections began to break out in all the parts of England where the king had no armed force in garrison. Lord Danby seized York, and the Earl of Devonshire Nottingham. But this was not the worst. As James advanced westward, first single officers, then whole companies and regiments began to slink away from his host and join the enemy. Even those whom he had most trusted left him. His own son-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, the husband of his younger daughter, Anne, was one of those who absconded. Another was one of his most trusted officers, John Churchill, afterwards the famous Duke of Marlborough. With abominable treachery, Churchill tried to kidnap his master before deserting, and almost succeeded in the attempt. Seeing his whole army melting away, James hastily returned to London, strove in vain to gain time by negotiating with the Prince of Orange, and then sent off his wife and son to France, and endeavoured to follow them himself. He was stopped by a mob at Faversham in Kent, and forced back to the capital, but no one wished to keep him a prisoner, and, with the secret connivance of William of Orange, he was allowed to escape a second time and to get clear away to France. December 18, 1688. Thus ended in ignominious flight the preposterous attempt of a blind and arrogant king to coerce England into surrendering its constitution and its religion. The edifice which James had so laboriously reared crumbled to pieces at the first touch of force from without. End of section 62, read by Inkel.